Before we begin tonight's story, I want to take just a moment to ask for your support. If you're enjoying this content, using your hype points on this video truly helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It makes a real difference in reaching more people who love these kinds of stories. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review helps out so much and means the world to us. Also, if you'd like, comment below what time it is for you right now and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. And of course, if you enjoy the content and want more stories like this, please consider subscribing. It keeps this channel going and allows us to bring you more deep dives into the stories that history often overlooks. Now, let's begin. There are moments in life when doing nothing feels safer than doing what is right. We've all been there. Standing at the edge of a decision knowing that speaking up might cost us something. A friendship, a position, our safety, our reputation. In those moments, silence becomes a choice, and sometimes that choice haunts us far longer than any word we might have spoken. Tonight's story is about a man who refused that silence. His name was Ebed-Melech. You've probably never heard of him. Most people haven't. He wasn't a prophet. He wasn't a king. He wasn't a warrior or a priest or anyone of particular importance in the eyes of history. He was a servant, a foreigner, an outsider in every sense of the word. But when everyone else turned away, he stepped forward. This is a story about courage that doesn't announce itself, about compassion that moves quietly, about a God who notices the people the world overlooks. It's a story pulled from the ancient pages of Scripture, from a moment in history when a nation was falling apart and fear ruled every street corner. And in the middle of all that chaos, one man made a choice. Let's walk through that choice, together. Let's step into a world where empires clashed and kingdoms crumbled, where prophets spoke words that made powerful men tremble, where the streets of Jerusalem echoed with the footsteps of soldiers and the whispers of those who knew the end was near. This is a story about what happens when one person decides that mercy matters more than safety, when one voice refuses to be silent, even when silence is the easier path, when one set of hands reaches down into the darkness to pull another human being back into the light. Tonight, we remember Ebed-Melech. Chapter 1. A City Under Judgment. Jerusalem in the final years of the Kingdom of Judah was a city living on borrowed time. The Golden Age was over. The glory days of Solomon's reign, the wealth, the peace, the reputation among nations, all of it had faded into memory. What remained was a fractured kingdom, politically unstable, spiritually compromised, and militarily weak. King Zedekiah sat on the throne, but his rule was fragile. He was a puppet king installed by Babylon after they had already conquered the land once before. Nebuchadnezzar, the Babylonian emperor, had taken the previous king into exile, along with many of the nation's brightest minds, its skilled workers, and its leaders. Zedekiah was left behind to manage what remained, and what remained was a population living under the constant shadow of invasion. Babylonian forces surrounded the region. Their presence was a reminder that Judah's independence was an illusion. Any rebellion, any misstep, and the empire would descend again, this time with no mercy. Fear permeated the streets. Merchants whispered in the marketplaces. Families huddled in their homes at night, uncertain of what the next season would bring. The wealthy tried to secure their assets. The poor simply tried to survive. The city itself bore the marks of prolonged anxiety. Gardens that once flourished now grew wild and untended. Buildings that needed repair remained broken. The energy that once filled the streets during festivals and holy days had drained away, replaced by a heavy, suffocating tension that settled over everything like dust. Religious leaders debated endlessly. Some called for trust in God's protection, citing the covenant promises that Jerusalem would never fall, that the temple was inviolable, that God would defend his holy city. Others urged political maneuvering, treaties, alliances with Egypt or other regional powers who might stand against Babylon. Still others insisted that surrender was the only path to survival, that resistance would only bring greater destruction. The debates grew heated, factions formed, Accusations flew. Some called others traitors. Some called others fools. The unity that might have strengthened the city crumbled under the weight of fear and disagreement. In the palace, King Zedekiah consulted with advisors who told him different things depending on the day. Military commanders urged fortification and preparation for siege. Diplomats suggested secret negotiations. Priests offered sacrifices and prayers, hoping that divine intervention would spare them the fate that seemed increasingly inevitable. But beneath all the planning and praying and political maneuvering, everyone knew the truth. Babylon was coming, and when they came, nothing would be the same. It was a city paralyzed by uncertainty, a city where every conversation eventually turned to the same questions. How long did they have? What would happen when the siege began? Who would survive? Who would be taken? What would become of the temple, the city, the nation itself? And into that uncertainty, one voice continued to speak with unwavering clarity. That voice belonged to Jeremiah. Chapter 2. The Prophet. No one wanted to hear. Jeremiah had been prophesying for decades. He had watched the nation decline. He had warned kings, priests, and common people alike. His message had never been popular, but now, in the final days, it was unbearable to those in power. He stood in public spaces and declared that Jerusalem would fall, that Babylon was God's instrument of judgment, that resistance was futile, that the only path forward was surrender. To the officials of the city, this was treason. To the priests, it was blasphemy. To the people, it was despair wrapped in religious language. Jeremiah's message stripped away every comfort. He offered no false hope, no easy escape, no political solution that would allow the nation to preserve its pride. He simply told the truth as God had revealed it to him, and the truth was devastating. The city would be burned, the temple would be destroyed, the people would be taken into exile, but those who surrendered to Babylon would live, those who resisted would die. It was a message no one wanted to hear, especially from someone who had been saying the same thing for so long. Jeremiah wasn't a recent arrival to the prophetic scene. He had been calling the nation to repentance for most of his adult life. He had warned previous kings. He had stood in the temple courts and proclaimed judgment. He had acted out symbolic prophecies, breaking pottery and wearing yokes, trying to make people understand what was coming. And for all those years he'd been ignored, mocked, beaten, imprisoned, and threatened. But he never stopped speaking. His persistence had earned him enemies, powerful enemies, men who saw him not just as wrong, but as dangerous. Men who believed that his words were weakening the city's resolve, undermining morale, making it harder to mount any kind of defense. Among these enemies were the royal officials, men like Shephatiah, Gedaliah, Jehukal, and Pasha. These were not minor bureaucrats. They were advisors to the king, men of influence and authority. They had the king's ear. They helped shape policy. And they had concluded that Jeremiah was a threat that needed to be eliminated. But they faced a problem. Jeremiah was a prophet, a man of God. Killing him outright would create complications. There would be questions, accusations. Some in the city still respected Jeremiah, even if they didn't like his message. A public execution might spark unrest or turn him into a martyr. They needed something quieter, something that would allow them to be rid of him without appearing to have murdered a prophet. So they went to King Zedekiah with a request. They told him that Jeremiah was discouraging the soldiers and the people, that his words were destroying what little hope remained, that as long as he was allowed to speak, the city could not rally its defences. They asked permission to deal with him as they saw fit, and Zedekiah, weak and indecisive as always, gave them what they wanted. He told them that Jeremiah was in their hands, that he, the king, would not stop them. It was a coward's answer, a way of allowing something terrible to happen without taking responsibility for it. The officials took that permission and acted quickly. They chose a cistern. Chapter 3. The cistern. Cisterns were common throughout ancient Jerusalem and the surrounding regions. They were large, deep pits carved into rock or dug into the earth, designed to collect and store rainwater during the dry seasons when water was scarce. In a city like Jerusalem, which had limited natural water sources, cisterns were essential infrastructure. Every household of means had one. The palace complex had several. Some were carefully maintained, cleaned regularly, their walls sealed with plaster to prevent leakage. These were valuable resources, filled during the rainy season and drawn from throughout the year. Others were abandoned. Perhaps they had cracked and could no longer hold water. Perhaps newer, better cisterns had been built nearby. Perhaps the household that once relied on them had moved or fallen into disrepair. These old cisterns were often left to fill with debris, silt, and mud that washed in during storms. The cistern they chose for Jeremiah was one of the abandoned ones. It belonged to Malchijah, one of the king's sons, and it sat somewhere within the palace complex. But it had long since ceased to function as a water source. The bottom was filled with thick, clinging mud. The kind that grabs hold of your legs and doesn't let go. The kind that makes every movement exhausting. The kind that slowly pulls you down if you can't find solid footing. It was the perfect place to make someone disappear. The officials came for Jeremiah with ropes. There was no announcement, no formal charges, no trial or public proceeding. They simply took him from wherever he was being held and brought him to the cistern. Jeremiah would have known what was happening. He would have seen the opening in the ground, the darkness below, the ropes in their hands. He would have known that this was how they intended to silence him. And yet, he didn't resist. There was no struggle, no attempt to fight or flee. Jeremiah had spent his entire ministry delivering messages from God that cost him everything. He had been rejected, beaten, imprisoned, threatened with death more times than we can count. He had lived with the knowledge that his calling would bring him suffering. This was simply one more chapter in that long story of suffering. They lowered him into the pit with ropes, not roughly, not violently. There was no brutality in the act itself, which somehow made it more chilling. This was bureaucratic murder, calm, methodical, efficient. They tied the ropes properly, ensured they would hold his weight, lowered him carefully into the darkness. When he reached the bottom, his feet didn't find stone or packed earth. They found mud, thick, sucking mud that immediately began to pull him down. He tried to find footing, tried to stand, but the mud was too deep and too viscous. Every movement made him sink a little more. Within moments, he was up to his knees, then his thighs. Above, the officials pulled up the ropes. There was no ladder, no way to climb out. The walls of the cistern were smooth stone or earth, impossible to scale without help. Jeremiah was trapped. It wasn't a quick death. That was the point. He would simply disappear over time, quietly, out of sight. The mud would slowly claim him. He might last days down there, growing weaker, sinking deeper, unable to sleep without risking drowning in the mire. Eventually exhaustion or dehydration, or the mud itself would finish the job, and the officials would be able to say they hadn't killed him. They had simply placed him in confinement. What happened after that was between Jeremiah and God. The opening above grew smaller as Jeremiah sank. The light dimmed. The voices of the men above faded as they walked away, and Jeremiah was left alone in the darkness and the mud. The city moved on. People went about their business. The debates in the palace continued. Soldiers patrolled the walls, merchants sold their goods, families prepared meals and put children to bed. No one spoke up. No one questioned the decision. No one came to help. Hours passed. Then more hours. The mud continued its slow work. Jeremiah may have prayed. He may have simply waited, knowing that God had allowed this, that there was purpose even in suffering. He had spent his life trusting God through impossible circumstances. This was simply the latest test, but help was coming, from a direction no one would have expected. Chapter 4. Introducing Ebed-Melech. Ebed-Melech was not a name anyone in Jerusalem would have recognized. He was a servant in the royal household. Specifically, he was described as a eunuch, which in ancient courts often meant a trusted official or attendant, someone responsible for managing domestic affairs within the palace. These were men who lived behind the scenes, ensuring the machinery of government ran smoothly. They managed supplies, coordinated staff, oversaw the daily operations that kept a royal household functioning. It was important work, but invisible work, the kind of a labour that goes unnoticed unless something goes wrong. But Ebed-Melech was also an outsider in more ways than one. He was Ethiopian. The text specifically identifies him as a Cushite, referring to the region south of Egypt. He was African in a city dominated by people who traced their ancestry back to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. In a nation that prided itself on its unique covenant with God, on its special status as the chosen people, Ebed-Melech was definitively other. He had no tribal affiliation within Judah, no family connections to leverage, no ancestral land to claim. He was, in the most literal sense, a foreigner working in service to a king who barely held on to power. His very name meant servant of the king. It may have been a title more than a personal name, or perhaps it was the name given to him when he entered royal service. Either way, it marked him as someone defined entirely by his function, not his personhood. In the hierarchy of Jerusalem, Ebed-Melech was near the bottom. He had no political power, no influence over policy, no voice in the councils where decisions were made. He was the kind of person who heard things because he was present in the palace, but who was never asked for his opinion. His job was to serve, to manage, to ensure that the needs of the household were met, to remain in the background. And yet, when news of what had been done to Jeremiah reached his ears, something stirred in him that would not be ignored. We don't know exactly how he heard. Perhaps palace servants talked among themselves, sharing gossip and news as servants always do. Perhaps he overheard officials discussing the matter in passing, speaking freely in front of him because they didn't consider him important enough to guard their words around. Perhaps someone told him directly, knowing he had access to the king. What matters is that Ebed-Melech didn't ignore what he heard. He could have. It would have been the easiest thing in the world to simply go about his duties. Jeremiah's fate had been decided by people far more powerful than him. The officials who had ordered it were men of influence. The king himself had given permission. What was a foreign servant supposed to do about any of that? Getting involved would mean risking his position, possibly his life. He would be questioning the judgment of men who could have him removed from the palace, or worse, with a single word. He would be drawing attention to himself in a dangerous time, making himself visible when invisibility was safety. And for what? To save a man who had been condemned by the city's leaders, a prophet most people had rejected anyway. The rational choice was clear: stay silent, keep your head down, survive. But Ebed-Melech made a different choice. He couldn't let this stand. Something in him, whether it was faith, compassion, a sense of justice, or all three, refused to accept that a man should be left to die slowly in the mud simply for speaking truth. So he decided to speak. And not just to speak, but to speak to the one person who might be able to change what had been done. King Zedekiah. Chapter 5. Choosing to speak. Approaching a king was not a casual matter in the ancient world. There were protocols, hierarchies, proper channels to navigate. A servant, especially a foreign one, did not simply walk into the king's presence uninvited. There were officials whose job it was to manage access to the king, to screen requests, to determine what matters were worthy of royal attention. To bypass those channels was to risk offence. To speak out of turn was to invite punishment. But Ebed-Melech went directly to King Zedekiah. He found the king sitting at the Benjamin Gate, one of the main entrances to the city. This was a public area, a place where the king often conducted business, heard petitions and rendered judgments. It was a semi-public setting, which meant there were witnesses, officials, advisors, guards, people who had already made their opinion of Jeremiah clear. The same men who had condemned the prophet might well have been standing there when Ebed-Melech approached. The Ethiopian servant stood before the king, fully aware of what he was risking. And he didn't soften his words. He didn't approach the matter diplomatically, or with carefully chosen language designed to avoid offence. He didn't frame it as a difference of opinion, or a matter of policy debate. He didn't ask the king to reconsider a difficult decision. He spoke plainly and directly. He told the king that what had been done to Jeremiah was evil, not unfortunate, not regrettable, not politically complicated, evil. The Hebrew word used here is strong. It carries weight. It's the same language used to describe wickedness, moral corruption, actions that violate the fundamental order of right and wrong. Ebed-Melech said that the men who had thrown Jeremiah into the cistern had acted wickedly, that they had done wrong, that the prophet would die there, starving in the mud, and that his death would be on their hands. This was not a safe accusation to make. The officials standing nearby were the very men responsible for Jeremiah's imprisonment. They had the king's trust, they had influence, they had the ear of the most powerful person in the nation, and here was a foreign servant calling them evil to their faces. In that moment, Ebed-Melech could have been arrested. He could have been accused of insubordination, of disrespecting the king's court, of siding with a traitor. Any number of charges could have been fabricated to silence him. He could have found himself in a cistern of his own. But he stood there and said what needed to be said. He didn't argue theology or politics. He didn't try to prove that Jeremiah's prophecies were true. He simply pointed to the fundamental injustice of leaving a man to die in such a cruel way. And then he made a specific claim. He said that Jeremiah would die of hunger in the cistern. This was significant because it highlighted the particularly cruel nature of the punishment. Jeremiah wasn't being executed. He was being left to suffer, to slowly waste away, to experience the agony of starvation while trapped in mud and darkness. It was torture disguised as imprisonment. Ebed-Melech called it what it was: evil, wicked, wrong. And King Zedekiah listened. Chapter 6. Permission granted. Zedekiah was a weak king, and history remembers him as such. He was indecisive, torn between conflicting advisors, unable to commit fully to any course of action. He feared Babylon. He feared his own officials. He feared the prophet Jeremiah even as he secretly sought his counsel on multiple occasions. He was a man caught between forces he couldn't control, trying desperately to navigate a situation that had no good outcome. But in this moment, hearing Ebed-Melech's words, something shifted. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe he had regretted giving the officials permission to deal with Jeremiah. Maybe he had simply allowed it because it was easier than saying no, and now, confronted with the reality of what that permission meant, he couldn't ignore it. Or maybe, just maybe, the directness of Ebed-Melech's appeal cut through the layers of political maneuvering and forced him to see the situation clearly. Whatever the reason, Zedekiah made a decision. He ordered Ebed-Melech to take men with him and pull Jeremiah out of the cistern before he died. It was a quiet reversal. The king didn't rebuke the officials publicly. He didn't hold anyone accountable for their actions. He didn't condemn the decision to imprison Jeremiah in the first place. He simply gave permission for the rescue to happen. It was the act of a weak man trying to undo something he should never have allowed. But it was enough. Ebed-Melech had what he needed: royal authorization. The backing of the king's word. He didn't waste time. He gathered men. From the palace. The text says he took about 30 men with him. This might seem like an excessive number for a rescue operation, but it made sense. They would need enough strength to haul a man up from a deep cistern. They would need to work quickly before the officials who had condemned Jeremiah could interfere. Having a substantial group ensured the task could be done efficiently and provided protection if anyone tried to stop them. But before they went to the cistern, Ebed-Melech did something that revealed the kind of man he was. He went to a storeroom in the palace, a place where old materials were kept, and he gathered old rags and worn-out clothes, scraps of fabric that had been discarded or set aside because they were no longer useful for their original purpose. Most rescuers would have focused only on speed. Get to the cistern, lower the ropes, pull the man out as quickly as possible. Every moment counted. Jeremiah was sinking. He was weak. Delay could mean death. But Ebed-Melech thought about more than just extraction. He thought about what the rescue would feel like for Jeremiah. He thought about the ropes cutting into skin already raw from days in the mud, about arms weakened by confinement, unable to bear the strain of being hauled upward, about the pain of rough rope against flesh, of being pulled violently after days of suffering. So he brought cloth to protect him, soft old fabric that could be placed between the rope and Jeremiah's body, something to cushion the pull, something to ease the pain of the rescue itself. It was such a small detail, such a minor consideration in the grand scheme of saving a man's life. But it spoke volumes about who Ebed-Melech was. He wasn't just doing the right thing, he was doing it with care, with thought, with compassion. Even in urgency, he made room for gentleness. Chapter 7. The Gentle Rescue. When they arrived at the cistern, Ebed-Melech and his men would have found Jeremiah in a desperate state. Days had passed since he'd been lowered into the pit. Days of sinking slowly into the mud, unable to sit or lie down without the risk of drowning in the mire. Days without food, days with little to no water, days of exhaustion pressing down on him as heavily as the mud that clung to his body. He may have been semi-conscious by the time they arrived, delirious from dehydration, barely able to respond. Ebed-Melech called down to him. We don't know what he said. Maybe he identified himself. Maybe he assured Jeremiah that help had come, that the king had ordered his release. Maybe he simply gave instructions. What we do know is that Ebed-Melech told Jeremiah to take the old rags and worn clothes and place them under his arms between his body and the ropes. This would have required effort from Jeremiah. He would have had to move, to reach up, to position the cloth properly. For a man as weak as he must have been, even this small task would have been difficult. But Ebed-Melech gave him time. He didn't rush. He made sure the prophet understood what needed to be done, made sure the protection was in place before they began the pull. Then carefully the men above began to haul. The mud resisted. It clung to Jeremiah's legs, his feet, his robes. It fought against every inch of progress. The men above strained against the weight, not just of a man, but of all the mud that held him. Inch by inch Jeremiah rose. Ebed-Melech would have been coordinating the effort, ensuring the ropes held, watching to make sure the prophet wasn't being injured in the process, calling out instructions to the men pulling. The opening of the cistern grew brighter as Jeremiah ascended. The darkness that had surrounded him for days slowly gave way to light. Finally they pulled him over the edge. Jeremiah emerged into the open air, covered in mud from head to foot, soaked through, exhausted, weak, probably unable to stand on his own, but alive. The men may have carried him, may have supported him as he tried to walk, may have taken him to a place where he could be cleaned, given water, given food. Ebed-Melech had done what no one else was willing to do. He had acted when action felt impossible. He had spoken when silence felt safer. He had shown compassion when cruelty was easier. He had seen a man condemned to a slow, torturous death, and he had refused to accept it. Not because Jeremiah was important to him personally, not because there was anything to gain from saving him, but simply because it was right. Because leaving someone to die in the mud was evil, and Ebed-Melech would not be part of it. The prophet was pulled from the cistern and taken to the court of the guard, where he would remain under house arrest rather than being left to die. It wasn't freedom, but it was life, and God took notice. Chapter 8. A promise from God. Sometime after the rescue, while Jerusalem continued its slow descent toward the inevitable siege and fall, the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. It was a message specifically for Ebed-Melech. God told Jeremiah to go to the Ethiopian servant and deliver a promise, a personal promise, a covenant made directly between the Lord and this foreign servant who had shown courage when it mattered most. The message was clear and specific. When Jerusalem fell, and it would fall, Ebed-Melech would not be harmed. He would not be killed by the sword. He would not be taken captive. He would not suffer the fate that would befall so many others in the city. He would escape with his life. The language used is powerful. God said that Ebed-Melech would not be given into the hands of those he feared, that his life would be spared as a reward, and the reason was explicit, because he had trusted in God, not because he had performed miracles, not because he had preached sermons or led armies or held any position of power or religious authority, not because he was a priest or a prophet or a descendant of Abraham, but because In a moment, when it mattered, he had acted according to what was right. He had defended the defenceless. He had risked his safety for someone else. He had chosen compassion over complicity. He had trusted that doing the right thing was worth the risk, even when the right thing meant standing against powerful men. And God saw that. The promise wasn't just about survival, though survival in what was coming would be no small thing. It was about recognition. In a world that overlooked him, that saw him as insignificant, that valued him only for his function as a servant, God saw him clearly. God knew his name, knew his heart, knew what he had done, and God honoured him. This is one of the most beautiful aspects of the story. Ebed-Melech didn't know, when he went to the king, that God would reward him. He didn't rescue Jeremiah because he thought it would earn him divine protection. He did it because it was right. Because he couldn't stand by and watch injustice unfold. The promise came after the action. Not as a motivation for it, but as a recognition of it. God doesn't promise to protect us before we act in faith. He doesn't guarantee safety as a precondition for courage. But when we step forward in trust, when we do what is right, even at great risk, he sees, he remembers, and he keeps his word. Chapter 9. The Fall of Jerusalem. The prophecies Jeremiah had spoken for so many years came to pass exactly as he had warned. Babylon laid siege to the city. The Babylonian army surrounded Jerusalem, cutting off all supplies, all reinforcements, all hope of escape. What followed was a slow, grinding nightmare that lasted months. At first, the city held. The walls were strong. The defenders were determined. There was still hope that Egypt might send help, that some external force might break the siege. But as weeks turned to months, that hope died. Food ran out. The wealthy hoarded what they had. The poor starved. People resorted to eating things that would have been unthinkable in normal times. Leather. Plants that were barely edible. Worse. Disease spread through the crowded streets. Bodies piled up. The water supplies dwindled. Desperation turned to madness. Families turned against each other. Neighbours stole from neighbours. The social order that had held the city together disintegrated under the pressure of starvation and fear. King Zedekiah watched helplessly as everything fell apart. The officials who had advised him, the men who'd been so confident in their plans, had no answers now. The city was dying, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. Jeremiah's warnings echoed in everyone's minds. The words they had rejected, the message they had tried to silence, had been true all along. Finally, after months of suffering, the walls were breached. Babylonian soldiers poured into the streets. The palace was overrun. The temple, the symbol of God's presence among his people, the building that many had believed would never fall, was set ablaze. The city that had stood for generations was destroyed in a matter of days. King Zedekiah tried to flee under cover of darkness, but he was captured. The Babylonians brought him before Nebuchadnezzar. His sons were executed in front of him, the last thing he would ever see. Then his eyes were gouged out, and he was taken in chains to Babylon, blind and broken, to spend the rest of his life in prison. The officials who had condemned Jeremiah met similar fates. Some were killed, some were taken into exile. Their power, their influence, their carefully constructed plans, all of it meant nothing in the end. Thousands of people were killed in the assault and the chaos that followed. Thousands more were rounded up and marched into exile, forced to leave behind everything they had known for a life of captivity in a foreign land. The temple was looted. The sacred objects, the gold, the silver, everything of value was taken. Then the building itself was burned. The fire consumed the structure that had stood as the centre of worship for generations. It was total destruction, complete devastation, everything Jeremiah had warned them about. And in the midst of all that chaos, one man walked away unharmed. Ebed-Melech, the foreign servant. The man no one remembered. The man who had simply done what was right. When the Babylonians swept through the city, when they were killing and capturing everyone they encountered, somehow Ebed-Melech was spared. God's promise held. We don't know the details of how it happened. Maybe the Babylonians simply overlooked him. Maybe he was able to hide until the worst of the violence passed. Maybe God orchestrated circumstances in ways we can't fully understand. What matters is that the promise came true. Ebed-Melech's life was spared. He was not given into the hands of those he feared. He survived when so many others did not because of his position, not because of his nationality or his connections or his wealth, but because he had trusted in God, because he had acted with courage and compassion when it cost him something to do so. God had seen, God had remembered, and God had kept his word. Epilogue. The ones. God notices. Ebed-Melech's story is short. In the vast narrative of Scripture, spanning thousands of years and hundreds of characters, he appears for only a few verses. He's not the focus of any book. He doesn't deliver any sermons. He doesn't perform miracles or lead armies or establish dynasties. His entire role in the biblical narrative can be summarized in a single act. He saved Jeremiah from the cistern, but he is remembered. Not for power, not for status, not for what he said or who he knew. He's remembered for compassion, for speaking when others stayed silent, for acting when everyone else walked away, for choosing mercy over safety. God works through people like that. People history barely notices. People who don't hold titles or command armies or make headlines. People who simply do what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, regardless of the personal cost. The Bible is full of these stories if you know where to look. The widow who gave her last 2 coins, the woman who anointed Jesus with expensive perfume, the Roman centurion who showed faith that amazed Christ himself. The unnamed people who helped, who gave, who trusted, who acted when action was required. These are the ones God notices. Not the powerful, not the famous, not the people whose names echo through history, but the ones who showed mercy, who trusted when trust was hard, who did the right thing even when it cost them something. Ebed-Melech teaches us that faithfulness isn't always loud. It doesn't always come with recognition or reward in this life. Sometimes it's as quiet as lowering rags into a pit to ease someone's pain. Sometimes it's as simple as refusing to let injustice go unchallenged. Even when challenging it means risking everything you have. Sometimes it's just being willing to speak when everyone else has decided that silence is safer. God sees those moments. He sees the Ethiopian servant who stood before a king and called evil what it was. He sees the foreign worker who gathered rags before gathering ropes. He sees the man who thought about another person's pain even in the urgency of rescue, and he does not forget them. In a world that often feels like it rewards the wrong things, power, wealth, influence, status, there is profound comfort in knowing that God's economy works differently. He values mercy, he honours courage, he remembers compassion. The officials who condemned Jeremiah are remembered only for their wickedness. Their names are preserved in Scripture as examples of what not to do, how not to act, how not to respond to the word of God. But Ebed-Melech is remembered as a hero, not a warrior hero, not a conquering hero, but a hero nonetheless. A man who did the right thing, who trusted God, who showed that faith isn't just about what you believe, but about how you act when belief is tested. Tonight, as you rest, let that truth settle over you like a blanket. Your acts of mercy are not invisible. Your courage, however small it feels, is not wasted. The moments when you choose compassion over convenience, when you speak up when silence would be easier, when you reach out to help someone everyone else has decided to ignore, those moments matter. God sees them. He saw an Ethiopian servant in an ancient palace who refused to let a prophet die in the mud. He sees you when you make the choice to act with courage and kindness, even when no one else is watching, and he does not forget. The story of Ebed-Melech reminds us that we don't have to be famous to be faithful. We don't have to be powerful to make a difference. We don't have to wait until we have influence or status or the perfect circumstances. We just have to be willing to act when the moment comes, to speak when speech is needed, to help when help is required, to trust that doing the right thing is worth whatever it cost us. Because in the end, it's not the powerful who are remembered in the kingdom of God. It's the merciful, the courageous, the ones who trusted enough to act. It's people like Ebed-Melech, people like you can be. Rest well tonight, knowing that God sees your acts of compassion, your moments of courage, your choices to do what is right even when it's hard. He sees, he remembers, and that is enough. Hello there, dear friend. Before we begin this peaceful journey together, I want to know a little about you. How has your day been? Whether it's been filled with joy or challenges, busy moments or quiet pauses, you're exactly where you need to be right now. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling in for the night, taking a midday rest, or perhaps greeting the early morning hours? Wherever you are, from the bustling cities of New York to the quiet countryside of England, from the mountains of Colorado to the shores of Australia, you're welcome here in this sacred space. If this story brings you peace, I'd love for you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber, where we gather each week to find rest in timeless tales of faith, hope, and gentle grace. Now, let's begin. Take a deep breath with me. Let your shoulders soften, your jaw relax, and your heart settle into this moment. Whether morning light is streaming through your window, afternoon shadows are dancing on the walls, or midnight quiet surrounds you like a gentle blanket, let us walk together through a story of gentle strength and unseen grace. We're about to enter a time long ago during the days of the judges in ancient Israel. It was a time of chaos and uncertainty, when everyone did what was right in their own eyes. But this is not a story of chaos. This is a story of peace, of quiet faithfulness, of love that chooses to remain when it would be easier to leave. This is the story of Ruth, a young woman whose loyalty would echo through generations and whose humble heart would become part of the greatest story ever told. So close your eyes if you wish, breathe slowly, and let us journey together to the ancient land of Moab, where our story begins beside still waters of the soul. In the rolling hills of Moab, where the morning mist clung to the barley fields like a gentle prayer, lived a young woman named Ruth. She had married into a Hebrew family who had come to Moab during a time of famine in their homeland of Bethlehem. Her husband's name was Mahlon, and his mother was Naomi, a woman whose very name meant pleasant, and whose heart had once been full of joy. But sorrow has a way of finding us, even in the most peaceful places. First, Naomi's husband Elimelech died, leaving her alone with her 2 sons in a foreign land. The boys had grown into men and married Moabite women, Ruth and her sister-in-law Orpah. For 10 years they lived together, and Ruth learned to love not just her husband, but his faith, his God, and especially his mother, who had welcomed her with open arms. Then tragedy struck again, swift and merciless. Both Mahlon and his brother Chilion died, leaving 3 widows to face an uncertain world alone. In those days, a woman without a husband or sons had little hope of survival. They were vulnerable, forgotten, with no one to provide for them or protect them. Naomi sat in her small house, looking at the 2 young women who had become like daughters to her. The silence was heavy with grief, but also with decision. She had heard news from Bethlehem that the famine there had ended, that the Lord had visited his people and given them bread. Her heart longed for home, for the familiar hills of Judah, for the place where she had known happiness before sorrow came calling. "My daughters," she said softly, her voice worn thin by weeping, "I must return to my people. But you are young. You have your whole lives ahead of you. Go back to your mother's houses. May the Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me." She kissed them both, and they wept together. How can you say goodbye to someone who's been your family, your comfort, your companion through the darkest days? Orpah, after much tears and embracing, finally agreed to return to her people and her gods. It was the practical choice, the safe choice, the choice that made sense to everyone around them. But Ruth clung to Naomi with a determination that surprised them all. When Naomi urged her again to follow her sister-in-law, Ruth spoke words that would echo through history, words that came from the deepest place in her heart. "Do not urge me to leave you or to return from following you. For where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God." Where you die, I will die, and there will I be buried. May the Lord do so to me, and more also, if anything but death parts me from you." There was something in Ruth's voice that told Naomi this was not a decision made in the heat of emotion, but a choice carved in stone, written in the very fibre of her being. This young Moabite woman was choosing love over security, faithfulness over comfort, an unknown future over a predictable past. And so they began the long journey from Moab to Bethlehem, two women with nothing but the clothes on their backs and the strength of their love for each other. They walked through valleys where wildflowers nodded in the breeze, past streams that sang ancient songs, under skies that seemed to stretch endlessly toward hope. As they travelled, Ruth would gather berries and herbs along the way, always making sure Naomi had enough to eat. She would find the softest spot for them to rest each night, would share her cloak when the desert air grew cold. She had chosen this path, and she would walk it with grace and dignity, one step at a time. The journey took many days, and with each step toward Bethlehem, Ruth was walking further from everything she had ever known. She was leaving behind the gods of her childhood, the customs of her people, the language of her birth. She was choosing to become a stranger in a strange land, not because she had to, but because love had made the choice for her. When they finally crested the hill that overlooked Bethlehem, the city spread before them like a handful of pearls scattered on brown velvet. The sun was setting, painting the stone houses in shades of gold and amber. Smoke rose from evening fires, and the sound of children playing drifted up to them on the evening breeze. "Look," Naomi whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "There it is, home." But as they descended into the city, the women who had known Naomi in her happier days barely recognized her. "Is this Naomi?" they asked each other, seeing how sorrow had aged her, how loss had bent her shoulders and silvered her hair. "Do not call me Naomi," she told them, her voice steady but sad. "Call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord has brought me home empty." But Ruth, standing quietly beside her, knew that Naomi was not truly empty. She had brought with her the love of this young woman who had chosen to forsake all for the sake of faithfulness. And though neither of them knew it yet, they had arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of barley harvest, when the fields were golden and ready, when provision was about to unfold in ways they could never have imagined. The story was just beginning, and the God who notices every sparrow that falls, who counts every tear that is shed, who remembers every act of kindness, was already preparing the next chapter of their lives. The morning air in Bethlehem was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of ripening grain and the promise of a new day. Ruth woke early, as she always did, listening to the gentle rhythm of Naomi's breathing beside her. They had found a small place to stay, but their provisions were nearly gone, and Ruth knew that something had to be done. She'd heard about the law of gleaning, a beautiful provision that the God of Israel had made for the poor and the stranger. After the reapers went through the fields harvesting the grain, the needy could follow behind and gather what was left. It was honest work, humble work, but it was work that could keep them alive. "Let me go to the fields," Ruth said gently to Naomi, "and glean among the ears of grain after him in whose sight I shall find favour." Naomi nodded, understanding the necessity but also the risk. Ruth was young and beautiful, and the fields could be dangerous places for a woman alone. But there was something in Ruth's quiet determination that spoke of inner strength, of a spirit that could not be easily broken. And so Ruth set out in the early morning light, joining the other gleaners who moved like shadows behind the harvest workers. She had wrapped her head modestly and carried a small basket, ready to spend the day bent over in the sun, gathering grain kernel by kernel. As it happened, she came to the field that belonged to Boaz, a man of great wealth and standing in Bethlehem. But more than that, though Ruth did not know it yet, Boaz was a relative of Naomi's late husband, a kinsman who had the right and responsibility to help family members in need. The phrase, "as it happened," seemed simple enough, but sometimes the most profound movements of providence come disguised as coincidence. Ruth's feet carried her to that particular field not by accident, but by the gentle guidance of a God who was weaving a story larger than she could imagine. Boaz arrived at his field that morning, as was his custom, to greet his workers and oversee the harvest. He was a man in his middle years, with kind eyes and calloused hands that spoke of honest work. When he saw his reapers, he called out, "The Lord be with you," and they responded, "The Lord bless you." It was more than a greeting. It was a glimpse into the heart of a man who knew that all good things come from above. But his attention was caught by a young woman he had never seen before, working quietly at the edge of his field. She moved with grace and dignity, even in the humbling work of gleaning. There was something about her that drew his eye, not just her beauty, but the way she carried herself with quiet strength. "Whose young woman is this?" he asked his foreman. "She is the young Moabite woman who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab," the foreman replied. "She asked permission to glean and gather among the sheaves after the reapers, and she has been working steadily from early morning until now with only a brief rest." Boaz watched her for a moment longer, seeing how she worked without complaining, how she was careful not to take more than was rightfully hers, how she paused to help an elderly gleaner who had dropped her grain. His heart was moved by her diligence and her kindness. He approached her quietly, not wanting to startle her. "Listen, my daughter," he said gently. "Do not go to glean in another field, and do not leave this one. Stay close to my young women. Keep your eyes on the field that they are reaping, and go after them. I have charged the young men not to touch you, and when you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink what the young men have drawn." Ruth was so surprised by his kindness that she fell on her face and bowed to the ground. "Why have I found favour in your sight," she asked, "that you should take notice of me, since I am a foreigner?" But Boaz had already heard the story of her loyalty to Naomi, how she had left her own people to care for her mother-in-law. "All that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband has been fully told to me," he said, his voice warm with admiration. "How you left your father and mother and your native land and came to a people that you did not know before. The Lord repay you for what you have done, and a full reward be given you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." Ruth's eyes filled with tears at his words. She had not expected such kindness from a stranger, such recognition of her small acts of faithfulness. "You have comforted me and spoken kindly to your servant," she said softly, "though I am not one of your servants." As the day wore on, Boaz continued to watch over her. At mealtime he invited her to eat with his workers, to dip her bread in the wine and share in the meal. He even made sure she had roasted grain to take home to Naomi. When she returned to her gleaning, he quietly instructed his workers to leave extra grain for her to find, to make her work easier and more fruitful. The sun was beginning to set when Ruth finally made her way home, her basket heavy with grain. She had gathered an ephah of barley, enough to feed herself and Naomi for many days. But more than that, she carried with her the memory of unexpected kindness, of a man who had seen beyond her status as a foreigner and a widow to recognize the faithfulness of her heart. When she showed Naomi all that she'd gathered and told her about the kindness of Boaz, Naomi's eyes brightened for the first time in months. "Blessed be he by the Lord," she said, "whose kindness has not forsaken the living or the dead. The man is a close relative of ours, one of our redeemers." Ruth continued to glean in the fields of Boaz throughout the barley harvest and the wheat harvest, always welcomed, always protected, always provided for. She would come home each evening with grain and with stories of the kindness she had experienced. And slowly, so slowly that neither of them noticed it happening, hope began to take root in their hearts once again. Little did they know that this was only the beginning of a story that would change not just their lives, but the course of history itself. For the God who sees every act of kindness, who remembers every sacrifice made in love, was already preparing the next chapter of their beautiful story. The harvest season was drawing to a close, and the grain had been gathered from the fields and brought to the threshing floor. It was a time of celebration and completion, when the hard work of the harvest gave way to the satisfaction of provision secured. The air was filled with the sound of winnowing, as the grain was separated from the chaff in the evening breeze. Naomi had been watching the growing affection between Ruth and Boaz with the wisdom of a woman who had lived long enough to recognize the hand of God in everyday circumstances. She had seen how Boaz's eyes followed Ruth, how he spoke to her with special gentleness, how he made sure she was always provided for and protected. And she had seen how Ruth, despite her natural reserve, had begun to smile more often, how she spoke Boaz's name with a special warmth. One evening, as they sat together in their small dwelling, Naomi took Ruth's hands in hers. "My daughter," she said softly, "should I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? Is not Boaz our kinsman, with whose young women you were? See, he is winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor." Ruth listened carefully as Naomi explained the custom of the kinsman redeemer, how a close relative had the right and responsibility to marry a widow to preserve the family line and inheritance. It was not just about marriage, but about redemption, about restoring what had been lost, about ensuring that the names of the dead were not forgotten. "Wash therefore and anoint yourself," Naomi continued, "and put on your cloak and go down to the threshing floor. But do not make yourself known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. But when he lies down, observe the place where he lies. Then go and uncover his feet and lie down, and he will tell you what to do." It was a bold plan, one that required great courage and faith. Ruth would be placing herself in a vulnerable position, trusting in the character of a man she had come to respect and admire. But she had learned to trust Naomi's wisdom, and more than that, she had learned to trust the God who had been guiding her steps from the very beginning. "All that you say I will do," Ruth replied simply. As the sun set and the first stars appeared in the clear night sky, Ruth prepared herself carefully. She bathed and anointed herself with fragrant oil, then put on her best garment. But this was not about seduction or manipulation. This was about approaching a good man with dignity and respect, trusting in his honour and in the customs that governed their society. The threshing floor was a place of hard work and celebration, where the grain was separated from the chaff and the harvest was completed. By the time Ruth arrived, the work was done, and the men had eaten and drunk and told stories under the stars. The atmosphere was one of contentment and satisfaction, of work well done and provision secured. Ruth waited in the shadows, watching as Boaz finished his meal and settled down to sleep beside the heap of grain. It was his responsibility to guard the grain through the night, to ensure that nothing was stolen or damaged. The night was warm and peaceful, filled with the sounds of crickets and the gentle rustle of the evening breeze. When all was quiet and Boaz was sleeping peacefully, Ruth approached with silent steps. Her heart was beating fast, but her movements were sure and deliberate. She gently uncovered his feet and lay down, then waited in the darkness for him to wake. It was midnight when Boaz stirred, suddenly aware of someone at his feet. He was startled but not afraid, turning carefully to see who was there. In the dim starlight he could make out the form of a woman, and he recognized her immediately. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Ruth, your servant," she replied, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Spread your wing over your servant, for you are a redeemer." It was a beautiful way of asking for his protection and provision, using the imagery of a bird sheltering her young under her wing. She was asking him to fulfill the role of kinsman redeemer, to marry her and restore the inheritance of her late husband. Boaz was deeply moved by her words, by the trust she had placed in him, by the way she had approached him with such dignity and grace. "May you be blessed by the Lord, my daughter," he said warmly. "You have made this last kindness greater than the first in that you have not gone after young men, whether poor or rich." He was older than Ruth, a man of substance and position, and he was amazed that she would choose him over the many young men who would have been eager to marry such a beautiful and virtuous woman. Her choice spoke of wisdom and character, of a heart that valued kindness and faithfulness over youth and passion. "And now, my daughter, do not fear," he continued. I will do for you all that you ask, for all my fellow townsmen know that you are a worthy woman. And now it is true that I am a redeemer, yet there is a redeemer nearer than I." There was another relative who had the first right of redemption, and Boaz was too honourable to proceed without giving that man the opportunity to fulfil his duty. "Remain tonight," he said gently, "and in the morning if he will redeem you, good, let him do it. But if he is not willing to redeem you, then, as the Lord lives, I will redeem you. Lie down until the morning." Ruth lay down again at his feet, comforted by his words and his promise. She had taken a great risk in coming to him, but she had found in Boaz a man of integrity and honour, someone who would do what was right even when it was difficult. When the morning came, before anyone else was stirring, Boaz quietly measured out 6 measures of barley and helped Ruth arrange it in her cloak. "Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed," he said with a smile. Then he sent her on her way before anyone could see her and misunderstand her presence there. Ruth returned home with her heart full of hope and her arms full of grain. When Naomi saw her coming, she knew immediately that something significant had happened. "How did you fare, my daughter?" she asked eagerly. Ruth told her everything that had happened, every word that had been spoken, every kindness that had been shown. When she finished, Naomi smiled with satisfaction. "Wait, my daughter," she said, "until you learn how the matter turns out, for the man will not rest but will settle the matter today." And so they waited, 2 women who had learned that sometimes the greatest acts of faith happen in the quiet moments, when we trust in the goodness of others and in the providence of God. The next chapter of their story was about to unfold, and with it the fulfillment of promises they had hardly dared to hope for. The morning sun was just beginning to warm the stones of Bethlehem when Boaz made his way to the city gate. This was where the elders gathered, where business was conducted, where legal matters were settled according to the ancient customs of Israel. His heart was full of purpose as he took his seat and waited for the other Redeemer to pass by. He didn't have to wait long. Soon he saw the man approaching, and Boaz called out to him by name. "Come over, friend, and sit down here." The man, curious about what business Boaz might have with him, came and sat down. Then Boaz gathered 10 of the city elders to serve as witnesses, for what he was about to do would affect not just 2 people, but entire family lines and inheritances. "Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab," Boaz began, his voice carrying clearly in the morning air, "is selling the parcel of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. So I thought I would tell you of it and say, buy it in the presence of those sitting here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, but if you will not, tell me, that I may know, for there is no one besides you to redeem it, and I come after you." The other man considered this carefully. A piece of land was valuable, an investment that could bring profit and increase his holdings. "I will redeem it," he said confidently. But Boaz was not finished. "The day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the widow of the dead, in order to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance." Suddenly the proposition became more complicated. To marry Ruth would mean that any children born to them would be considered the heirs of her first husband, not his own. The land would eventually pass to them, not to his existing family line. What had seemed like a good business deal now became a sacrifice that would cost him more than he was willing to pay. "I cannot redeem it for myself," he said, backing away from the commitment, "lest I impair my own inheritance. You take my right of redemption, for I cannot redeem it." It was exactly what Boaz had hoped to hear. According to the custom of the time, the man removed his sandal and gave it to Boaz as a sign that he was transferring his right of redemption. The sandal was a symbol of walking in someone else's place, of taking on their responsibilities and privileges. Boaz accepted the sandal and turned to address the elders and all the people who had gathered to witness this transaction. "You are witnesses this day that I have bought from the hand of Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and to Mahlon. Also Ruth the Moabite, the widow of Mahlon, I have acquired to be my wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance, that the name of the dead may not be cut off from among his brothers, and from the gate of his native place. You are witnesses this day." The crowd erupted in celebration and blessing. "We are witnesses," they called out joyfully. "May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you act worthily in Ephrathah and be renowned in Bethlehem, and may your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring that the Lord will give you by this young woman." It was a beautiful blessing, invoking the names of the great matriarchs of Israel and expressing the hope that Ruth would become equally honoured in the history of God's people, and how prophetic those words would prove to be. Meanwhile, Ruth and Naomi had been waiting at home, their hearts full of anticipation and hope. When the messenger came running to tell them what had happened at the gate, they could hardly believe their ears. The legal proceedings had gone exactly as they had hoped. Boaz had redeemed not just the land, but Ruth herself, and they were to be married. The wedding was a joyous occasion, celebrated by the entire community. Ruth, the young Moabite woman who had arrived in Bethlehem as a poor widow, was now the honoured wife of one of the most respected men in the city. But more than that, she had found in Boaz a man who valued her faithfulness, who cherished her loyalty, who would love and protect her for the rest of their days. As the seasons passed, Ruth and Boaz settled into a life of contentment and purpose. Boaz was a generous provider, and Ruth was a wise and gentle wife. Naomi, no longer bitter but filled with joy, lived with them and was cared for in her old age. The house that had once echoed with sorrow now rang with laughter and love. And then came the greatest blessing of all. Ruth conceived and bore a son, a healthy, beautiful child who would be raised in the love and fear of the Lord. The women of the neighbourhood came to congratulate Naomi, saying, "Blessed be the Lord who has not left you this day without a redeemer, and may his name be renowned in Israel. He shall be to you a restorer of life and a nourisher of your old age. For your daughter-in-law who loves you, who is better to you than 7 sons, has given birth to him." They named the child Obed, which means servant or worshipper, and Naomi took him on her lap and became his nurse. The child brought healing to her broken heart, restoration to her empty life, and joy to her golden years. But the story doesn't end there. Little Obed grew up to become the father of Jesse, who became the father of David, the great king of Israel, and through David's line would come the Messiah, the Saviour of the world. Ruth, the foreign woman who had chosen loyalty over security, faith over fear, had become part of the most important family tree in all of human history. In the genealogy of Jesus Christ, recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, we find these words: Boaz the father of Obed by Ruth, and Obed the father of Jesse, and Jesse the father of David the king. A Moabite woman's name is written forever in the lineage of the Son of God, a testament to the truth that God's grace knows no boundaries, that his love extends to all who seek refuge under his wings. Ruth's story teaches us that faithfulness in small things leads to blessing in great things, that loyalty and love are never wasted, that God can take our deepest sorrows and weave them into his greatest joys. She reminds us that sometimes the most profound acts of faith happen not in grand gestures, but in quiet decisions to remain faithful, to keep loving, to keep trusting, even when we cannot see the end of the story. As we come to the end of Ruth's story, let us pause beside these still waters and reflect on the gentle truths that flow through this ancient tale. Like a quiet stream that shapes the landscape over time, Ruth's life teaches us lessons that can transform our own journey of faith. Ruth's story shows us the profound power of remaining faithful, even in seasons of pain and uncertainty. When Naomi urged her to return to her people and her gods, Ruth could have chosen the easier path, the path that made sense to everyone around her. Instead, she chose love. She chose to remain loyal to a woman who had shown her kindness, to a faith that had captured her heart, to a God she was still learning to trust. Her famous words, "Where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God," were not spoken in a moment of emotional impulse, but from a deep well of commitment that had been growing in her heart over years of walking with Naomi. In our own lives, we face moments when loyalty is tested, when it would be easier to walk away from relationships, commitments, or callings that have become difficult. Ruth's example reminds us that some of the most beautiful chapters of our lives are written in the ink of faithful love, even when that love costs us something precious. Have you ever chosen love when it would have been easier to walk away? Perhaps you stayed with a friend through a difficult season, remained committed to a calling when it became challenging, or continued to love someone even when they couldn't love you back in the same way. These quiet acts of loyalty are never wasted. They shape us into people of depth and character, and they often open doors to blessings we never could have imagined. One of the most beautiful aspects of Ruth's story is how rarely God's name is mentioned, yet his presence is evident in every chapter. The phrase, "as it happened," appears when Ruth comes to Boaz's field, but we understand that this was no accident. It was divine providence working through ordinary circumstances to bring about extraordinary results. God's guidance in Ruth's life came not through burning bushes or angelic visitations, but through the kindness of a stranger, the wisdom of a mother-in-law, and the legal proceedings at a city gate. He worked through the natural rhythms of harvest and gleaning, through cultural customs and family relationships, through the everyday decisions of people who are simply trying to do what was right. This reminds us that God's hand is often most visible in hindsight, in the moments when we look back and see how perfectly things came together, how doors opened at just the right time, how people entered our lives precisely when we needed them most. The God who numbers our days and knows our needs is constantly at work in the ordinary moments of our lives, weaving together circumstances and relationships for our good and his glory. Can you see moments in your own life where something just happened at the perfect time? Perhaps you met a lifelong friend in an unexpected place, discovered an opportunity through a chance conversation, or found help arriving just when you needed it most. These are not coincidences, but glimpses of a loving God who is intimately involved in the details of our lives. Ruth's story is ultimately about transformation, about how God can take our deepest losses and weave them into his greatest purposes. She began as a young widow in a foreign land, with no prospects and no security. She was an outsider, a foreigner, someone who by all human standards had little to offer the grand story of God's people. Yet her simple acts of faithfulness, her quiet loyalty, her willingness to work humbly in the fields, positioned her to become part of the royal lineage of David and ultimately of Jesus Christ. Her name is recorded forever in the genealogy of the Messiah, a testament to the truth that no one is too small, too foreign, or too broken to be used by God for his purposes. Ruth's transformation from widow to wife, from foreigner to family member, from poverty to provision, reminds us that our current circumstances do not define our future possibilities. The God who saw potential in a Moabite gleaner sees potential in each of us, regardless of our background, our mistakes, or our limitations. No matter where you come from, no matter what losses you have experienced, no matter how ordinary your life may seem, your story can become part of something bigger. Your faithfulness in small things, your acts of love and loyalty, your willingness to trust God even when you cannot see the whole picture. These are the threads that God uses to weave his magnificent tapestry of grace. Perhaps you are in a season of loss right now, wondering if your pain has any purpose, if your faithfulness matters, if your small acts of love make any difference. Ruth's story whispers hope into those questions. It reminds us that God wastes nothing, that he can bring beauty from ashes, that he specializes in writing stories of redemption and restoration. The title of Ruth's story, Beside Still Waters, comes from the 23rd Psalm, where David writes about the Good Shepherd who leads his sheep beside still waters and restores their souls. Ruth's life exemplifies this truth. In the midst of chaos and uncertainty, she found peace in her commitment to love and faithfulness. In the midst of loss and grief, she discovered that God's provision was always enough for each day. Her story teaches us that peace is not the absence of problems, but the presence of God in our problems. It's not found in perfect circumstances, but in perfect trust. Ruth faced real challenges, real losses, real fears, but she faced them with a spirit of quiet faith and humble obedience. The still waters of God's peace are available to us in every season of life. They flow not from our circumstances, but from our relationship with the one who is the source of all peace. When we, like Ruth, choose to trust in God's goodness, even when we cannot see his plan, when we choose to remain faithful even when the path is unclear, we find ourselves beside still waters where our souls can be restored. As you drift toward rest tonight, may you carry with you the gentle strength of Ruth's example. May you know that even in quiet places, even in fields of sorrow, even in long roads and sleepless nights, grace is never far away. The God who saw Ruth's faithfulness, who provided for her needs, who wove her story into his greater plan, is the same God who sees you tonight. Your acts of loyalty may seem small, but they matter. Your faithfulness in ordinary moments is building something beautiful. Your willingness to trust when you cannot see the whole picture is positioning you for blessings you cannot yet imagine. Rest now in the peace that comes from knowing you are held by a love that will never let you go, guided by a wisdom that sees the end from the beginning, and called into a story that is bigger and more beautiful than you can possibly imagine. May you sleep beside still waters, where your soul can be restored, your strength can be renewed, and your hope can be refreshed for whatever tomorrow may bring. The God who led Ruth from loss to legacy, from sorrow to joy, from emptiness to fullness is leading you too, and his plans for you are good. Sweet dreams, dear friend. May you wake tomorrow with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you are deeply loved, perfectly guided, and part of a story that extends far beyond what you can see. Like Ruth, who could never have imagined that her simple decision to stay loyal to Naomi would lead to her becoming the great-grandmother of King David, you too are part of a tapestry being woven by hands far wiser than your own. Your faithfulness today, your love tomorrow, your trust in the unseen God who walks beside you, these are the threads that he is using to create something beautiful, something lasting, something that will echo through generations. Rest now in the shadow of his wings, knowing that you are safe, you are seen, and you are more precious than you know. The same God who led Ruth beside still waters is leading you too, and his love will never fail. Amen. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to ask for your support in a few small ways that make an enormous difference to this channel. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps more than you could possibly know, and allows us to keep creating these stories for you night after night. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly helps us reach more listeners who might find comfort in these narratives. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It reminds us that these stories connect people across continents and time zones. Finally, if you enjoy this content and want more like it, please consider subscribing. It means the world to us. Now, let's begin. When the answer is already known. There are moments in history when people seek answers not because they are uncertain, but because they already know the truth and cannot bear to face it alone. They ask questions hoping the answer will somehow be different when spoken aloud. They consult prophets and sages, not for revelation, but for confirmation of what their hearts have already whispered in the darkest hours of night. This is a story about one such moment. It is a story about a king who discovered something terrible, about officials who carried an impossible question to an unlikely messenger, and about a woman whose name has been largely forgotten by history, but whose words changed the course of a nation. Her name was Huldah. She was a prophetess in ancient Judah, living quietly in Jerusalem during a time of spiritual crisis. She held no political office. She commanded no army. She had no wealth or royal lineage to speak of. Yet when the most powerful men in the kingdom needed to hear from God, they came to her door. And the question they brought was the hardest one imaginable. God's truth, as this story will show, often comes from unexpected voices. It arrives not through the corridors of power or the counsels of the mighty, but through those who have learned to listen in the quiet places, who have remained faithful when faithfulness was neither popular nor profitable. Tonight, we will walk through the ruins of a forgotten temple, stand beside a king who tears his royal robes in anguish, and hear words spoken by a woman whose courage defined an era. This is a story of truth, of humility, of the weight that comes with speaking what must be said, even when every listener hopes you will say something else. Let us begin. Chapter 1. A Forgotten Law. The 18th year of King Josiah's reign began like many others in Jerusalem. The young king, now in his mid-20s, had already distinguished himself as a reformer, someone who genuinely sought to restore proper worship in a land that had drifted far from its covenant with God. Unlike his grandfather Manasseh, who had filled Jerusalem with altars to foreign gods, or his father Ammon, who had walked in the same dark paths, Josiah had set his face toward restoration from the beginning of his rule. The temple in Jerusalem had suffered decades of neglect. Its walls had crumbled in places. Its courtyards had become overgrown. The implements of worship had tarnished and broken. The building that was meant to be the dwelling place of God's presence had become a monument to national indifference. Josiah ordered repairs. He appointed Shaphan the scribe to oversee the work, along with Hilkiah the high priest. Money was collected from the people, gathered by the Levites who kept the doors. The funds were then distributed to the carpenters and builders and masons who would restore the temple to its former glory. It was during this renovation that something extraordinary happened. Deep within the temple, in a chamber that had likely gone unopened for generations, Hilkiah the priest made a discovery. Among the debris and forgotten storage areas, he found a scroll. Not just any scroll, but one whose very presence had been forgotten by nearly everyone alive. It was the Book of the Law, the written covenant, the actual words given through Moses, the foundational document of Israel's relationship with God. How long had it been lost? How many years had passed since anyone had read these words in their entirety? How many generations had lived and died without hearing the actual terms of the covenant they claimed to follow? Hilkiah recognized immediately what he had found. His hands must have trembled as he unrolled the ancient parchment. Perhaps he read portions of it right there in the dusty chamber where it had lain forgotten. Perhaps he waited until he could bring it into proper light. Either way, he knew this was no ordinary discovery. He took the scroll to Shaphan the scribe and said words that would echo through history. "I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord." Shaphan took the scroll. He examined it. He began to read. And as he read, he must have felt the weight of what these words meant. These were not suggestions or guidelines or the wisdom teachings of ancient sages. These were commandments, explicit instructions, clear boundaries between obedience and rebellion. And interwoven with those commandments were promises, blessings for faithfulness, curses for disobedience, consequences spelled out in unflinching detail for a nation that broke covenant with the God who had delivered them from slavery, sustained them in wilderness, and brought them into a promised land. Shaphan carried the scroll to the king. Chapter 2. A king who tears his robes. King Josiah sat in his palace, surrounded by the trappings of power. At 26 years old, he had already proven himself a capable ruler and a sincere seeker of God. But nothing in his experience had prepared him for what Shaphan was about to read. Shaphan opened the scroll and began to speak the ancient words, aloud. The commandments came first, the familiar ones that Josiah had tried to follow. Then came sections that had been forgotten or ignored for so long that they sounded almost new. Specific instructions about worship, about justice, about the treatment of the poor and the foreigner. Then came the warnings, the curses that would fall upon a nation that turned away from God. Disease, drought, military defeat, exile, the dissolution of everything they had been given. As Shaphan read, the colour must have drained from Josiah's face. These were not abstract theological concepts. These were descriptions of real consequences for real failures. And as he listened, Josiah could not help but measure his nation against the standard being described. The idolatry was undeniable. His grandfather had erected altars to foreign gods throughout Jerusalem. The high places, illegal sites of worship scattered across the countryside, had operated openly for generations. Child sacrifice had been practiced in the valley of Ben Hinnom just outside the city walls. The injustice was equally clear. The prophets had cried out for decades about the oppression of the poor, the corruption of judges, the greed of the wealthy. The broken commandments were too numerous to count. When Shaphan finished reading, silence filled the chamber. Then Josiah stood. He reached up and gripped the collar of his royal robe with both hands, and he tore it from neck to hem. This was not a casual gesture. This was the ancient sign of unbearable grief, of moral anguish so profound that it could only be expressed through the destruction of one's own clothing. Kings did not tear their robes lightly. These were garments of authority, symbols of power and legitimacy. But Josiah tore his anyway, because he understood what the scroll meant. His nation had violated its covenant with God, not accidentally, not in ignorance, but systematically, persistently, for generations. The reforms he had begun were not enough. The repairs to the temple were not enough. Judgment was deserved, and according to the very words written in the law, judgment was coming. Josiah looked at the officials gathered around him, Shaphan the scribe, Hilkiah the priest, and others whose names would also be remembered for what happened next. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of certainty and dread. Go and inquire of the Lord for me, and for the remnant in Israel and Judah, about what is written in this book that has been found. Great is the wrath of the Lord that is poured out on us, because our ancestors have not kept the word of the Lord, and have not acted in accordance with all that is written in this book. They needed confirmation. They needed to know if the warnings in the scroll applied to them, in their time, with their history of disobedience. They needed to hear from God directly about what these words meant for the nation's future. But where would they go to hear such a word? Chapter 3. Seeking the word of the Lord. The delegation that left the palace that day consisted of some of the most powerful men in Judah. Hilkiah the high priest led them, along with Shaphan the scribe and several others whose positions placed them at the centre of national decision-making. They had options for where to seek divine guidance. There were priests throughout Jerusalem, men trained in the law and the rituals of worship. There were elders who had accumulated decades of wisdom. There were court advisors whose entire purpose was to counsel the king on matters of state and spirit. There were also prophets. Jeremiah was already active in Jerusalem during this time, a young man whose prophetic ministry had begun just years earlier during Josiah's 13th year as king. He would go on to become one of the most significant prophetic voices in Israel's history, but at this moment he was still relatively unknown. Zephaniah was also prophesying during Josiah's reign, delivering messages about the coming day of the Lord's judgment. These were credible, recognized voices, but the delegation did not go to Jeremiah or Zephaniah or any of the other prophets whose names we remember. They did not consult the leading priests or the wisest elders or the most experienced counselors. They went to a woman named Huldah. Why? The text does not explicitly tell us, but the fact that they made this choice tells us something profound about Huldah's reputation. In a patriarchal society where women rarely held formal religious authority, where prophetic ministry was often associated with men, these powerful officials sought out Huldah without hesitation or explanation. They trusted her to hear from God. They believed she would speak truth without corruption or political calculation. They knew that what they needed in this moment was not comfort or diplomacy, but authentic revelation. So they carried the scroll to the 2nd district of Jerusalem, to the house where Huldah lived. Chapter 4. Introducing Huldah. Huldah lived in the Mishneh, the 2nd quarter of Jerusalem. This was not the royal district or the temple complex, but a residential area where ordinary people made their homes. The text identifies her husband as Shallum, son of Tokath, who was the keeper of the wardrobe, likely referring to the priestly or royal vestments. This small detail is significant. Huldah was connected to temple life through her husband's work, yet she herself was not formally part of the religious establishment. She was not a priest's daughter raised in the temple courts. She was not a member of the royal family with inherited authority. She was simply a woman who heard from God. How had she become known as a prophetess? The text does not tell us. There is no account of her calling, No dramatic moment of commissioning like Isaiah's vision in the temple or Ezekiel's encounter by the Kabar River. We do not know if she received visions or dreams, or if God's word simply came to her in the quiet of prayer. What we know is that her reputation was established and unquestioned. When the most important officials in the kingdom needed to hear from God, they came to her door. There was no debate about her authority, no questions about whether a woman could legitimately speak prophetic words. They simply came. Imagine the scene. Huldah in her home when the delegation arrives. Perhaps she's going about ordinary tasks, preparing food, managing household affairs, when she looks up to see Hilkiah, the high priest, standing at her threshold. Behind him, the royal scribe Shaphan, other officials whose faces she might recognize from temple gatherings or public assemblies. They carry a scroll. They tell her the story of its discovery. They explain that King Josiah himself has sent them. They unroll the ancient parchment and perhaps read portions aloud, or perhaps simply tell her what it contains. Then they ask the question that has brought them to her door. Is this word from God applicable to us? Is judgment truly coming? What does the Lord say about what we have found? The room must have grown very quiet as they waited for her response. Huldah did not ask for time to pray or meditate or seek a vision. She did not request privacy or ritual preparation. The text suggests she responded immediately, with the kind of certainty that comes only from someone who knows without doubt that they are speaking God's words and not their own opinions. What she said next would determine the course of a nation. Chapter 5. The question no one wanted, answered. There is a particular weight that comes with asking questions when you already fear the answer. The delegation standing in Huldah's home knew what the scroll said. They had heard the curses pronounced upon disobedience. They had seen Josiah's reaction to those words. They hoped for reassurance. Perhaps the warnings were conditional. Perhaps the reforms Josiah had begun would be enough to turn away wrath. Perhaps there was a path to restoration that did not require the devastating consequences described in the ancient text. But they were also realistic men who knew their nation's history. They had lived through the reigns of Manasseh and Ammon. They had seen the altars to Baal and Asherah that dotted the landscape. They knew about the child sacrifices in the valley of Hinnom, the cult prostitution at the high places, the systematic violation of nearly every commandment given through Moses. So they stood in that quiet room, holding a scroll that condemned them, asking a prophetess to tell them whether condemnation was truly their future. Huldah looked at these powerful men. She knew what they wanted to hear. Any prophet seeking favour or influence or reward could have softened the message, could have emphasised God's mercy over judgment, could have offered hope without honesty. But Huldah was not interested in what they wanted to hear. She was interested in what God had sent her to say. The atmosphere in the room shifted as she began to speak. Her voice was steady, carrying the authority of someone who knew she was merely a vessel for a message much larger than herself. She did not ease them into it. She did not prepare them with gentle introductions or softening phrases. She spoke plainly. Chapter 6. The Unfiltered Message. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, Huldah began, using the traditional formula that identified her words as prophetic revelation, rather than personal opinion. Then came the judgment. Tell the man who sent you to me, thus says the Lord, I am going to bring disaster on this place, and on its inhabitants, all the curses written in the book that has been read in the presence of the king of Judah, because they have forsaken me and burned incense to other gods, and aroused my anger by all that their hands have made. My anger will be poured out on this place, and will not be quenched. There was no ambiguity in her words. Disaster was coming. The curses were real. The consequences were unavoidable. The Hebrew word she used for disaster carried connotations of evil, calamity, the complete unravelling of peace and security. This was not a minor setback or a temporary difficulty. This was the kind of national catastrophe that would reshape everything. And the reason was stated with equal clarity. The people had forsaken God. Not accidentally, not through innocent mistakes or understandable errors. They had actively chosen to worship other gods, to burn incense at foreign altars, to pour out their devotion to entities that were not worthy of worship. The phrase, "aroused my anger by all that their hands have made," referred to the idols they had crafted and the altars they had built. These were not passive failures but active rebellions. They had used their creative capacity, the very hands God had given them, to fashion objects of worship that competed with the God who had delivered them from Egypt. Hulda's message confirmed what the scroll had said. The warnings were not theoretical or conditional in some vague future sense. They were immediate and certain. The delegation listening to her words must have felt the weight settling onto their shoulders. They had come hoping for some escape clause, some mercy that would preserve their nation from destruction. Instead, they received confirmation that everything they feared was true. But Hulda was not finished speaking. She had delivered the word of judgment. Now she would deliver something else, a message that revealed the heart of God in ways that pure justice never could. Chapter 7. Mercy for the Humble. After pronouncing judgment on the nation, Hulda's tone shifted slightly. She had another message, this one directed specifically at King Josiah. "Tell the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord, this is what the Lord, God of Israel, says concerning the words you heard. Because your heart was responsive and you humbled yourself before God when you heard what he spoke against this place and its people, and because you humbled yourself before me and tore your robes and wept in my presence, I have heard you, declares the Lord." This was extraordinary. The judgment on the nation stood. The disaster would come. The consequences of generations of rebellion could not be erased simply because one king finally demonstrated genuine repentance. But God had seen Josiah's heart. He had witnessed the young king tearing his royal robes in grief. He had heard the weeping of a ruler who understood the weight of his nation's sin. He had recognized authentic humility in a man who could have made excuses or minimized the severity of what the scroll revealed. And because of that humility, God offered mercy. Not national mercy. Not the kind of grace that would prevent the coming disaster entirely, but personal mercy, specific to Josiah himself. Hulda continued, "Therefore I will gather you to your ancestors, and you will be buried in peace. Your eyes will not see all the disaster I am going to bring on this place and on those who live here. Josiah would not witness the destruction. He would die before the catastrophe came. He would be spared the sight of Jerusalem in flames, of the temple destroyed, of the people carried away into exile. This was mercy measured in years, perhaps decades. It was a stay of execution for one man's lifetime. It was God acknowledging that while justice must be served, individual faithfulness still mattered. The delegation listening to Hulda must have grasped the terrible mathematics of this mercy. Josiah's reprieve meant that disaster would come in the next generation, or perhaps the one after that. Their children or grandchildren would experience what the scroll described. The sword of judgment had been lifted but not sheathed, only delayed. Yet there was profound grace even in the delay. Josiah's reforms would not save the nation, but they would reshape it. The people who lived during his reign would experience genuine worship. The temple would be restored. The law would be read publicly. Idols would be destroyed. An entire generation would have the opportunity to know what faithfulness looked like, even if they could not permanently escape the consequences of their forefathers' rebellion. The delegation thanked Hulda and departed, carrying her words back to the king. Chapter 8. A nation changed by one voice. When Hulda's message reached King Josiah, he did not respond with despair or resignation. He did not accept the inevitability of judgment as an excuse for inaction. Instead, he intensified his reforms with even greater urgency. The king gathered all the people of Judah and Jerusalem together, from the greatest to the least, from the powerful to the powerless. He had the book of the law read aloud in their hearing, every word, every commandment, every blessing and curse. Then, standing before the assembly, Josiah renewed the covenant. He committed himself, publicly, to follow the Lord, to keep the commandments and decrees and regulations with all his heart and all his soul, and to fulfill the words of the covenant written in the book. The people joined him in this commitment. What followed was the most thorough religious reform in Judah's history. Josiah ordered the removal of all the articles made for Baal and Asherah from the temple. These items were taken outside Jerusalem to the fields of the Kidron Valley and burned. The ashes were carried to Bethel, a symbolic gesture linking the present Reformation to the ancient rebellion that had divided the kingdom generations earlier. He deposed the idolatrous priests. These were men who had been appointed by previous kings to burn incense at the high places throughout Judah, to serve at altars dedicated to Baal and the sun and moon and constellations. Their religious authority was stripped away. He desecrated the high places themselves. The altars were torn down. The sacred stones were smashed. The Asherah poles were cut down and burned. Every site where people had worshipped false gods was deliberately defiled so it could never again be used for such purposes. The Topheth in the valley of Ben Hinnom, the site where children had been sacrificed to the god Molech, was completely destroyed. Josiah wanted to ensure that no one could ever again make their son or daughter pass through fire in worship of a foreign deity. He extended his reforms beyond Judah's borders into the former territory of northern Israel. At Bethel, where Jeroboam had set up golden calves centuries earlier, Josiah tore down the altar and high place. He burned the bones of the pagan priests on their own altars as a final desecration. But Josiah's reforms were not merely destructive. He also restored proper worship. He celebrated the Passover with a thoroughness and authenticity that had not been seen since the days of the judges. The text records that not since the days of the prophet Samuel had there been such a Passover celebration in Israel. This was worship that connected the present generation back to their foundational story of deliverance from Egypt. It was a reminder of who God was and what he had done for his people. It was an act of corporate memory that re-established their identity as the covenant community. For the remainder of Josiah's reign, Judah experienced genuine reform. The temple functioned as it was meant to function. The law was known and taught. Idolatry was suppressed. Justice was pursued. All because a prophetess named Huldah had spoken truth without compromise. Chapter 9. The prophetess who disappears. After that pivotal moment when she spoke God's word to the royal delegation, Huldah vanishes from the biblical narrative. We hear nothing more about her. No further prophecies are recorded. No details about her later life are preserved. No account of her death or burial location is given. This silence is remarkable. In a culture that valued legacy and remembrance, in texts that carefully track the deeds of kings and prophets, Huldah simply fades from view after delivering the most consequential prophetic message of her era. There is no record of reward. Josiah did not appoint her to a position of authority in his reformed religious system. She was not given wealth or land or titles. The text does not suggest she became a regular counselor to the king or a prominent voice in Jerusalem's spiritual life. She spoke her message, and then she returned to obscurity. Yet her influence was anything but obscure. That single prophetic word reshaped the final decades of Judah's existence as an independent nation. It validated the law that had been found. It gave divine authority to Josiah's reforms. It provided both warning and temporary mercy that defined an entire generation's relationship with God. Huldah's disappearance from the narrative raises profound questions about the nature of prophetic ministry and divine calling. She was not building a career or establishing a legacy or creating a following. She was simply available when God needed someone to speak a specific word at a specific moment. And when that word had been spoken, her work was done. There is something pure about this, something that contradicts our modern obsession with platform and visibility and sustained influence. Huldah reminds us that faithfulness sometimes looks like a single moment of courage rather than a lifetime of public ministry. She also reminds us that God's choice of messengers often defies human expectations. He did not choose the high priest to interpret the law, even though Hilkiah had found it. He did not choose one of the recognized male prophets, even though several were active in Jerusalem. He chose a woman living in the second quarter, someone whose name would be forgotten by most of history. But at the moment when truth needed to be spoken without political calculation or personal agenda, Huldah was ready. Epilogue. The courage to speak what is true. The story of Huldah offers us a different kind of heroism than we typically encounter in Scripture. She did not part seas or defeat armies or survive fiery furnaces. She did not perform miracles or receive dramatic visions or lead a nation through wilderness. She simply told the truth when truth was needed. But what a truth it was, and how much courage it required. Consider what Huldah could have said instead. She could have softened the message, emphasizing God's mercy over judgment. She could have made the warning conditional, suggesting that enough reform might prevent disaster entirely. She could have spoken in vague generalities that would allow her listeners to hear what they wanted to hear. She could have protected her reputation by giving a palatable answer to powerful men who had come to her door. Instead, she spoke the word God gave her to speak. She confirmed that judgment was real and unavoidable. She refused to offer false hope or cheap grace. She told a king and his officials exactly what they did not want to hear. This is the courage that authentic prophecy requires, not merely the courage to speak, but the courage to speak what is true even when truth is unwelcome. Huldah also demonstrates the balance between justice and mercy that characterizes God's dealings with humanity. She delivered both messages with equal clarity. Yes, judgment is coming. Yes, consequences cannot be avoided. But also yes, God sees the humble heart. Yes, individual faithfulness matters even in the context of corporate failure. She did not allow mercy to erase the reality of judgment. She did not allow judgment to obscure the possibility of personal grace. Both were true. Both needed to be said. In our own time, we might ask ourselves what it means to speak truth with Huldah's clarity and courage. We live in an age of constant messaging, where words are carefully crafted for maximum impact or minimum offence. We are surrounded by voices, telling us what we want to hear, confirming our existing beliefs, offering reassurance without challenge. But the prophetic voice, the voice God uses to speak truth into our lives, rarely sounds like that. It sounds like Huldah. Direct, unfiltered, unwilling to trade honesty for approval, and perhaps most importantly willing to fade back into obscurity once the word has been delivered. Huldah did not leverage her moment of influence into a permanent platform. She did not build an institution around her prophetic gift. She spoke when God needed her to speak, and then she stepped back into the quiet life she had lived before. There is profound freedom in this approach to calling. When we are not trying to build empires or establish legacies, when we are simply available to speak truth in the moments God appoints, we can speak with a purity that self-interest always corrupts. Huldah's legacy is this: she was faithful in her moment. She did not flatter. She did not delay. She did not soften God's word to make it more palatable. She simply delivered the message she'd been given, trusting that God would do with it what needed to be done, and God did. A king tore his robes in repentance. A nation experienced reform. A generation learned what faithfulness looked like. The law was recovered and restored to its proper place in the life of the covenant community. All because a prophetess named Huldah had the courage to tell the truth when truth was the hardest thing to speak. As we close this story, perhaps we can carry with us the quiet strength of her example. In a world that often rewards those who tell us what we want to hear, may we have the courage to speak and to listen to what is actually true. In an age of self-promotion and platform building, may we find freedom in faithfulness without fanfare. In times when justice and mercy seem to conflict, may we learn to hold both with the same integrity that Huldah demonstrated. God often entrusts truth to those willing to speak it without fear. May we be such people. Rest well. If you're enjoying this story and finding value in this content, using your hype points on this video truly helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It makes a genuine difference in reaching more listeners like you. If you're tuning in on Spotify, leaving a review helps out so much and means the world to us. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It really connects us all. And if you enjoy this content and want more stories like this, consider subscribing. It keeps these stories coming. Now, let's begin. There are moments in history when everything hangs in the balance, not because of armies marching or treaties being signed, but because one person, in one quiet moment, decides to do what is right. We remember the names of kings. We study the words of prophets. We build monuments to warriors and write songs about heroes. But there are others, people whose names we barely know, whose faces history never captured, whose courage was shown not on battlefields, but in small, deliberate acts of mercy. This is the story of one such person, a man with no power, no title, no protection, a foreigner in a land that was not his own, serving in a palace where he had no voice. And yet, when the moment came, when a life hung in the balance and everyone else turned away, he stepped forward. This is not a story of miracles or divine intervention arriving in thunder and light. This is a story about a choice made in fear, in uncertainty, with no guarantee of safety, a choice that would echo through generations, remembered not because it was grand, but because it was good. History is filled with dramatic turning points, battles that decided the fate of nations, treaties that redrew the maps of continents, speeches that inspired revolutions. These are the moments we teach in schools, the stories we tell our children, the events we commemorate with holidays and statues. But between those grand moments, in the spaces where history books grow quiet, there are other stories, smaller stories. Stories of individuals who faced impossible choices with no witnesses, no cameras, no guarantee that anyone would remember what they did. These are the stories that reveal who we really are. Anyone can be brave when the world is watching. Anyone can do the right thing when there are rewards waiting, when there is applause, when there is safety in numbers. But what about when no one is watching? What about when doing the right thing costs everything and gains nothing? What about when the choice is between your safety and someone else's life? That is when character is tested. That is when we discover what we truly believe. And that is exactly the kind of moment that defines this story. This is the story of Ebed-Melech, the man who saved a prophet. And it begins in a city on the edge of destruction. Chapter 1. Jerusalem on the Brink. Jerusalem in those days was a city suffocating under its own fear. The walls still stood, massive and ancient, built from limestone blocks that had withstood centuries of wind and rain. The temple still rose above the rooftops, its stones catching the morning light, its courts still filled with priests performing their rituals, its altars still receiving the sacrifices of a people who desperately hoped God was still listening. Markets still opened each morning, merchants still called out their wares, though the prices grew higher with each passing week. Children still played in the narrow streets between houses. From a distance, from the hills surrounding the city, you might think nothing had changed. But inside those walls, everyone knew the truth. Babylon was coming. No, Babylon was already here. The greatest empire the world had ever seen was camped outside the gates, their armies stretched across the landscape like a dark sea that had no end. Their siege engines stood ready, enormous wooden structures that towered over the walls, mechanisms of destruction built by engineers who had conquered city after city, who knew exactly how to break stone and shatter gates and reduce proud civilizations to rubble. Their soldiers waited with the patience of men who knew the outcome was already decided. They did not need to attack yet. They could simply wait. Wait for the food to run out. Wait for the water to run low. Wait for disease and hunger and despair to do their work. They had time. Jerusalem did not. It was not a question of if Jerusalem would fall. It was a question of when. And everyone inside those walls knew it. You could see it in the faces of the people, the way they moved through the streets with their eyes down, their voices quiet, their steps hurried. The way mothers held their children a little tighter, the way men gathered in doorways speaking in low tones, glancing over, their shoulders, afraid even their words might bring trouble. The city had become a pressure vessel, sealed tight, with no release. Fear had a way of building in enclosed spaces. It pressed down on people, made them desperate, made them turn on each other. When there is no external enemy you can reach, you find enemies within. Inside the city, the people were divided. Some believed they could negotiate. There were diplomats who thought if they could just get a message to the Babylonian king, if they could offer tribute, if they could make the right promises, perhaps the city could be spared. They remembered that Jerusalem had survived threats before. Surely God would not allow his holy city to fall. Some believed they could fight. There were soldiers, younger men mostly, who argued that the walls had never been breached, that they had supplies enough for months if they rationed carefully, that the Babylonians would eventually give up and move on to easier targets. They spoke of heroic last stands, of glory in battle, of dying with honour rather than surrendering to pagans. Some believed God would intervene at the last moment, as he had done before. They told stories of the night when the Assyrian army had camped outside these same walls more than a century earlier, and how an angel of the Lord had struck down thousands of enemy soldiers in a single night, and how the Assyrian king had fled back to his own land in terror and shame. If God had done it once, surely he would do it again. Surely he would not abandon his people. Surely deliverance was coming. But these were the desperate hopes of people who had run out of options. The rational voices, the ones who looked at the situation clearly and honestly, knew better. They knew that Babylon was not Assyria. They knew that this time was different. They knew that Jerusalem had brought this upon itself through years of rebellion, of ignoring warnings, of breaking covenants, of turning away from the very God. They now begged to save them. And then there was Jeremiah. The prophet had been warning them for years, not months, not weeks, years. His message had never changed. Not once. Not even when it made him hated. Not even when it made him a target. Not even when it would have been so much easier to tell the people what they wanted to hear. Repent. Turn back to God. Surrender to Babylon, because judgment has already been decided. If you surrender, you will live. If you resist, you will die. It was not a popular message. The officials hated him. They saw him as a traitor, a defeatist, a man who was actively working to undermine the city's defence. How could he tell people to surrender? How could he say that resistance was futile? How could he claim to speak for God while advocating for submission to a pagan empire? The priests dismissed him. They performed their rituals, they offered their sacrifices, they assured the people that God would protect his temple. They had their position, their authority, their comfortable certainty. Jeremiah threatened all of that with his message of judgment and destruction. The people called him a coward. They wanted a prophet who would promise victory, who would assure them that righteousness would triumph, who would tell them that their suffering had meaning and that rescue was coming. Jeremiah offered none of that. He offered only the hard truth. You are being destroyed because you have abandoned God, and your only hope now is to accept the consequences of your choices. But Jeremiah kept speaking. He had no choice. The word of the Lord burned inside him like a fire, and he could not hold it in. He stood in the courtyards of the temple. He walked through the streets of the city. He spoke to anyone who would listen, and to many who would not. And his words were always the same. This is what the Lord says: surrender and live. Resist and die. He did not soften the message. He did not try to make it more palatable. He simply delivered what he had been given to say, regardless of the cost. And the cost was high. People spat at him when he passed. Children threw stones. He was arrested repeatedly, beaten, imprisoned. His own family turned against him. His fellow priests sought to silence him. He was forbidden from entering the temple. He was isolated, despised, rejected by the very people he was trying to save. And still, he kept speaking. Because that is what prophets do. They speak the truth even when the truth is unbearable. They deliver the message even when the message is rejected. They stand in the gap between God and humanity and bear the weight of both. But there comes a point when patience runs out, when fear overrides reason, when desperate people do desperate things. The officials grew tired of Jeremiah's voice. In a time of war, words like his were dangerous. They weakened morale. They sowed doubt among the soldiers. They made people question whether the fight was worth it. They planted seeds of surrender in hearts that needed to remain strong. The city was already fragile, already divided, already terrified. The last thing they needed was a prophet of doom, walking the streets, telling everyone that resistance was pointless. So the officials made a decision. They went to the king. Chapter 2. Jeremiah Condemned. King Zedekiah sat on his throne in the palace, surrounded by advisors, military commanders, and officials who all claimed to know what was best for the city. But the truth was, none of them knew. No one had ever faced a situation quite like this. No one had a clear answer, and Zedekiah himself was perhaps the least equipped person in the entire city to lead them through this crisis. He was a weak man. History would remember him that way, not cruel necessarily, not malicious, just weak. He had been placed on the throne by the Babylonians years earlier, after they had deposed the previous king. He was a puppet and everyone knew it. He had no real authority, no real power. He ruled at the pleasure of the very empire that was now trying to destroy him. He lived in constant fear. Fear of the Babylonians, fear of his own officials, fear of the people, fear of the prophets, fear of God. He feared everything, and so he did nothing. He was a man trapped between impossible choices, unable to commit to any of them. When Jeremiah had first begun prophesying surrender, Zedekiah had secretly consulted with him. Late at night, when no one else could see, the king would send for the prophet and ask him privately what God was saying, and Jeremiah would tell him the same thing he told everyone else: surrender to Babylon and you will live. Resist and you will die. But Zedekiah could not bring himself to do it. To surrender would be to admit defeat, to humiliate himself before the very empire that had made him king. It would be to betray the trust of his officials, his soldiers, his people. It would be to guarantee that history would remember him as the king who gave up without a fight. So he did nothing. He allowed the officials to continue their plans for resistance. He allowed the priests to continue promising divine deliverance. He allowed the situation to deteriorate day by day, unable to make the hard choice that might have saved thousands of lives. And then the officials came to him with a proposal. There were 4 of them: Shephatiah son of Mattain, Gedaliah son of Pasha, Jehukal son of Shelemiah, Pasha son of Malchijah. Men of influence, men who had the king's ear, men who had made their position clear. "My lord king," they said, their voices respectful but firm, "we must speak with you about Jeremiah the prophet." Zedekiah shifted in his seat. He knew where this was going. He had been dreading this conversation. "What about him?" the king asked, though he already knew. "He continues to prophesy defeat," one of them said. "He tells the soldiers that anyone who stays in the city will die by sword, or famine, or plague, but anyone who goes over to the Babylonians will live. He is actively encouraging desertion. He is undermining the defense of this city. He tells the people that this city will certainly be given into the hands of the king of Babylon's army," another added. "He offers no hope, no encouragement, only doom." The king was silent. What could he say? Everything they said was true. Jeremiah was saying exactly those things, but Jeremiah claimed to speak for God. And if he truly spoke for God, then what right did anyone have to silence him? "This man should be put to death," the officials said, their tone leaving no room for debate. "He is discouraging the soldiers and all the people with his words. He does not seek the good of this city, but its ruin. He is a traitor, my lord, and traitors, especially in wartime, deserve death." There it was. The request was clear. They wanted permission to execute Jeremiah, and they were essentially telling the king that if he did not give that permission, they would question his loyalty to the city. Zedekiah felt the familiar weight of impossible choices settling on his shoulders. If he protected Jeremiah, he would anger the officials, lose what little authority he had left, and possibly spark internal conflict at the worst possible time. If he condemned Jeremiah, he would be silencing a prophet of God, and what would the consequences of that be? He took the coward's way out. "He is in your hands," Zedekiah said quietly, not meeting their eyes. "The king can do nothing to oppose you." It was a masterpiece of political cowardice. He did not give explicit permission. He did not order Jeremiah's death. He simply removed himself from the equation, claimed powerlessness, and allowed the officials to do whatever they wanted. It was permission by abdication. The officials bowed and left immediately. They had what they needed. They came for Jeremiah in the early morning, when the city was just beginning to wake. There was no public announcement, no formal charges, no opportunity for defence. This was not a trial, it was an execution. But they could not simply kill him outright. There were still people in the city who respected the prophet, who believed his words might be true. An obvious execution could spark unrest. So they chose a method that would be slower, quieter, more deniable. They would bury him alive. The guards surrounded Jeremiah where he had been confined in the courtyard of the guard. He did not resist. He had long ago accepted that his calling would likely cost him his life. He had made peace with that possibility years earlier. They led him through the streets, past people who watched from doorways but said nothing. Some pitied him, some hated him, some feared him. Most were simply too afraid to intervene, too worn down by their own suffering to care about anyone else's. They brought him to the courtyard of the guard, where a large cistern stood, a deep pit that had been carved into the rock to collect rainwater during the wet season. It was an old cistern, one that had been there for generations. During times of plenty, it would fill with fresh water. But there had been no rain for months. The cistern was nearly empty. What remained at the bottom was not water. It was mud. Thick, black, clinging mud that had accumulated over years. The residue of countless rainstorms mixed with dirt and debris that had fallen in, fermented by time and heat into something foul and suffocating. The kind of mud that pulls at your legs when you step into it, that sucks at your feet and drags you down slowly inch by inch. The kind of mud that can swallow a man whole. They tied ropes around Jeremiah's arms and lowered him into the cistern. The opening was narrow, perhaps a metre across. The sides were slick limestone, impossible to climb. The depth was perhaps 10 metres, maybe more. Jeremiah went down slowly, spinning slightly as the ropes unwound. The circle of sky above him grew smaller and smaller. The sounds of the city faded, and then his feet touched the surface of the mud. It was cold, shockingly cold, and immediately he felt it pulling at him, clinging to his legs, resisting every attempt to move, and then they let go. The ropes were pulled back up, slithering against the stone walls. The sound of footsteps faded, voices grew distant, and Jeremiah was left alone in the pit, slowly sinking into the cold, suffocating earth. There was no food, no water, no light except the narrow circle of sky far above, so distant it might as well have been the moon. The walls were slick and impossible to climb. Even if he had the strength, there was nothing to grip, no way to ascend. The mud rose to his thighs, then his waist, holding him in place like a living tomb. He could not sit. The mud would engulf him. He could not lie down. He could only stand, muscles straining, fighting against the constant pull of the earth, and wait for the end. The cold seeped into his bones. His legs began to ache. Hours passed. The circle of sky above darkened as clouds moved across the sun, then brightened again. Time lost meaning. He prayed. What else could he do? He prayed not for rescue. He had learned long ago not to assume God would spare him from suffering, but for strength to endure, for peace in his final hours, for forgiveness for those who had done this to him. And above him, the city went on with its life. People bought bread in the markets, though it cost more each day. Soldiers stood watch on the walls, squinting at the Babylonian armies camped in the distance. Officials made plans, held meetings, argued about strategy. Priests performed sacrifices in the temple, assuring worshippers that God would protect them. And a prophet of God was buried alive beneath their feet, and no one did anything. The mud continued to pull at him. His legs trembled with exhaustion. The cold became unbearable, thirst began to claw at his throat. And still, no one came. But someone noticed. Thus, Chapter 3. The outsider who notices his name was Ebed-Melech. The name itself is interesting. In Hebrew it means servant of the king. It might not have been his birth name at all, but rather a title, a designation of his role. We do not know his original name. We do not know when he came to Jerusalem or how he ended up in the king's service. What we do know is that he was not from Jerusalem, he was not from Judah, he was not even from anywhere nearby. He was from Cush, what we now call Ethiopia, though the ancient borders were different, encompassing regions that today include Sudan and parts of Egypt. It was a land far to the south, beyond the deserts and the great river Nile, a place most people in Jerusalem had only heard about in stories. His skin was darker than those around him. His features were different. His accent, when he spoke Hebrew, marked him immediately as foreign. He stood out in every crowd, not by choice, but by the simple fact of his existence in a place where he did not naturally belong. He was a servant in the king's household. The text specifies that he was a eunuch, which tells us several important things. First, it means he had been taken from his homeland, almost certainly as a young man, possibly even as a boy. This was common practice in ancient times. Conquered peoples, subject nations, and those seeking favour with powerful kingdoms would sometimes send young men to serve in foreign courts. These young men would be castrated to ensure they could be trusted around the royal household, particularly the king's wives and concubines, and then trained for service. It was a brutal practice, one that robbed these men not only of their bodily autonomy, but of any hope for a normal life. They would never have families, never have children, never have the future that most people took for granted. They existed in a strange liminal space, neither slave nor free, neither citizen nor foreigner, neither man nor something else. They were invisible in a sense. People looked through them rather than at them. They were functionaries, tools, useful objects that performed necessary tasks, but were not considered fully human in the way that other people were. Ebed-Melech would have understood what it meant to be powerless. He lived it every day. He had no family in Jerusalem, no wife, no children, no brothers or cousins or uncles who might support him or defend him. He had no inheritance waiting for him, no land, no wealth of his own. Everything he had, his clothes, his food, his very place to sleep, existed at the pleasure of the king. He could be dismissed at any moment, sold, cast out, and if that happened, where would he go? Back to Cush, after years or even decades away. He would be a stranger there too, marked by his time in a foreign land, altered in ways that would make him an outsider even in his homeland. He was utterly vulnerable. And yet somehow he had retained something that many others had lost. He had retained his conscience. He had retained the ability to see suffering and be moved by it, to recognize injustice and be troubled by it, to witness cruelty and refuse to accept it as normal. This is not as common as we might think. People can become numb to suffering, especially when surrounded by it constantly. When you see injustice every day, when cruelty becomes routine, when you yourself are powerless and vulnerable, there is a strong temptation to simply accept it, to tell yourself that this is how the world works, that there is nothing you can do, that your own survival must be your only priority. But Ebed-Melech had not become numb. Perhaps it was because he knew what it was like to be the one suffering. Perhaps it was because he had experienced what it meant to be overlooked, dismissed, forgotten. Perhaps it was because, as a foreigner, as a servant, as a eunuch, he had learned to pay attention to people that others ignored. Or perhaps it was simply that he believed in God, and that belief had shaped him into someone who could not look away from evil. We do not know exactly how Ebed-Melech learned that Jeremiah had been thrown into the cistern. The text does not tell us, but somehow he heard. Perhaps he overheard the officials talking about it, their voices carrying through the corridors of the palace as they congratulated themselves on solving the problem of the troublesome prophet. Perhaps a guard mentioned it in passing, complaining about having to lower the old man into the pit. Perhaps he simply noticed that Jeremiah, who had been confined in the courtyard of the guard, was no longer visible, and he asked where the prophet had gone. However it happened, Ebed-Melech learned the truth. Jeremiah had been thrown into the cistern, left to sink into the mud, left to die slowly of hunger and cold and exhaustion. And unlike everyone else in that city who knew what had happened, Ebed-Melech was disturbed by it. Not just concerned, not just uncomfortable, disturbed, because he recognized it for what it was: murder, slow, cruel, deniable murder, and he could not accept it. The easiest thing to do would have been to stay silent, to tell himself it was not his business, that Jeremiah had brought this on himself with his controversial prophecies, that the officials knew what they were doing, that a foreign servant had no right to question the decisions of Judean leaders. He could have reminded himself that he was powerless, that speaking up would only bring trouble, that he had no authority, no influence, no protection, that if he made himself a problem, he could easily end up in that cistern beside Jeremiah, or worse. He could have done what everyone else was doing, looked away, kept his head down, focused on his own survival, but he did not. Because knowing something is wrong is one thing, doing something about it is another thing, and Ebed-Melech made a choice. Chapter 4. A risky decision. The choice to act is never simple when acting puts you in danger. Ebed-Melech knew what he was risking. He understood the dynamics of power in the palace. He knew that the officials who had condemned Jeremiah were powerful men, men with connections, men who could make life very difficult for anyone who opposed them. He knew that speaking up meant making himself visible in a way that servants were never supposed to be visible. It meant drawing attention to himself, stepping out of his assigned role, asserting a moral authority that society said he did not have. He knew that questioning the officials' decision could be seen as questioning their wisdom, their judgment, even their loyalty to the city. And in a time of war, such questions could be interpreted as treason. But he also knew that if he did nothing, Jeremiah would die. Perhaps he had seen the prophet from a distance, heard him speaking in the courtyards, witnessed the courage it took to keep delivering an unpopular message day after day despite the hatred and violence it brought. Perhaps he admired that kind of integrity, that kind of commitment to truth regardless of cost. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. Perhaps he just could not bear the thought of a man dying slowly in the dark, alone, abandoned, while the world went on above him. So Ebed-Melech made his choice. He would go to the king. This was not a small decision. Approaching the king directly was something servants simply did not do. There were protocols, hierarchies, chains of command. You did not just walk up to the king and start talking. Especially not about a matter as sensitive as this. Especially not in contradiction to the official's decision. But Ebed-Melech knew that if he went through proper channels, his request would be blocked. The officials would ensure that the king never heard about it, or they would frame it in a way that made Ebed-Melech seem presumptuous, disloyal, dangerous. No, if he was going to do this, he had to do it directly. He had to find a moment when the king was accessible, and he had to speak before anyone could stop him. That moment came when King Zedekiah was sitting in the Benjamin Gate. The Benjamin Gate was the main entrance to the city, located on the northern side. It was not just a gate, but a complex structure with rooms and chambers where legal matters were conducted, where the king would sometimes hold court, where public business was transacted. Zedekiah was there that day, surrounded by advisors and officials conducting the routine business of a city under siege. There were disputes to settle, resources to allocate, reports to hear. Ebed-Melech walked toward the gate with his heart pounding. Every step felt weighted with consequence. He could turn back. No one would blame him. No one expected him to do this. But he kept walking. When he reached the gate, he saw the king seated with his counselors around him. The same officials who had condemned Jeremiah were there. Shephatiah, Gedaliah, Jehukal, Pashur. They stood near the king, speaking in low tones, their body language relaxed and confident. Ebed-Melech approached. Heads turned, conversations paused. Who was this servant, and why was he interrupting? But before anyone could stop him, Ebed-Melech spoke. "My lord the king." His voice was steady, despite the fear coursing through him. This was the moment. There was no going back now. Zedekiah looked up, surprised. "Yes? What is it?" Ebed-Melech did not hesitate. He knew that if he paused, if he showed any uncertainty, he would be dismissed immediately. So he spoke clearly, firmly, with the kind of moral authority that comes not from position, but from conviction. "My lord, these men have acted wickedly in all they have done to Jeremiah the prophet. They have thrown him into a cistern where he will starve to death when there is no longer any bread in the city." The words hung in the air like an accusation, and they were an accusation. Direct, unambiguous. He called it what it was: wicked. He didn't say unfortunate. He did not say regrettable. He did not use diplomatic language or careful phrasing. He called it wickedness, and he pointed directly at the men responsible. The officials stared at him, their expression shifting from surprise to anger. Who was this foreign servant to call them wicked? Who was he to question their decisions? Who was he to speak to the king about matters of state? But Ebed-melech did not back down. He stood there, meeting the king's eyes, waiting for a response. There was a moment of tense silence. The king could have dismissed him, could have had him arrested for speaking out of turn, could have sided with the officials and rebuked this servant for his presumption. But something in Ebed-melech's words struck home. Perhaps it was the directness of the accusation. Perhaps it was the reminder that Jeremiah would starve to death, not die in battle, not be executed cleanly, but starve slowly in the dark. Perhaps it was simply that the king still felt guilty about his earlier cowardice, about telling the officials that he could do nothing to stop them. Whatever the reason, Zedekiah made a decision. "Take 30 men from here with you," the king said, his voice firm for once, "and lift Jeremiah the prophet out of the cistern before he dies." 30 men. That was a significant number, more than necessary for a simple rescue. But the king understood the dynamics at play. He was giving Ebed-melech not just permission, but protection. 30 men meant that no one would interfere. It meant that the officials could not quietly stop the rescue. It meant that this was now a royal command, not a servant's request. The officials' expressions hardened, but they said nothing. The king had spoken, and while Zedekiah was weak in many ways, he was still the king. This was his palace, his guard. For the moment, at least, his word carried weight. Ebed-melech bowed deeply, acknowledging the king's command. Then, without wasting a moment, he turned and left to gather the men. His heart was racing. He had done it. He had spoken truth to power, and somehow, miraculously, power had listened. But now came the hard part, the actual rescue. Chapter 5. The rescue Ebed-melech moved quickly but deliberately. Time was critical. Jeremiah had already been in the cistern for at least a day, possibly longer. In the cold and the mud, without food or water, even a strong man would weaken rapidly. And Jeremiah was not a young man. He had endured years of persecution, imprisonment, beatings. His body had taken tremendous abuse. Every hour that passed was an hour closer to death. Ebed-melech gathered the 30 men the king had assigned to him. They were soldiers from the king's guard, men accustomed to following orders. They did not question why they were being sent, to rescue a prophet whom most of the city considered a traitor. They simply followed. But before going to the cistern, Ebed-melech made a stop that reveals something profound about his character. He went to the palace storeroom. He could have gone directly to the cistern. He had permission. He had the men. He had the authority of a royal command. Time was of the essence. The logical thing would be to rush to the courtyard, throw down some ropes, and pull Jeremiah out as quickly as possible. But Ebed-melech did not do that. Instead, he went to the storeroom and began collecting items. Old rags, worn-out clothes, pieces of cloth that had been discarded, set aside, forgotten. The kind of materials that had no value, that no one wanted, that would normally be thrown away or used for the dirtiest of tasks. The soldiers watched, confused. What was he doing? Why was he wasting time collecting rags when a man was dying? But Ebed-melech knew exactly what he was doing. He had thought about this carefully. He had imagined what it would be like to be in that cistern, standing in cold mud, weakened by hunger and thirst and exhaustion. He had thought about what it would be like to have ropes lowered down, to have your only chance of survival be to grip those ropes and be pulled up through 10 meters of darkness. And he had realized something that no one else had considered. The ropes would cut into Jeremiah's flesh. When you're being pulled upward by ropes tied around your arms, your entire body weight is suspended from those points of contact. If you are weak, if your skin is cold and fragile, if you have been standing in water and mud for hours, those ropes will tear into you like blades. They will cut through skin, damage muscle, possibly injure you so badly that even if you survive the rescue, you will carry the scars forever. Ebed-Melech could not prevent all of Jeremiah's suffering, but he could prevent this one unnecessary agony. So he gathered rags, soft, worn cloth, and he brought them, along with strong ropes, to the cistern. When they arrived at the courtyard of the guard, the cistern stood silent and ominous. Just a hole in the ground, really. But down in that darkness was a man who had spent his life trying to save his people, and who was now being killed for his efforts. Ebed-Melech approached the edge and called down. Jeremiah, his voice echoed against the stone walls. For a long moment there was no response. The soldiers exchanged glances. Were they too late? Then, faint and distant, a voice emerged from the depths. "I am here!" Relief flooded through Ebed-Melech. The prophet was still alive. But there was a weakness in that voice, a tremor that spoke of suffering and exhaustion. "Jeremiah, listen to me carefully," Ebed-Melech called down, his voice clear and calm despite the urgency he felt. "I am going to lower ropes to you, but first I am lowering some old rags and worn-out clothes. When you receive them, I need you to put them under your armpits, between your arms and the ropes. Do you understand?" There was a pause. Then, "I understand." Ebed-Melech and the soldiers carefully lowered the bundle of rags into the cistern, playing out the rope slowly, making sure it reached the bottom. They waited, giving Jeremiah time to find the rags in the darkness, to understand what he needed to do. It took several minutes. They could hear faint sounds from below, movement, splashing, the soft grunts of a man trying to work with numb, trembling hands in complete darkness. Then Jeremiah's voice came again, stronger this time. "I am ready." Now they lowered the rescue ropes, thick and strong. Again they waited, patient, giving Jeremiah time to position the rags properly, to secure himself as best he could. "Pull," came the voice from below. Ebed-Melech organized the men, 30 soldiers, working in coordinated teams. They did not yank, they did not rush. They pulled steadily, smoothly, distributing the weight evenly, making sure the ascent was as gentle as possible. It was harder than they expected. Jeremiah was not a large man, but he was covered in thick mud that clung to him like weights, and the mud in the bottom of the cistern was deep. It released him reluctantly, sucking at his legs, trying to pull him back down. The soldiers strained. The ropes creaked. Slowly, inch by inch, Jeremiah rose through the darkness. It took time, much more time than a simple lift should take. But Ebed-Melech had insisted, slowly, carefully, no sudden movements. They could not risk the rope slipping or Jeremiah losing his grip. The circle of light at the top of the cistern must have seemed impossibly far away to Jeremiah as he spun slowly in the darkness, arms burning, body shaking with exhaustion. But that circle grew larger, closer, until finally his head emerged into the daylight. The soldiers reached down, gripping his arms, his shoulders, helping to lift him those final few feet. And then Jeremiah was out, lying on the ground beside the cistern, gasping for air, covered head to foot in black mud, trembling with cold and shock and relief. Ebed-Melech knelt beside him immediately. He did not recoil from the mud or the smell. He simply placed a hand on Jeremiah's shoulder, a gesture of comfort, of solidarity, of human connection. "You're safe now," he said quietly. "You're safe." Jeremiah looked up at him, his eyes, the only part of his face not covered in mud, filled with tears. Not tears of sadness, but of overwhelming gratitude. He tried to speak, but could not find words. Ebed-Melech understood. "Rest," he said. "Just rest." The soldiers stood around, some looking uncomfortable, others moved by what they had just witnessed. They had expected to simply follow orders, to perform a task. They had not expected this moment of raw humanity, of compassion cutting through the darkness of their circumstances. Ebed-Melech arranged for Jeremiah to be taken to a place where he could be cleaned, given water and food, allowed to recover. The prophet was returned to the courtyard of the guard to confinement. The king's order had been to rescue him, not to free him, but at least he was alive. And as Ebed-Melech watched the prophet being led away, he felt something he had not felt in a long time. Peace. Not the peace of safety or security, not the peace of knowing his own troubles were over, but the peace that comes from doing what is right, regardless of cost. The peace that comes from acting in alignment with your deepest values, from being the kind of person you believe you should be. He had saved a life, and in doing so, perhaps he had saved something in himself as well. Chapter 6. Compassion in small details. There is something profound about the way Ebed-Melech conducted this rescue that deserves deeper reflection. He could have approached it differently. He had royal permission. He had 30 soldiers at his command. He had every right to simply throw down a rope and haul Jeremiah out as quickly as possible, treating the rescue as a logistical problem to be solved efficiently. No one would have questioned that approach. No one would have thought less of him for it. In fact, most people would have considered it perfectly appropriate. This was a time of war, a time of crisis. Speed and efficiency were paramount. Taking extra time to worry about comfort or dignity might have seemed like an unnecessary luxury. But Ebed-Melech saw it differently. He saw a man who had already suffered enormously, a man who had been betrayed by his own people, condemned by those he had tried to save, thrown into a pit and left to die in the most degrading way imaginable. And Ebed-Melech decided that this man deserved more than just survival. He deserved dignity. The rags were such a small thing. Worn-out cloth, worthless scraps. It would have taken only minutes to collect them, but those minutes mattered. Because when you have been treated as worthless, when you have been discarded and left to die, when you have been shown cruelty and indifference, the experience of someone treating you with care, with genuine, thoughtful care, is transformative. Jeremiah was not just pulled out of a cistern that day. He was pulled out with tenderness, with attention to his pain, with an understanding that rescue is not just about extracting a body from danger, but about restoring a person's humanity. This is what compassion looks like in its truest form. Compassion is not just feeling sorry for someone. It is not just wishing things were better. It is not just thinking kind thoughts or offering prayers from a distance. Compassion is active. It is practical. It is willing to get its hands dirty, to take extra time, to do things thoroughly rather than quickly. Compassion sees the person, not just the problem. Think about what Ebed-Melech could have done differently. He could have lowered ropes and shouted down, "Grab the ropes! We are pulling you up!" And Jeremiah would have grabbed them, because what choice did he have? And they would have pulled him up, and yes, the ropes would have cut into his flesh, and yes, it would have been agonizing, but he would have survived. Mission accomplished, right? But that approach treats Jeremiah as an object to be retrieved rather than a person to be cared for. It solves the immediate problem without considering the human being at the center of that problem. Ebed-Melech refused to do that. He thought about what Jeremiah would experience. He imagined being in that cistern, cold and weak and terrified. He anticipated the pain that rough ropes would cause on fragile skin, and he took steps to prevent it. This is empathy translated into action, and the instructions he gave: put the rags under your armpits, between your arms and the ropes, show his attention to detail. He did not just throw down cloth and assume Jeremiah would figure it out. He explained exactly how to use the materials to maximize protection. He treated Jeremiah as someone worthy of clear communication, of patient guidance, of respect. Even the pace of the rescue reflects this compassion. They pulled slowly, steadily, no rushing, no jerking movements. They took their time, even though time was precious, because doing it right was more important than doing it quickly. There is a stark contrast here that is worth noting. The officials who threw Jeremiah into the cistern were cruel, but their cruelty was not exceptional. It was not dramatically different from the baseline cruelty that existed throughout the city. People were scared, desperate, cruel to each other in countless small ways. The officials just happened to be in a position where their cruelty had more dramatic consequences. Cruelty is often loud, obvious, easy to identify. We see it and we know it for what it is. We condemn it, or we should. But compassion, real compassion, is often quiet. It happens in small moments, in details that might go unnoticed. It does not announce itself with fanfare. It simply does what needs to be done, with care and attention and respect. Ebed-Melech could have rescued Jeremiah without compassion and still been considered a hero. He still would have saved a life. He still would have defied the officials. He still would have shown courage. But he went further. He rescued Jeremiah with compassion, and that additional element, that care for dignity, that attention to unnecessary suffering, that is what elevates this story from interesting to profound, because it reminds us that how we do things matters as much as what we do. It reminds us that there is a difference between solving a problem and caring for a person. It reminds us that even in the worst circumstances, even when time is short and resources are scarce and dangers are real, there is still room for gentleness. And perhaps most importantly, it reminds us that the people who need help are not just problems to be solved. They are human beings who deserve to be treated with dignity, even, especially, when they are at their most vulnerable. Chapter 7. Judgment Falls on the City. The rescue of Jeremiah did not change the trajectory of Jerusalem's fate. The city was still under siege. The Babylonian armies were still camped outside the walls. The food supplies were still dwindling. The internal divisions were still tearing the city apart from within. Jeremiah's rescue was a small act of mercy in a world careening toward disaster. It saved one life. It restored one man's dignity. But it did not stop what was coming, and what was coming was judgment. The siege continued for months. At first, people believed they could endure it. They rationed food carefully. They collected every drop of water. They encouraged each other with stories of past victories, past deliverances. But weeks turned into months, and months turned into something darker. Hunger became famine. Famine became starvation. People began to die, not from violence, but simply from having nothing left to sustain them. The elderly died first, their bodies too weak to survive on minimal rations. Then the sick, then the children, their small bodies unable to endure what the adults could barely withstand. The streets, once bustling with activity, grew quiet. People moved slowly, conserving energy, their faces hollow and gaunt. Mothers held their babies and wept dry tears, unable to produce milk, unable to comfort their starving children. Disease spread through the crowded city. When people are weakened by hunger, when sanitation breaks down, when hope is lost, illness follows. Plague moved from house to house, from street to street, leaving corpses in its wake. The soldiers on the walls grew thin and weak. They still stood guard, still watched the enemy armies in the distance, but they no longer spoke of victory. They simply endured, day after day, waiting for the end. And then, one night, the end came. It happened during the 11th year of King Zedekiah's reign, in the 4th month. The Babylonian armies, which had been patient for so long, finally breached the walls. It was not a dramatic assault. There was no massive battle, no heroic last stand. The walls simply failed. Whether through siege engines finally succeeding, or through a weak point being exploited, or through betrayal from within, the text does not say. But the walls, which had stood for generations, which the people had trusted to protect them, finally gave way, and the Babylonian soldiers poured in. What followed was not a battle. It was a slaughter. The soldiers of Judah, weakened by months of starvation, could not mount effective resistance. The Babylonians swept through the streets systematically, killing any who resisted, capturing those who surrendered. The city descended into chaos. People ran in every direction, seeking safety that did not exist. Some hid in their homes, hoping the soldiers would pass by. Some fled toward the temple, believing that God's house would provide sanctuary. Some simply fell to their knees and waited for the end. The Babylonian commanders set up their headquarters in the middle gate, the symbolic centre of the city. From there they directed the conquest, the looting, the systematic destruction of everything Jerusalem had been. When King Zedekiah saw that the city had fallen, he did what weak men often do. He tried to run. He and his remaining soldiers attempted to escape under cover of darkness, fleeing through the king's garden, heading toward the Arabah, the desert wilderness where they hoped to disappear. But the Babylonian army was thorough. They had anticipated this possibility. Scouts had been watching every possible escape route. Zedekiah was captured in the plains of Jericho. His soldiers scattered. His escape failed. They brought him to Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, at Riblah in the land of Hamath. And there Nebuchadnezzar pronounced judgment. It was brutal, calculated, designed not just to punish, but to send a message. First, Zedekiah was forced to watch as his sons were executed. His children, his heirs, his future, killed before his eyes. The text does not describe what this did to him, but we can imagine the helplessness, the horror, the knowledge that his weakness, his indecision, his inability to make hard choices had led to this moment. Then they put out his eyes. They blinded him, ensuring that the last thing he would ever see would be the death of his sons. For the rest of his life, that image would be burned into his memory, the final sight before darkness. Then they bound him with bronze shackles and took him to Babylon, where he would spend the remainder of his days in prison, blind and broken. A warning to others of what happened to puppet kings who tried to rebel against their masters. The officials who had led the rebellion, who had insisted on resistance, who had thrown Jeremiah into a cistern for telling them this would happen. They were executed, quickly, efficiently, without ceremony. Their names would be forgotten. Their plans had failed. Their defiance had accomplished nothing but death. The temple, which had stood for centuries, which the people had believed was inviolable because it was God's dwelling place, it was looted first, then burned. The priest tried to stop it, tried to reason with the soldiers, tried to explain that this was a holy place. They were cut down where they stood. The soldiers took the gold and silver vessels that had been used in worship, the treasures that had been accumulated over generations, and carried them away to Babylon. Then they set fires that consumed the wooden structures, that cracked the stone walls, that reduced the house of God to rubble and ash. The palace was burned. The houses of the officials were burned. These walls of Jerusalem, which had protected the city for so long, were systematically torn down. Stone by stone, block by block, the Babylonians demolished them, ensuring that Jerusalem would never again be a fortified city, never again be able to resist, and the people, those who had survived the siege, the disease, the conquest, were rounded up for exile. Thousands of them, tens of thousands, were marched out of the city in chains, beginning the long journey to Babylon. They would become servants, labourers, displaced persons in a foreign land, far from everything they had known. Everything Jeremiah had warned them about came to pass. Every prophecy he had spoken, every warning he had delivered, every unpopular truth he had proclaimed in the streets and courtyards, it all happened exactly as he had said it would. The city was destroyed. The people were exiled. The kingdom was ended. The judgment that had been promised for generations of disobedience finally fell, and it fell. Completely, but not everyone suffered the same fate. Zacchaeus chapter 8. God's promise to Ebed-Melech. Before the city fell, before the final chaos descended, God spoke to Jeremiah. It was not a public prophecy, not a message meant for the city or the officials or the king. This was private, personal, a message about one specific person. Go and tell Ebed-Melech the Cushite. It is remarkable that God knew his name, that God cared enough about this foreign servant, this man of no status or importance, to send a prophet with a specific message just for him. The message was this. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. I am about to fulfill my words against this city, words concerning disaster, not prosperity. At that time they will be fulfilled before your eyes. But I will rescue you on that day, declares the Lord. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. I will save you. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life. Because you trust in me, declares the Lord. Read those words carefully. Let them sink in. God was about to destroy the city. Judgment was coming, inevitable and complete. But Ebed-Melech, this one man, this foreign servant, he would be spared. Not because he was perfect. Not because he had performed great miracles or prophesied the future or led armies. Not because he was Jewish or had the right bloodline or held an important position. But because he had trusted in God and acted with compassion. Because when everyone else had turned away from mercy, he had chosen it. Because when a life was in danger and no one else would help, he had stepped forward. God saw that. God remembered it. And God honoured it. The promise was specific. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. Ebed-Melech feared the officials. He feared the consequences of defying them, of speaking against them, of rescuing the man they had condemned. That fear was rational, justified. Those men had power and were ruthless in using it. But God promised that those men would have no power over him. When the city fell, when the officials were captured and executed, Ebed-Melech would not share their fate. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life. This was not a promise of comfort or prosperity. God was not promising that Ebed-Melech would be wealthy or honoured or powerful. The promise was survival, life, the chance to continue existing in a world that was about to be torn apart. But survival, in those circumstances, was everything. And the reason, the explicit reason given in the text, was this: because you trust in me. Trust. Not perfect understanding, not flawless theology, not religious credentials or ritual purity, or any of the things that people often think God cares about most. Just trust. Trust that showed itself in action. Trust that manifested as compassion. Trust that was willing to risk safety for the sake of righteousness. When the city fell, when the Babylonian soldiers swept through Jerusalem, when officials were arrested and executed, when people were rounded up for exile, Ebed-Melech walked away unharmed. We do not know the details of how it happened. The text does not describe it. But somehow, in the chaos and violence, he was protected. Perhaps the soldiers overlooked him. Perhaps in the confusion of conquest, a foreign servant seemed too insignificant to bother with. Perhaps someone remembered his act of mercy and chose to repay it. Or perhaps God simply made sure he slipped through the cracks. However it happened, the promise was fulfilled. Ebed-Melech survived. He escaped with his life. The very thing God had promised came to pass, and he survived not despite his act of mercy, but because of it. Not in spite of his willingness to risk everything for righteousness, but because of it. In a city where everyone was trying to save themselves, where fear had made people cruel and selfish and willing to sacrifice others for their own safety, Ebed-Melech had chosen differently. And that choice, that single act of compassion, was remembered by God and rewarded with life. Chapter 9. What it means to be seen. There is something powerful about being truly seen, not just noticed, not just acknowledged, but truly seen, your actions, your choices, your heart. In a world where so much goes unnoticed, where so many acts of kindness pass without recognition, where people do good things and no one ever knows, there is something deeply meaningful about the idea that God sees. Ebed-Melech did not rescue Jeremiah for recognition. There was no reward waiting for him, no promotion, no public honour. In fact, he risked everything with no guarantee of any positive outcome at all. He did it because it was right, because a man was dying and he could not bear to let it happen, because his conscience would not allow him to look away, and God saw it. In a city of thousands of people, in a crisis that involved kings and officials and priests and prophets, God noticed what one foreign servant did, and God thought it mattered enough to send a specific personal message of protection. This tells us something important about how God values actions. It is not the grand gestures that matter most. It is not the public displays or the impressive achievements or the things that make it into history books. It is the quiet acts of mercy, the moments when someone chooses compassion over fear, The times when a person sees suffering and responds with care, even when no one is watching, even when there is no reward, even when it costs something, those are the moments God sees. Those are the moments God remembers. Those are the moments that matter eternally. Ebed-Melech was a servant, a eunuch, a foreigner. In the social hierarchy of ancient Jerusalem, he was near the bottom. He had no power, no influence, no status. And yet, in this story, he is the hero. Not the king, who was weak and indecisive. Not the officials, who were cruel and self-serving. Not the priests, who failed to protect a prophet. Not even Jeremiah himself, though Jeremiah is certainly righteous and faithful. The hero is the servant who noticed suffering and chose to act. This should challenge our assumptions about importance and significance. We tend to think that the people who matter are the ones with titles, with authority, with public platforms. We look to leaders and celebrities and influencers to show us what matters. But this story suggests something different. It suggests that the most important people in any society might be the ones we never hear about, the ones who quietly do what is right, the ones who show mercy when others show cruelty, the ones who risk everything for someone else's life. Ebed-Melech's act of compassion rippled through history in ways he could never have anticipated. He saved Jeremiah's life, and because Jeremiah lived, he continued to prophesy, and because he continued to prophesy, his words were recorded. And because his words were recorded, they became part of Scripture. And because they became part of Scripture, they have influenced billions of people for thousands of years. All because one man chose mercy over fear. This is how change actually happens in the world. Not through grand schemes or dramatic interventions from above, but through individual choices made by ordinary people in moments when it would be easier to look away. Every act of compassion creates ripples. We cannot always see them. We cannot always trace the connections, but they are real. When you choose to help someone in need, you do not know what future that person might have. You do not know what they might accomplish, who they might influence, what difference they might make. You're simply choosing, in that moment, to value their life, their dignity, their humanity, and that choice matters more than we can measure. Chapter 10. The Test of Character. There is a concept in ethics called the test of conscience. The idea that the true measure of a person's character is revealed in moments when they must choose between what is easy and what is right, especially when no one is watching. Ebed-Melech faced exactly this kind of test. He could have rationalized inaction. It would have been easy to do so. He could have told himself that Jeremiah had brought this on himself with his controversial prophecies, that the officials knew best, that a foreign servant had no right to interfere in matters of state, that speaking up would only bring trouble without actually helping. These would all have been socially acceptable reasons for staying silent. No one would have blamed him for them, but he did not take the easy path. He took the hard one. And this is where character is truly forged, in the space between knowing what is right and actually doing it. Many people know what is right. They can articulate moral principles. They can identify injustice when they see it. They can feel the pull of conscience, but knowing is not the same as doing. The gap between knowledge and action is where character lives. Ebed-Melech could have known it was wrong to leave Jeremiah in the cistern and still done nothing. Knowledge alone does not require action, but character does. Character is what makes you act on your convictions even when it is costly, even when it is dangerous, even when you gain nothing and risk everything. And Ebed-Melech had that kind of character. This raises an important question. Where does that kind of character come from? The text gives us a clue in God's promise. Because you trust in me. Trust in God. Faith. Not just intellectual belief, but a deep conviction that shaped how Ebed-Melech saw the world and his place in it. If you believe that every human being is made in the image of God, then you cannot dismiss their suffering as irrelevant. If you believe that God sees all actions, then you cannot assume that quiet mercy goes unnoticed. If you believe that righteousness matters more than safety, then you must act accordingly, even when it is hard. Ebed-Melech's faith was not abstract theology. It was lived reality. It shaped his choices in concrete, practical ways. This is what authentic faith looks like, not just attending religious services or reciting prayers or following rituals. Those things may be part of faith, but they are not the essence of it. The essence of faith is trust that transforms action, belief that changes behaviour, conviction that manifests as compassion. Ebed-Melech trusted that doing right mattered more than staying safe. He trusted that God cared about mercy. He trusted that one person's actions could make a difference, even if that person was a foreign servant with no power or status. And that trust made him brave. Chapter 11. The courage to stand alone. One of the most difficult aspects of Ebed-Melech's choice was that he stood alone. He was not part of a movement. There was no group of people rallying to Jeremiah's defence. There was no public outcry against the injustice. There was no one to stand beside him and share the risk. He was alone in his conviction that this was wrong and something needed to be done. Standing alone requires a different kind of courage than standing with others. When you are part of a group, there is safety in numbers. There is mutual support. There is the comfort of knowing that if you fall, others will catch you. But when you stand alone, you bear the full weight of consequence yourself. Ebed-Melech could not look to others for validation. He could not wait for someone else to act first. He could not hide in the crowd. He had to make the choice by himself, accept the risk by himself, face the potential consequences by himself. This is one of the most challenging tests a person can face, doing what is right when no one else will. History is filled with stories of lone individuals who stood against injustice when everyone else stayed silent, who spoke truth when everyone else went along with lies, who showed mercy when everyone else showed cruelty. These stories inspire us because we recognize how difficult it is, how much courage it requires, how much easier it would be to simply conform, to go along with the crowd, to tell ourselves that if everyone else is doing it, it must be acceptable. But Ebed-Melech did not need others to validate his conviction. He knew what was right, and that knowledge was enough. This is a crucial lesson for us, because there will be times in our lives when we see something wrong, and we look around and no one else seems to care. No one else is speaking up, no one else is taking action. In those moments, it is easy to doubt ourselves, to think, maybe I am overreacting, maybe it is not as bad as I think, maybe I am missing something that everyone else understands. But sometimes the crowd is wrong. Sometimes silence is complicity. Sometimes waiting for others to act first means that no one ever acts at all. Ebed-Melech teaches us that one person can make a difference, not because they are special or powerful or uniquely qualified, but simply because they choose to act when action is needed. Chapter 12. The power of individual choice. We live in a world that often feels overwhelming. The problems are so large, the systems so entrenched, the suffering so widespread. It is easy to feel powerless, to believe that individual actions do not matter in the face of such massive challenges. But this story contradicts that belief. Ebed-Melech was one person. He had no political power, no social influence, no resources beyond what he could gather from a storeroom. He was as powerless as a person could be in that society. And yet, his choice to act saved a life. More than that, it saved the prophecies that would become part of Scripture. It preserved words that would influence the course of human history. One person's choice rippled through time in ways he could never have imagined. This is the power of individual choice. We may not be able to solve every problem or fix every injustice. We may not be able to change entire systems with a single action. But we can change individual circumstances. We can help individual people. We can make choices that honour human dignity and value human life. And those choices matter. They matter to the people we help. They matter in the eyes of God, and they matter in ways we cannot always see or measure. Every time someone chooses compassion over indifference, they change the world a little. Every time someone risks safety for righteousness, they push back against the darkness. Every time someone stands up for what is right, They make it easier for the next person to do the same. Ebed-Melech did not overthrow the system that condemned Jeremiah. He did not change the politics of Jerusalem. He did not stop the siege or prevent the fall of the city. But he saved one man. He showed one act of mercy. He made one choice that honoured life over death, compassion over cruelty, courage over fear. And that was enough. It was enough to be remembered by God. It was enough to change the course of events. It was enough to become a story that would be told for thousands of years. It was enough. Epilogue. The faith that saves. Quietly. The story of Ebed-Melech is not one of the famous stories from the Bible. It does not appear in children's picture books. It is not preached from pulpits every Sunday. It does not have the dramatic flair of David and Goliath, or the epic scope of Moses and the Exodus. Most people have never heard his name, and yet his story is there, preserved in the book of Jeremiah, recorded for all time. Why? Because it reminds us of something we too easily forget. Faith is not always loud. Courage is not always seen. The acts that matter most are not always the ones that make the headlines or win the applause of crowds. Sometimes the most important thing you can do is notice when someone else is suffering, to care when everyone else has moved on, to speak when speaking is dangerous, to act when acting costs something. Ebed-Melech had every reason to stay silent. He was a foreigner, a servant, a man with no power, no protection, no guarantee of safety. Helping Jeremiah gained him nothing. It risked everything. But he did it anyway. He did not wait for someone else to act. He did not assume that because he was unimportant, his actions would not matter. He simply saw what was wrong and chose to do what was right. And that choice saved a life. Not just any life, but the life of a prophet whose words would echo through history. A man whose message would be recorded in scripture and read by millions. A man whose courage in the face of death would inspire generations. Jeremiah survived because one person refused to look away, and in the end, when the city fell and judgment came, God did not forget the man who had shown mercy. Ebed-Melech was spared. He escaped with his life. He walked out of the ruins of Jerusalem and into a future that most of his generation would never see, because he had trusted in God. Not with grand declarations, not with public displays of piety, but with a quiet, deliberate act of compassion when no one else would. This is the kind of faith that saves. The kind that does not wait for permission or recognition. The kind that acts because it is right, not because it is easy. The kind that sees people not as problems or threats, but as human beings made in the image of God, worthy of dignity and care. History remembers kings and prophets, but God remembers people like Ebed-Melech, and sometimes that is the most important kind of remembering there is. Closing reflection. What we can learn. As we close this story, it is worth reflecting on what it means for us today. We may never face the exact circumstances that Ebed-Melech faced. We may never have to decide whether to rescue a prophet from a cistern or approach a king to plead for someone's life. But we will face moments when we must choose between what is easy and what is right. When we must decide whether to speak up or stay silent. When we must determine whether someone else's suffering matters enough to us to do something about it. In those moments, Ebed-Melech's example speaks to us. It tells us that one person can make a difference. That powerlessness is not an excuse for inaction. That compassion is not just a feeling, but a choice that manifests in practical, concrete actions. It tells us that how we treat the vulnerable reveals who we truly are. That mercy is more valuable than safety. That courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite fear. It tells us that God sees quiet acts of kindness, that our actions matter, even when no one else notices, that faith is measured not by our words, but by our willingness to risk something for someone else. We live in a world that still needs people like Ebed-Melech, people who notice suffering and cannot look away, people who speak up when others stay silent, people who choose mercy over fear. The question is, will we be those people? When we see injustice, will we act, or will we find reasons why it is not our problem? When we encounter suffering, will we respond with compassion, or will we protect our own comfort? When doing the right thing requires courage, will we step forward or will we step back? These are not hypothetical questions. They are the questions that define our lives, our character, our legacy. Ebed-Melech was not a perfect person. He was not a superhero. He was an ordinary man who faced an impossible choice and chose mercy. That same choice is available to us, not once in a lifetime, but repeatedly, in small moments and large ones, in public and in private, in ways that will be remembered and in ways that will be forgotten. But whether remembered or forgotten by people, God sees. God knows. God honours those who choose righteousness over safety, who value mercy over comfort, who act with compassion when it would be easier to look away. This is the legacy of Ebed-Melech, not a legacy of fame or power or achievement, but a legacy of quiet faithfulness, of compassion in action, of courage when it mattered most. May we have the wisdom to see suffering when others look away. May we have the courage to speak up when others stay silent. May we have the compassion to act when others do nothing. And may we trust, as Ebed-Melech did, that choosing what is right is always worth it, even when it costs us everything. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to take just a moment to ask for your support. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you could possibly know and makes a real difference in allowing us to continue creating these stories. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly helps us reach more people who might enjoy this kind of content. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening. Finally, if you enjoy what we do here, please subscribe. It means everything. Now, let's get into tonight's story. There are moments in history that echo louder than thunder. Moments when kingdoms rise and fall on the edge of a sword. But sometimes, the most powerful acts happen in silence. Far from the crowds, far from the monuments, far from anyone who might record them. This is a story about one of those moments. A story about an old man who changed the course of a kingdom without ever lifting a weapon, without ever seeking fame, without ever asking for anything in return. His name was Barzillai, and what he did would reveal something profound about faith, loyalty, and the kind of service that God remembers even when the world forgets. Chapter 1. A Kingdom in Chaos. The roads leading out of Jerusalem were choked with dust and desperation. King David, the man who had slain Goliath, the warrior poet who had united a fractured nation, was running for his life. Not from a foreign army, not from invaders at the gate, from his own son. Absalom had turned the hearts of Israel against his father. What began as whispers of dissent had grown into open rebellion. The prince was young, charismatic, beautiful in appearance and persuasive in speech. He had stood at the city gates, listening to grievances, promising justice, slowly building a coalition of the disaffected and ambitious. And then he struck. The rebellion came swiftly. Absalom declared himself king in Hebron, and thousands rallied to his banner. David, caught off guard by the speed and scale of the uprising, made a decision that shocked his closest advisors. He fled. He left Jerusalem behind, taking with him only those who remained loyal. The Cherethites and Pelethites, his personal guard, a few hundred soldiers, priests carrying the Ark of the Covenant, servants, wives, children, a caravan of the displaced moving east through the Kidron Valley, climbing the Mount of Olives with their heads covered in mourning. David wept as he walked barefoot up the mountain, a king without a throne, a father betrayed by his own blood. The city he had claimed for God now belonged to his enemy. The throne he had been promised as eternal now seemed impossibly fragile. Behind him, Jerusalem fell into Absalom's hands without a single arrow fired. The transition was seamless, terrifyingly efficient. Absalom moved into the palace, declared his kingship before the people, and began consolidating power with the kind of brutal pragmatism that left no room for mercy. David's group moved east, toward the wilderness, toward the Jordan River. They were exhausted. Many had fled with nothing but the clothes on their backs, Food was scarce, water was rationed, children cried. The elderly struggled to keep pace. This was not an army on the march. This was a people in exile. The journey toward the Jordan was grueling in ways that went beyond physical exhaustion. Every step away from Jerusalem felt like a step away from legitimacy. The city was not just the capital. It was the symbol of everything David had built. The place where the ark rested. The centre of worship. The seat of God's chosen king. Leaving it meant leaving behind more than stone and wood. It meant abandoning the visible proof of God's favour. The tangible evidence that David's kingship was real and ordained and permanent. Now, walking through the wilderness with a handful of loyalists, that certainty seemed distant. The promises felt abstract. The covenant appeared fragile. David's closest companions watched him with concern. They had seen him face armies without flinching. They had watched him spare Saul's life twice when killing him would have been justified. They had witnessed his courage in battle and his wisdom in judgment. But this was different. This was personal in ways that warfare never was. This was his own son, his own flesh, turning against him with a hatred that seemed incomprehensible. How do you fight someone you still love? How do you defend yourself against someone you once held as a child? The questions had no good answers. Among the refugees fleeing with David were people from every level of society. Noble families who had remained loyal, servants who chose exile over serving a usurper, warriors whose allegiance to David transcended political calculation, priests who understood that God's anointing did not transfer just because circumstances changed. They moved through the landscape like ghosts of a former glory. Some walked, some rode donkeys or horses. The elderly were carried. Children too young to walk were held by mothers whose faces showed the strain of constant worry. They passed through villages where people watched from doorways, unwilling to offer help but also unwilling to report their movements to Absalom's forces. The neutrality was understandable but still painful. These were people David had protected, whose lands he had secured, whose disputes he had settled with justice. Now they watched him pass without acknowledgement, waiting to see which side would win before committing themselves. The landscape itself seemed indifferent to their plight. The hills rolled on endlessly. The sun beat down without mercy. The nights grew cold. The wilderness that had once been David's refuge when he fled from Saul now became his prison once again, a place of waiting and uncertainty. As they descended toward the Jordan Valley, the reality of their situation became increasingly clear. They had no base of operations, no secure location, no certainty about what would happen next. They were dependent on whatever support they could find among the tribes east of the Jordan, in territories that had always been more independent, less integrated into the unified kingdom David had built. It was a precarious position for a king, and everyone knew it. The whispers began among the refugees, quiet conversations about what would happen if Absalom pursued them, about whether they had enough warriors to mount a defence, about how long they could survive without a steady supply of provisions. David heard these whispers. He understood the fear behind them, but he also understood something his followers were struggling to remember. God had not abandoned him. The covenant had not been revoked. The promises remained, even when the evidence seemed to contradict them. This was a test, not of David's military capability or political acumen, but of faith itself. Would he trust God when everything visible suggested that God's favour had been withdrawn? Would he remain faithful when faithfulness seemed futile? The answer would determine not just David's fate, but the fate of the kingdom God had promised to establish through his line. And the future had never been more uncertain. Chapter 2. An old man by the Jordan east of the Jordan, in the region of Gilead, there lived a man named Barzillai. He was from Rogelim, a settlement that rarely appeared in the records of kings and prophets. It was the kind of place people passed through rather than remembered. Agricultural land, sheep and grain, quiet prosperity without drama. Barzillai was elderly. The scriptures would later note he was 80 years old, though some believed he was even older. He had lived through the reigns of Saul and David. He had seen war and peace, famine and plenty. He had built a life, through hard work and careful management, accumulating wealth not through conquest but through consistency. He owned land, he had flocks, he employed workers and managed trade routes. His household was respected in the region, known for fairness and integrity. But Barzillai was not a public figure. He held no official position. He commanded no troops. He had never stood before kings or addressed assemblies. His life was provincial in the best sense of the word, rooted in family and community rather than political ambition. He was, by every measure that mattered to the chroniclers of Israel's history, unremarkable. Yet Barzillai paid attention. He listened to the reports coming from Jerusalem. He heard about Absalom's rebellion, about David's flight, about the kingdom tearing itself apart. He knew the roads that led through Gilead, knew that refugees and warriors would soon be passing through his territory. And he understood something that many had forgotten. David was not just a king, he was the anointed one, the man God had chosen to lead Israel. Whatever political calculations others were making, whatever hedging of bets and waiting to see who would win, Barzillai saw something deeper. This was a test of faith, not David's faith. David's faith had been proven 1,000 times over. This was a test of everyone else's faith, a test of whether they believed God's promises were real or just convenient stories to tell when times were good. Barzillai watched from his estate as the distant dust clouds approached. He saw the refugees, the soldiers, the desperate caravan making its way toward the river. He saw exhaustion and fear and the kind of weariness that comes when everything you believed was stable suddenly collapses. And he made a decision. The decision was not made lightly. Barzillai understood the implications. Helping David meant declaring allegiance to a fugitive king against a prince who currently held power. It meant risking everything he had built over a lifetime. His property, his family's safety, his standing in the community. If Absalom's rebellion succeeded permanently, if David never reclaimed his throne, then Barzillai's choice would mark him as an enemy of the new regime. Properties could be confiscated. Family members could face retaliation. Business relationships could dissolve overnight. At 80 years old, with wealth accumulated through decades of careful management, the safe choice was obvious. Stay neutral, wait, watch. See who emerges victorious before committing resources or declaring allegiance. This was the path most were taking, the path of prudent self-preservation. But Barzillai had not built his life on prudence alone. Underneath the practical businessman, underneath the careful manager of estates and flocks, there existed a bedrock of theological conviction that went deeper than any political calculation. He believed God's promises were real, not metaphorical, not conditional, not subject to revision based on current circumstances. God had chosen David, had anointed him through Samuel, had established a covenant promising that David's throne would endure. These were not suggestions or aspirations, they were divine declarations, and if they were divine declarations, then they remained true regardless of whether David sat in Jerusalem or wandered in the wilderness, regardless of whether thousands rallied to his banner or only a few hundred remained loyal, regardless of whether his situation looked hopeless or promising. The anointing did not depend on circumstances, it preceded them and transcended them. This understanding shaped Barzillai's response to the crisis unfolding before him. He did not see David as a king who might or might not be restored. He saw David as God's chosen ruler who was temporarily displaced, but whose ultimate victory was assured by divine promise. Acting on that conviction meant accepting risk, but Barzillai had lived long enough to understand that faith always involves risk. That trust in God's promises requires action even when outcomes are uncertain. That genuine belief manifests not in words but in choices that carry real cost. He assembled his household, called together his stewards and workers, began organising provisions on a scale that would sustain hundreds of people for an extended period. His servants, seeing the scope of what he was planning, understood the implications immediately. This was not charity. This was taking sides. This was a declaration that could not be walked back or explained away if circumstances turned against them. Some questioned the wisdom of such commitment, suggested a more modest contribution that could be presented as humanitarian aid rather than political alliance, argued that helping refugees was one thing, but helping a fugitive king was quite another. Barzillai listened to these concerns, acknowledged their validity, then proceeded with his original plan anyway, because this was not about politics. This was not about calculating odds or hedging bets. This was about faithfulness to what God had established, regardless of personal cost. His household, seeing his determination, set aside their objections and began preparing. They gathered provisions from storehouses, assembled bedding and cooking vessels, organised transportation for the supplies, coordinated with workers to ensure a steady flow of provisions would continue beyond the initial delivery. The magnitude of the preparation reflected both Barzillai's wealth and his commitment. This was not a token gesture. This was a comprehensive support system, the kind of provision that could make the difference between survival and collapse for David's entire group. As the work progressed, word spread through Rogelim and the surrounding region. Some praised Barzillai's loyalty, others criticised his recklessness. Most simply watched and waited, reserving judgment until events revealed whether his choice had been wise or foolish. Barzillai remained unmoved by both praise and criticism. Public opinion, he had learned over 8 decades of life, was fickle and unreliable. What mattered was obedience to what faith required. What mattered was acting in accordance with conviction rather than convenience. The provisions were assembled, the transport arranged, everything was ready, and Barzillai prepared to meet a king in exile with the kind of support that would reveal where his ultimate allegiance lay. Chapter 3. Choosing to act. The decision Barzillai faced was not simple. Helping David meant taking sides in a civil war. It meant declaring loyalty to a king in exile against a prince in power. If Absalom's rebellion succeeded, if David never reclaimed his throne, then Barzillai's choice would be remembered. Properties could be confiscated. Family members could face retaliation. At his age, with his wealth, the safe choice was obvious. Stay neutral. Wait. See who wins. But Barzillai did not choose safety. When David's group reached the Jordan, Barzillai was there. Not with an army, not with political declarations or public gestures. He came with supplies, beds and blankets, basins for washing, pottery and cooking vessels, wheat and barley, flour and roasted grain, beans and lentils, honey and curds, sheep already butchered and prepared for cooking, cheese made from the milk of his own flocks. He brought everything a weary, hungry people would need. The provision was comprehensive, practical, and expensive. This was not a token gesture. This was not charity that could be explained away if questioned. This was a full commitment of resources, the kind of support that could sustain hundreds of people for days or even weeks. David's followers, many of whom had fled with nothing, stared at the abundance laid out before them. Children reached for bread. Warriors who had marched all night without eating sat down to real meals. The elderly found places to rest on proper bedding for the first time since leaving Jerusalem. Barzillai oversaw the distribution personally. He spoke quietly with David's commanders, asking what else was needed. He arranged for fresh water. He ensured the supply lines would continue, that his people would bring more provisions as needed. He did all of this without speeches, without demanding recognition, without negotiating for position or reward. The scene at the Jordan crossing became one of those moments that define character more clearly than any crisis ever could. Here were David's people, exhausted and afraid, suddenly surrounded by abundance provided by a man they had never met, a man who owed them nothing, a man who risked everything to support them. Some of the refugees wept as they ate, not just from relief, though relief was certainly part of it, but from the unexpected grace of being helped when help seemed impossible, from the reality that someone believed in David's kingship enough to stake their fortune on it. The warriors, hardened by years of combat, felt something shift inside them. They had followed David out of loyalty, but the journey into exile had tested that loyalty severely. Watching their king reduced to a fugitive, seeing the throne usurped by his own son, wondering whether they had chosen the losing side in a civil war, all of this had created doubt. Barzillai's provision answered those doubts without words. Here was someone with no personal connection to David, no obligation to help, no promise of reward, who nevertheless gave generously and completely. If this elderly landowner from Gilead believed David was still God's anointed king, perhaps the cause was not as hopeless as it seemed. The psychological impact of Barzillai's support extended far beyond the material provisions, crucial as those were. It reminded David's followers that they were not alone, that faithfulness to God's anointed still mattered to some people, that the covenant promises had not been forgotten by everyone. David himself was deeply moved. He had experienced betrayal from those he trusted most. His own son had turned against him. His counselor Ahithophel had joined the rebellion. People he had defended and protected had watched him flee without offering assistance. And now this stranger, this elderly man from a provincial town, had provided more support than most of David's supposed allies combined. When David thanked him, Barzillai simply nodded. This was what faithfulness looked like. This was what loyalty meant. Not when it was easy and public and guaranteed to be rewarded, but when it was costly and uncertain and potentially dangerous. The provisions were distributed efficiently. Barzillai's servants worked alongside David's people, ensuring everyone received what they needed. Cooking fires were lit. Tents were erected using the supplies Barzillai had brought. The camp transformed from a desperate refugee situation into something approaching organised stability. Children who had been crying from hunger were fed and settled. The elderly who had been struggling to keep pace found comfortable places to rest. Warriors who had been operating on adrenaline and determination alone finally got proper meals and the promise of more to come. The transformation was remarkable. Within hours of Barzillai's arrival, David's camp went from crisis to sustainability. The provisions bought them time to rest, time to regroup, time to plan their next move without the desperate urgency of immediate survival needs. Barzillai coordinated with his household to ensure the supply line would continue. He arranged for regular deliveries of food and necessities. He made his resources available for as long as David needed them. He committed not to a single gesture of support, but to ongoing provision for the duration of the crisis. This level of commitment went far beyond what anyone could reasonably expect. It represented a complete dedication to David's cause, a willingness to sustain the exiled king's household indefinitely if necessary, and he did it all without negotiating for anything in return, without securing promises of future reward, without even asking for acknowledgement beyond the simple courtesy of acceptance. The people ate, they rested, they regained strength, and Barzillai returned to Rogelim back to his quiet life, leaving behind only the memory of his kindness and the tangible reality of his support. For many in David's camp, that support made the difference between survival and collapse. It provided the foundation they needed to regroup, to plan, to prepare for what came next. But Barzillai did not stay to see it. He had done what needed to be done. The outcome was in God's hands. His servants continued the supply line he had established. Regular deliveries of provisions arrived at David's camp. The support was reliable, generous, and consistent. It allowed David to focus on the military and political challenges ahead without the constant worry of how to feed and shelter his followers. In the days that followed, as David consolidated his position east of the Jordan and began preparing for the inevitable confrontation with Absalom's forces, the stability provided by Barzillai's support proved crucial. Warriors could train, strategies could be developed, alliances could be forged. All of this became possible because one elderly man in Gilead had understood what faithfulness required and had acted on that understanding without hesitation or calculation of personal benefit. The kingdom would remember this moment, but Barzillai would not seek such remembrance. He had simply done what was right, what was required, what faith demanded in that particular moment. And then he had gone home. Chapter 4. Helping the anointed in hiding. The theological weight of what Barzillai had done became clearer as the days passed. David was not just any king. He was the Lord's anointed, chosen by God through the prophet Samuel when he was still a shepherd boy. His kingship was not merely political, it was covenantal. God had promised that David's throne would be established forever, that his lineage would produce the Messiah. But now that promise seemed threatened. The faithful in Israel faced a profound question. Did God's promises depend on circumstances? Did they hold true only when the king was in power, sitting safely in Jerusalem? Or did they remain true even when the king was in exile, hunted by his own son, dependent on the charity of distant supporters? Barzillai's answer was clear. The promises held. The anointing remained. David was still God's chosen king, whether he sat on a throne or slept in the wilderness. This was not political pragmatism. This was theological conviction. Others had made different calculations. Many who had served David in Jerusalem now served Absalom, justifying the switch with talk of inevitability and practical necessity. Advisors had changed sides. Military commanders had defected. Even Ahithophel, David's most trusted counselor, had joined the rebellion. The narrative being constructed in Jerusalem was that David's time was over, that this was a natural transition, that Absalom represented the future while David represented the past. But Barzillai rejected that narrative entirely. He understood that God's purposes are not subject to human opinion polls or military outcomes. What God establishes, no rebellion can permanently overturn. What God anoints, no conspiracy can legitimately replace. The anointing was not a temporary designation that could be transferred based on popularity or power. It was a permanent spiritual reality. When Samuel had poured oil on David's head years ago, declaring him king over Israel, that act had initiated something that transcended politics. It had established David as God's representative, God's chosen instrument for leading the nation. That designation did not expire when circumstances became difficult. It did not transfer to Absalom just because Absalom had managed to seize power temporarily. Understanding this required a different way of seeing reality. It required recognizing that spiritual truths operate on a level deeper than visible circumstances, that God's purposes unfold over timescales that make immediate events seem less determinative. Most people could not see this way. They looked at Jerusalem under Absalom's control and concluded that Absalom was now the legitimate ruler. They looked at David in exile and concluded that his reign was over. They made judgments based on what appeared to be true rather than what God had declared to be true. Barzillai saw differently. He saw through the immediate crisis to the underlying reality. God had chosen David. God had made promises to David. Those facts remained constant regardless of temporary circumstances. So he helped David, not because he thought David would definitely win, not because he had insider information about military strategy, but because helping God's anointed was the right thing to do, regardless of outcome. This kind of faith is rare. It operates without guarantees. It acts on principle rather than probability. It serves without seeing the end of the story. In the weeks that followed, as David regrouped and prepared his forces, the support of people like Barzillai proved crucial. It was not just the material provisions, though those mattered enormously. It was the message those provisions sent. You are not alone. You are still the king. We still believe. David had lost his capital. He had lost his son. He had lost the visible symbols of his authority, but he had not lost everything. The faithful remained. The covenant held. And God's purposes, however obscured by current events, continued to unfold. Barzillai's quiet act of provision became part of that unfolding, a thread in the larger tapestry, a small but essential contribution to the preservation of the Davidic line, and he made that contribution without any certainty that history would remember his name. The faithfulness Barzillai demonstrated was not unique to him personally, though his particular expression of it was remarkable. Throughout Israel's history, there had always been people who understood that serving God meant more than maintaining religious rituals. It meant acting in accordance with God's declared purposes, even when those purposes seemed threatened by present circumstances. These were the people who hid prophets when kings sought to kill them, who protected the faithful during periods of apostasy, who maintained worship when it became dangerous to do so, who remembered God's promises when everyone else had forgotten them. They rarely became famous. Their names seldom appeared in the Chronicles, but they were the ones who actually preserved the faith through generations of crisis and compromise. Barzillai belonged to this tradition. He was one of the quiet faithful whose cumulative obedience sustained God's purposes when those purposes appeared most vulnerable. His provision for David was not an isolated act of generosity. It was an expression of lifelong faithfulness, of theological conviction developed over decades, of commitment to God's kingdom that ran deeper than any political allegiance or personal ambition. This is why the scriptures preserve his story. Not because what he did was extraordinary in scale, though the provision was certainly generous, but because what he did was extraordinary in motive. He helped because helping was what faith required. He gave because God's anointed needed provision. He risked everything because the covenant promises were more real to him than any threat Absalom's regime could pose. In a world of calculated allegiances and hedged bets, Barzillai's complete commitment stood out. He didn't help David a little bit. He did not provide token support that could be explained away if circumstances turned against him. He gave fully, generously, without reservation. And in doing so, he demonstrated what it actually means to trust God's promises. Not to give intellectual assent to theological propositions, but to stake everything on the conviction that what God has declared will come to pass, regardless of how things currently appear. This kind of faith changes kingdoms, not through dramatic displays or military might, but through the quiet, persistent obedience of people who understand that God's purposes advance through faithfulness more than through force. David would remember this. The lesson would shape how he understood loyalty, how he valued those who remained faithful during his darkest hours, how he thought about the relationship between covenant and circumstance, and it would shape how future generations understood what true faithfulness looks like. Not the faithfulness that emerges when outcomes are certain and rewards are guaranteed, but the faithfulness that persists when everything is uncertain and the only guarantee is God's word. Barzillai had embodied that kind of faith, and in doing so, he had become far more than just an elderly landowner from Gilead. He had become an example that would endure for thousands of years, teaching each new generation what it means to trust God completely. Chapter 5. The rebellion ends. The civil war that had seemed inevitable did not last as long as many expected. Absalom's support, though initially widespread, proved shallow. His coalition was built on grievances and promises rather than genuine loyalty. When David's forces, now regrouped and reinforced, began moving against the rebellion, that coalition began to fracture. The decisive battle took place in the forest of Ephraim. David's commanders, despite the king's explicit orders to deal gently with Absalom, engaged the rebel forces in terrain that favoured experience over numbers. The dense forest broke up formations, made cavalry charges impossible, turned the battle into a grinding series of small engagements where David's veteran warriors had every advantage. 20,000 men died that day. The forest itself seemed to fight against Absalom's forces, with more soldiers killed by the terrain and confusion than by enemy weapons. And then Absalom himself died. Riding through the forest on a mule, his head caught in the thick branches of an oak tree. The mule continued forward, leaving him hanging, suspended, helpless. Joab, David's commander, found him there and, despite the king's orders, killed him with 3 spears to the heart. The rebellion collapsed immediately. Without Absalom, there was no rallying point. His supporters fled or surrendered. The brief kingdom he had established evaporated like morning mist. Word reached David in Mahanaim. The messengers expected celebration. They brought news of victory, of the rebellion crushed, of the throne secured. Instead, David wept. He climbed to the chamber above the gate and cried out in grief that echoed through the camp. His words, raw and broken, revealed the terrible cost of victory. "O my son Absalom, my son Absalom, would that I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son." It was a king's lament, but also a father's. The throne was saved, but the price was unbearable. The grief was genuine and profound. David had lost many things over the course of his life. He had lost his best friend Jonathan. He had lost his infant son born to Bathsheba. He had lost warriors who had followed him since the days of fleeing from Saul. But this loss carried a unique weight. Absalom had not been killed by enemies. He had been killed while actively trying to take David's life, while leading a rebellion designed to destroy everything David had built. By every measure of justice and political necessity, Absalom's death should have been celebrated as the removal of a dangerous threat. But David was not celebrating. He was mourning, because underneath the rebel leader, underneath the usurper and traitor, Absalom was still his son, still the child he had held, still the boy who had needed his father's guidance and protection. The rebellion could not erase that fundamental relationship, could not change the fact that David loved him. This created a strange tension in the camp. The soldiers who had just won a decisive victory found themselves uncomfortable, almost ashamed. They had fought bravely, they had risked their lives, they had secured the throne and preserved the kingdom, and their king was weeping as though they had committed some terrible crime. Joab, practical and blunt as always, eventually confronted David about this. He pointed out that the king was humiliating those who had saved his life, that the grief was inappropriate given the circumstances, that David's mourning for a rebel son was overshadowing the loyalty of faithful followers. The confrontation was harsh but necessary. David eventually emerged from his grief enough to acknowledge his people, to thank them for their faithfulness, to begin the process of restoration. But something had changed. The victory felt hollow. The throne was secure, but the cost of securing it had left scars that would never fully heal. Eventually, after days of mourning, David was convinced to return to Jerusalem. The journey back was complicated by politics and reconciliation. Those who had supported Absalom now sought forgiveness. Those who had remained loyal expected reward. Everyone had a calculation, a positioning for the new reality. The tribes argued about who would have the honour of bringing the king back. Political factions manoeuvred for advantage. Old rivalries surfaced. The unity that had briefly existed during the crisis began fragmenting as soon as the immediate threat passed. David navigated these tensions with the wisdom that had made him a successful king, though the joy of return was tempered by everything he had lost along the way. But David remembered something more important than political manoeuvring. He remembered who had helped him when help was most needed. He remembered the beds and blankets in the wilderness, the food when his people were hungry, the quiet man from Rogelim who had risked everything to support God's anointed king. He remembered Barzillai. Among all the people positioning for reward, among all the political calculations and renewed allegiances, David remembered the one person who had helped without any expectation of return, who had provided support when the outcome was uncertain, who had demonstrated faith rather than opportunism. This memory would shape what happened next, because David understood that loyalty shown during crisis is worth more than loyalty offered after victory is assured, that faithfulness demonstrated when the cost is real matters more than faithfulness proclaimed when the danger has passed. Barzillai had been faithful when it cost him something, when it required risk, when the easy path would have been neutrality or even opposition, and David was not going to forget that. Chapter 6. An Offer from the King. When David crossed back over the Jordan, preparing to reclaim his throne in Jerusalem, Barzillai came to meet him. He accompanied the king part of the way, a gesture of respect and continued loyalty. They travelled together toward Gilgal, and David, aware that Barzillai had not sought any reward or recognition for his support, made an offer. "Come across with me, and I will provide for you in Jerusalem." It was an extraordinary invitation, to live in the king's city, to have a place at the royal table, to be honoured publicly for the loyalty he had shown privately. For a provincial landowner from Gilead, this was the kind of opportunity that could transform not just his life, but his family's future for generations. David was offering more than provision. He was offering status, proximity to power, a permanent place in the court of Israel's greatest king. It was the reward that any reasonable person would accept without hesitation. The offer carried enormous implications. To be provided for by the king meant economic security for life. To live in Jerusalem meant access to the centre of power, the ability to influence decisions and shape policy. To be at the royal table meant prestige, honour, recognition, as one of the king's most trusted companions. For someone of Barzillai's age, it also meant ensuring his family's future. The connections made in Jerusalem, the favour earned through proximity to David, could could establish his descendants for generations. His children and grandchildren would benefit from the honour he had earned through his faithfulness. It was, by any standard, a generous and appropriate reward. David was offering to repay loyalty with loyalty, faithfulness with favour. He was demonstrating that serving God's anointed would not go unacknowledged, that those who helped during crisis would be remembered during restoration. But Barzillai was not interested in reasonable calculations. He looked at the king, at the man he had helped, without expecting anything in return, and he declined. His response was gentle but firm. He pointed to his age, to the limitations that came with 80 or more years of life. How many years do I have left to live that I should go up with the king to Jerusalem? I am now 80 years old. Can I discern what is pleasant and what is not? Can your servant taste what he eats or what he drinks? Can I still listen to the voice of singing men and singing women? Why then should your servant be an added burden to my lord the king? It was not false humility. Barzillai was being honest about his circumstances. At his age, the pleasures of court life held little appeal. The music and food and spectacle that others might crave meant nothing to him. His senses were dulled. His energy was limited. He would be, in his own estimation, more of a burden than a benefit. The response revealed something profound about Barzillai's character. He was not declining out of false modesty or theatrical self-deprecation. He was making a genuine assessment of his situation and concluding that accepting David's offer would not actually improve his life in any meaningful way. What would he do in Jerusalem? Sit at banquets where he could barely taste the food? Attend performances where he could barely hear the music? Navigate court politics when he had no interest in power? Spend his final years in a city far from everything familiar, surrounded by people whose motivations he would find alien? The honest answer was that Jerusalem had nothing to offer him, not because David's offer was insincere or insufficient, but because Barzillai had reached a stage of life where the things that motivate most people, recognition, status, comfort, security, had lost their appeal. He had lived 80 years. He had built a successful life. He had raised a family. He had managed his estate well. He had, at the crucial moment, been faithful to what God required of him. What more did he need? What could Jerusalem add to a life already complete in the ways that actually mattered? But there was something deeper in his refusal, something that revealed the true nature of his character. He had not helped David to gain reward. He had helped because it was right, because faith required it, because loyalty to God's anointed was not conditional on personal benefit. Accepting David's offer would have changed the meaning of everything he had done. It would have transformed an act of pure faithfulness into a calculated investment. It would have suggested that his support had been motivated by the hope of future reward, rather than by simple obedience to what God required. Barzillai would not allow his faithfulness to be reinterpreted that way. His provision for David had been unconditional. He had given without expectation of return. He had risked his fortune without any guarantee that David would even survive, much less be restored to power. To accept reward now would retroactively condition that faithfulness. It would turn a pure expression of faith into a transaction. It would reduce genuine loyalty to calculated self-interest. Barzillai refused to allow that transformation. His faithfulness had been real, had been complete, had been offered without strings attached. And it would remain that way, even if it meant declining the very reward that others would consider the ultimate validation. So he declined, politely, gratefully, but firmly. Instead, he made a request. "Let your servant return, that I may die in my own city near the grave of my father and my mother. But here is your servant Chimham. Let him cross over with my lord the king, and do for him whatever seems good to you." Chimham was likely Barzillai's son, or a trusted servant from his household. By asking David to bless Chimham instead, Barzillai was ensuring that the king's generosity would not be wasted, while simultaneously removing himself from the equation. His family would benefit, his household would be honoured. But he would return to Rogelim, to the quiet life he had always known. It was a brilliant solution. It honoured David's desire to reward faithfulness, while preserving the purity of Barzillai's original motivation. It secured his family's future without compromising his own integrity. It allowed the blessing to flow forward to the next generation, while allowing Barzillai himself to maintain the simplicity and authenticity that had characterized his entire life. David accepted this arrangement. He blessed Barzillai and sent him home with honor. Chimham crossed the Jordan with the king and was given a place in David's court, representing the faithfulness of the man who had helped save the kingdom. And Barzillai walked back east toward Gilead, leaving behind the court and the capital and all the recognition he could have claimed. He returned to Rogelim, to his estate, to his flocks and fields, to the ordinary rhythms of life that had sustained him for 8 decades, to the place where his parents were buried and where he himself would eventually rest. He went home, and in going home, he completed one of the most remarkable demonstrations of faith recorded in Scripture. Chapter 7. A Humble Refusal. The journey back to Rogelim gave Barzillai time to reflect. He had watched history unfold. He had played a small but crucial role in preserving the Davidic line. He had met the king, been honoured by him, been offered a place in the story that would be told for generations, and he had walked away. Not because he was ungrateful, not because he doubted David's sincerity, but because his faith did not require external validation. It did not need monuments or positions or public recognition to be real. What he had done for God. The king's gratitude was appreciated but not necessary. The offer of reward was generous but not desired. The entire experience had confirmed what Barzillai had always believed, that faithfulness is its own justification. As he travelled the familiar roads back to his estate, passing the fields he had worked, the villages where he was known, he felt no regret about the choice he'd made. Jerusalem might have been exciting for a younger man, full of possibility and potential, but for him it would have been a distraction from what mattered. His life was in Rogelim, his family was there, his responsibilities, his daily routines, the simple rhythms of agricultural life that had sustained him for 8 decades. These were not lesser things. They were his calling, as real and valid as any royal appointment. God did not need him in Jerusalem. God needed him in Rogelim, being faithful in the place he had been given, among the people he had been called to serve. The landscape of Gilead unfolded around him as he travelled. Rolling hills covered in grass, olive groves, vineyards, small settlements connected by ancient roads. It was not grand or impressive by the standards of Jerusalem, but it was home, and it was enough. Barzillai thought about the life he had built here, the estate he had developed through decades of careful management, the workers he employed, many of whom had been with him for years, some for their entire lives, the relationships he had cultivated in the community, the reputation he had earned for fairness and integrity. These things had value, not the kind of value that impressed chroniclers or appeared in royal records, but real value nonetheless, the value of consistency, of faithfulness in small things, of daily obedience to the responsibilities God had given him. He had never sought greatness, never aspired to influence kings or shape national policy. He had simply tried to be faithful in the context he had been given, to manage his resources well, to treat people fairly, to worship God genuinely, to act with integrity in all his dealings. That faithfulness had positioned him, when the moment came, to provide crucial support to David. But the faithfulness itself had not been motivated by the hope of such moments. It had been motivated by the simple conviction that this was what God required of his people: daily obedience, consistent integrity, readiness to act when action was needed. This understanding, this contentment with obscurity, is one of the rarest qualities in human experience. Most people, if offered the chance for recognition, would take it. Most would rationalize why they deserved the honor, why accepting would actually be the humble thing to do, why declining might even be an insult to the one making the offer. But Barzillai saw through all those justifications. He understood that true humility is not thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less. It is being so secure in your identity and calling that external validation becomes unnecessary. He had helped the king because the king needed help. not because the king might someday be able to repay him, not because there was an audience to impress, not because history would record his name. He had helped because God's anointed needed provision, and Barzillai had the resources to provide it. The equation was that simple. The rest was just noise. When he arrived back in Rogelim, life continued much as it had before. The crop still needed tending. The livestock still needed care. The business of daily existence resumed its familiar patterns. His household welcomed him back. Servants who had wondered whether he would return from Jerusalem or choose to stay in the royal court found him walking up the familiar path, returning to resume his responsibilities as though nothing extraordinary had happened. And in a sense, nothing extraordinary had happened. Barzillai had simply done what needed to be done, what faith required in that particular moment. The fact that it had involved meeting a king and being offered honour was incidental to the fundamental nature of the act itself. He settled back into his routines, rising early, inspecting the flocks, consulting with stewards about the harvest, settling disputes among workers, managing trade relationships, the 1,000 small tasks that comprised the actual substance of his life. But something had changed, even if no one else could see it. Barzillai had proven something profound about the nature of faith. He had demonstrated that God can work through anyone, anywhere, when they are willing to act without the promise of recognition. He had shown that the kingdom of God advances not just through kings and prophets, not just through those whose names echo through scripture and history, but through quiet people in small places who do what needs to be done and then return to their ordinary lives. And in doing so, he had become extraordinary, not by seeking extraordinariness, not by pursuing greatness or recognition or historical significance, but by being so thoroughly faithful in his ordinary calling that when the extraordinary moment came, he was ready for it. And when the extraordinary moment passed, he was ready to return to the ordinary without regret or resentment. This is the kind of character that cannot be manufactured or performed. It emerges only through years of consistent faithfulness, of daily choices to do what is right regardless of who is watching, of persistent obedience to what God requires even when that obedience brings no visible benefit. Barzillai had lived this way for 80 years. The encounter with David had simply revealed publicly what had always been true privately, that his faith was real, his loyalty was genuine, and his character was solid. He was content with that, content to be known for faithfulness rather than fame, content to serve God in obscurity rather than prominence, content to be remembered, if he was remembered at all, not as someone who sought greatness, but as someone who was simply faithful when faithfulness mattered. And that contentment, more than any honour David could have given him, was the true reward for a life well lived. Chapter 8. A Legacy Passed Forward. The story of Barzillai did not end with his return to Rogelim. David kept his promise to honour Shimon. The young man was given land and provision, established in a way that ensured Barzillai's household would be remembered. Later references in scripture suggest that Shimon's inheritance included property near Bethlehem, land that became associated with his name for generations. But more than property or position, what passed forward was the example. Years later, when David was near death and giving final instructions to his son Solomon, he mentioned Barzillai specifically. Show kindness to the sons of Barzillai the Gileadite, and let them be among those who eat at your table, for with such kindness they met me when I fled from Absalom your brother. It was a deathbed instruction, a final act of gratitude, ensuring that Solomon would continue to honour the family that had shown such loyalty to David in his darkest moment. The kindness Barzillai had shown was not forgotten, even at the end of David's life. This created a legacy that extended beyond a single generation. Barzillai's faithfulness became a standard, an example cited by kings. His decision to help without seeking reward became a model for what loyalty should look like. The instruction to Solomon was significant in ways that went beyond simple gratitude. David was establishing a principle that would guide his son's reign, that faithfulness should be rewarded, that those who demonstrate loyalty during crisis deserve recognition during prosperity, that a king's memory should be long when it comes to those who helped him. Solomon, who would go on to become known for his wisdom, learned from his father's example. He honoured Barzillai's descendants. He ensured they had a place at the royal table. He maintained the connection between the royal house and the family that had helped preserve it. This meant that Barzillai's faithfulness created opportunities for his children and grandchildren that extended far beyond anything he could have anticipated. His refusal to seek personal reward actually resulted in greater honour for his family line than accepting David's initial offer would have provided. But this outcome was not something Barzillai could have predicted or planned for. It emerged naturally from the character he had demonstrated. Genuine faithfulness, it turns out, creates its own rewards, though those rewards come in forms and at times that cannot be anticipated or controlled. In a culture that valued honour and recognition, that built monuments and wrote chronicles to preserve the names of the notable, Barzillai's story stood as a reminder that God sees and values a different kind of service, the service that happens in secret, the faithfulness that asks for nothing, the loyalty that persists even when the outcome is uncertain. This was the legacy Barzillai passed forward, not through military conquest or political achievement, but through simple obedience to what faith required. He had been given resources and used them to support God's purposes. He had been offered reward and declined it. He had been given the chance for recognition and walked away from it. And in doing so, he had accomplished something that no amount of positioning or ambition could achieve. He had remained faithful to his calling without compromising his character. He had served God's anointed without seeking personal advantage. He had acted righteously without requiring public acknowledgement. The scriptures preserve his story precisely because it exemplifies a kind of faith that is often overlooked but deeply valued by God. A faith that works in obscurity. A faith that serves without expecting applause. A faith that understands that the approval that matters is not from crowds or chroniclers, but from the one who sees everything, even what is done in secret. Barzillai's descendants benefited from his faithfulness. His family was honoured. His name was remembered. But these outcomes were not the motivation for his actions. They were simply the natural result of a life lived in genuine devotion. And that distinction matters, because faith that serves in order to be rewarded is not really faith at all. It is just another form of transaction, another calculation of cost and benefit. True faith serves because service is what love requires, what loyalty demands, what obedience to God looks like in practical terms. Barzillai understood this, and in understanding it, he became an example that would outlast his lifetime, his children's lifetime, and continue speaking to people thousands of years after his death. The example transcended cultural and temporal boundaries. Whether someone lived in ancient Israel or in the modern world, the principle remained the same. Genuine faithfulness does not depend on circumstances, does not require recognition, and does not calculate returns. It simply does what needs to be done because doing it is right. This is the legacy Barzillai passed forward. Not a legacy of monuments or military victories or political achievements, but a legacy of character, of integrity, of faithfulness that persisted regardless of cost or outcome, and that legacy proved more enduring than any monument ever built. Epilogue. Faith that asks for nothing. There is a type of faith that only emerges in crisis, not the faith that is expressed through religious rituals or theological discussions, but the faith that shows itself when everything is uncertain and the cost of obedience is real. The faith that acts without guarantees, the faith that serves without applause, the faith that remains loyal when loyalty is difficult and dangerous. Barzillai's story reveals this kind of faith. He was not a priest or prophet. He held no religious office. He had no special training in theology or scripture. He was simply a man who understood that God's promises were real, that God's anointed remained anointed regardless of circumstances, and that faithfulness meant helping when help was needed, not when it was convenient or likely to be rewarded. The world tends to remember the dramatic moments, the battles won, the kingdoms conquered, the speeches delivered. History books celebrate the visible achievements, the public triumphs, the accomplishments that can be measured and chronicled. But God's kingdom advances through different metrics. It advances through the faithful provision of an elderly man in Gilead, through the quiet obedience of people whose names barely appear in the historical record, through the countless acts of service that happen far from crowds and cameras, performed by people who understand that God sees what others overlook. Barzillai could have stayed neutral. He could have waited to see who would win before committing his resources. He could have helped David and then demanded recognition, leveraged his support into political position, used his moment of importance to advance his family status. Instead, he provided what was needed and then went home. He accepted the king's gratitude but declined the king's reward. He ensured his household would be blessed but removed himself from the blessing. This is the kind of faith that changes kingdoms, not because it is loud or dramatic or visible, but precisely because it is none of those things, because it is pure, because it acts from conviction rather than calculation, because it serves God rather than serving itself. In a world obsessed with recognition and platform and influence, Barzillai's example is profoundly countercultural. It suggests that the most meaningful service often happens in obscurity, that the most important acts of faithfulness may never trend on social media, or make headlines or result in book deals and speaking tours, that God is not impressed by platform but by obedience, not by visibility but by faithfulness, not by recognition but by righteousness. Barzillai lived 80 years, most of them, in complete obscurity. He managed his estate, raised his family, conducted his business, and left virtually no mark on the public record until the moment when David needed help, and Barzillai provided it. That moment defined his legacy, not because it was his only act of faithfulness, but because it was characteristic of how he had always lived. His response to David's crisis was not an aberration or a one-time heroic act. It was simply who he had always been, revealed in a moment when faithfulness was costly and public neutrality would have been safe. The faith Barzillai demonstrated is still needed. In every generation, in every place, there are moments when God's purposes require people who will act without certainty of outcome, who will provide without expectation of reward, who will serve without demanding recognition. These people rarely become famous. Their names do not echo through history. They return to their ordinary lives after extraordinary acts of obedience, content to be known only to God. But they are the ones who actually sustain God's work in the world. They are the foundation on which kingdoms are preserved and purposes are accomplished. They are the quiet faithful whose cumulative obedience makes everything else possible. Barzillai's story is preserved in Scripture not as an exception but as an example, as evidence of what faith looks like when stripped of pretense and performance, as a reminder that God sees and values and ultimately honours the service that the world overlooks. He was an old man from an unremarkable town who helped a king in exile. He provided beds and food and shelter when they were desperately needed. He did it without fanfare or negotiation, and when offered reward he walked away, returning to the quiet life from which he had briefly emerged. And in doing so he revealed something profound about the nature of faith itself, that it does not require a stage, that it does not demand recognition, that it serves because service is what love looks like in action, what loyalty means in practice, what faithfulness requires in the moment when all the theology and doctrine and religious discussion must become something real. Barzillai was faithful, not because anyone was watching, not because history would remember, but because God's anointed needed help, and Barzillai had the resources to provide it. That was enough. It was always enough, and it always will be. The story ends where it began, in the quiet regions east of the Jordan, in a place called Rogelim that most people had never heard of and would quickly forget, with an elderly man who had helped change the course of a kingdom, and then gone home to live out his remaining days in the obscurity from which he'd briefly emerged. But the impact of what he did rippled forward through generations, through Chimham and his descendants, through David's memory and Solomon's honouring of that memory, through the preserved record in Scripture that ensured his example would speak to countless people across thousands of years, all because he understood something that many miss, that faithfulness does not need to be seen to be real, that obedience does not require an audience to be valid, that service to God is its own justification, regardless of whether anyone else ever knows about it. Barzillai demonstrated this truth in the most practical way possible. He helped when help was needed. He gave without expecting return. He served without seeking recognition. And then he went home, content with the simple knowledge that he had done what faith required. That contentment, that peace with obscurity, that willingness to be faithful without requiring validation may be the most remarkable aspect of his entire story, because it reveals a depth of character that cannot be manufactured or performed. It shows a security of identity that does not depend on external recognition. It demonstrates a relationship with God that is genuine rather than transactional. And it stands as a permanent reminder that the kingdom of God advances not primarily through those who seek greatness, but through those who simply seek to be faithful. Not through those who demand recognition, but through those who serve whether anyone is watching or not. Not through those who calculate rewards, but through those who understand that knowing you have been obedient to what God required is reward enough. Barzillai understood this. He lived it, and in living it, he became an enduring example of what real faith looks like. Faith that asks for nothing. Faith that expects nothing. Faith that simply does what needs to be done because doing it is right, because God requires it, because his anointed needs help and there are resources available to provide that help. That kind of faith changes the world, one quiet act at a time, one unpublicized provision at a time, one obscure person at a time, until the cumulative weight of all that faithfulness accomplishes what no army could, conquer and no king could decree, the preservation of God's purposes through the obedience of people whose names the world will never know, but whose actions God will never forget. Barzillai was one of those people, and his story remains, thousands of years later, as testimony to the power of faithfulness that asks for nothing except the opportunity to serve. Hello, beloved friends. Before we begin tonight's journey into peaceful rest, I'd love to know where in the world you're joining from and what time it is in your corner of creation. The gentle voice of the shepherd reaches across all borders and time zones. If these stories bring you comfort and peace, please remember to subscribe to Sacred Rest for more scripture-inspired sleep journeys. Now, let us quiet our minds and open our hearts as we listen for the voice of the Good Shepherd. In the quiet of this moment, I invite you to find a comfortable position. Perhaps you're already settled in bed, your head resting on your pillow, or maybe you're preparing for rest after a long day. Wherever you are, however you've arrived at this moment, know that you are welcomed here with tenderness and care. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Feel the weight of your body surrendering to the support beneath you. Notice how your shoulders can soften, how your hands can rest without grasping, how your face can release any tension it's been holding. There's nothing you need to do right now except breathe and listen. Let's breathe together for a moment. Inhale slowly through your nose, feeling the cool air fill your lungs. Hold it gently for just a moment, and then exhale through your mouth, releasing anything that doesn't serve your peace. Inhale comfort. Exhale worry. Inhale divine peace. Exhale human striving. Inhale rest. Exhale burden. With each breath, you're creating space within yourself. Space for stillness, space for quiet, space for the gentle voice that calls you by name. I invite you now to begin visualizing a journey. As you continue breathing slowly and deeply, imagine yourself walking along a narrow country path. It's late afternoon, and the golden light of the setting sun bathes everything in a warm glow. The air is perfect, not too warm, not too cool, and carries the sweet scent of wildflowers and fresh grass. The path winds gently through rolling hills. With each step you feel more of your daily concerns falling away. The emails waiting for responses, the conversations that left you wondering, the tasks still uncompleted, all of these can wait outside this peaceful moment. As you walk, you notice the sound of birdsong in the distance, not the busy chattering songs of morning birds, but the gentle settled sounds of evening, soft calls that seem to whisper, "All is well, rest is coming." The path begins to crest a small hill, and as you reach the top you see before you a wide meadow. The grass sways gently in a soft breeze, creating waves of movement like a green sea. Scattered throughout are wildflowers in gentle hues, pale yellows, soft whites, and tender purples. At the far edge of this meadow, you can just make out the stone walls of an ancient sheepfold, a place of gathering, a place of safety, a place of rest. This is where our journey is taking us tonight, to the sheepfold of the Good Shepherd. As you descend the hill toward the meadow, you feel a sense of being both completely free and completely held. The vast open sky above reminds you of boundless possibility, while the path beneath your feet assures you that you're being guided. With each step, your breathing continues to deepen. Your inhales become fuller, your exhales become longer. Your mind begins to quiet like waters settling after a storm. The path now leads you into the meadow itself. The grass reaches up past your ankles, brushing against you with feather-like touches. You can feel the earth beneath your feet, solid, supportive, ancient. As you walk, you begin to notice the sounds of sheep in the distance, not loud or disturbing, but the gentle bleating that speaks of contentment and security. They're calling to one another as they make their way toward the sheepfold for the night. And then you hear something else, a voice. Low and warm, it carries across the meadow with remarkable clarity. It's not calling to you, not yet, but to the sheep. And you notice how they respond, turning their heads, adjusting their path, moving with purpose toward the voice. This is the voice of the shepherd, calling his sheep to evening rest. Each one knows this voice intimately. Each one trusts this voice implicitly. Each one follows this voice instinctively. As you continue your walk through the meadow, drawn toward the sheepfold just as the sheep are drawn, you begin to feel a sense of recognition stirring within you. Something about this voice awakens a deep memory, not from yesterday or last year, but from the very foundation of your being. It's as if your soul remembers this voice from before time began. The path begins to widen as you near the sheepfold. The stone walls become clearer now, smooth, weathered stones carefully placed one upon another by hands that understood the importance of creating sanctuary. These walls have stood through countless seasons, through rain and wind and snow and sun, remaining steadfast in their purpose, to protect, to shelter, to create a space of safety. As you draw nearer, you see the entrance to the sheepfold, a simple opening in the wall. There is no gate of wood or metal, for in this place, in this story, the shepherd himself serves as the gate. Nothing enters that is not first approved by him. Nothing threatens that is not first faced by him. The voice continues to call, naming each sheep individually, knowing each one's unique needs, tendencies, and nature. And as the sun begins to sink lower in the sky, casting long golden shadows across the meadow, you find yourself at the entrance to the sheepfold, ready to cross the threshold into deeper rest. As you stand at the entrance to the sheepfold, you pause to take in its simple beauty. The circular stone walls rise about 4 feet high, tall enough to keep the sheep secure, yet low enough that the shepherd can see over them to watch for any approach of danger. The stones themselves seem to hold stories, their surfaces marked by time and weather, yet their arrangement remains sturdy and true. The ground inside the sheepfold has been softened by the passage of countless sheep over many years. What might once have been rocky earth has become a cushioned, almost velvety surface, perfect for rest. In some areas, particularly along the inside edge of the wall, tufts of soft grass have grown, creating natural pillows for weary heads. You notice that while the day remains warm, There is a coolness gathered in the shadows of the walls, a reminder that night approaches and with it the deeper rest that darkness brings. The air here carries a different quality. Sheltered from the breeze that moves across the open meadow, it feels somehow more concentrated, more present. As you step inside, crossing the threshold where the shepherd stands watch, you feel a subtle shift in your awareness. The sounds of the wider world seem to soften. The concerns that normally occupy your thoughts recede further. Here, within these ancient walls, existence becomes simpler. There is no need to navigate complex decisions or manage difficult relationships. There is only the present moment, the approaching night, and the protective presence of the shepherd. You find a place to sit against the wall where the last rays of sunlight still warm the stones. From here, you can watch as the sheep continue to arrive, each responding to its name when called, each receiving a gentle touch from the shepherd as it passes by him into the fold. This is how it has been done for thousands of years in the hill country. This ancient rhythm of call and response, of leaving the wide pastures for the secure fold, of trusting the one who leads and protects. Nothing about this scene would look unfamiliar to someone from centuries past. The relationship between shepherd and sheep transcends time, speaking to something essential about care and trust. In ancient times, you remember hearing, shepherds would often combine their flocks during the day, allowing the sheep to graze together in larger numbers. But when evening came, each shepherd would call only to his own sheep, using distinctive sounds or words that only his flock recognized. Remarkably, the sheep would separate themselves, following only the voice they knew, never confused by the calls of other shepherds. As you observe this evening gathering, you notice the care with which the shepherd examines each sheep as it enters. His hands move gently over wool and skin, checking for injuries or thorns that might have been gathered during the day's wandering. For one sheep, he removes a small burr caught in the thick wool. For another, he applies a soothing balm to a minor scrape. No need goes unnoticed, no discomfort goes untended. The sheep themselves seem to welcome this attention. Though some are clearly tired from the day's grazing, they pause willingly for the shepherd's examination. There is trust in their stillness, contentment in their patience. They know these hands, they know this voice, they know they are cared for individually, specifically, attentively. As the fold fills with more sheep, you notice the distinctive sounds they make. Not the loud bleating of alarm, but the soft, low sounds of recognition and settlement. They are talking to each other and to the shepherd in their own language of belonging. The air begins to cool more noticeably as the sun touches the horizon. Long shadows stretch across the sheepfold, and the stone walls now provide not just security, but shelter from the light evening breeze. The shepherd moves among the gathered sheep, his presence clearly bringing them comfort. Some draw closer to him as he passes, seeking the reassurance of proximity. You watch as he kneels beside one sheep that seems particularly restless. He speaks softly to it, words you cannot quite hear from where you sit, but you can see the effect. The sheep's breathing slows, its movements still. Its eyes close in what can only be described as surrender to care. This, you realize, is what true safety looks like. Not the absence of all threat, but the presence of one who is trustworthy enough to allow complete vulnerability. The sheep do not need to remain vigilant because the shepherd stays watchful. They do not need to worry about provision because the shepherd knows where the sweet water flows and the tender grass grows. They do not need to fear the darkness because the shepherd's sight penetrates what they cannot see. As twilight deepens into early evening, a profound quiet descends upon the sheepfold. The activities of the day, the walking, the grazing, the occasional startled running, have given way to stillness. Energy spent has prepared the way for deep restoration. The shepherd now sits at the entrance to the fold, his back against one of the stone walls, his staff across his lap. From this position, he can see both outward across the meadow and inward to the gathered flock. Nothing approaches without his knowledge. Nothing disturbs without his permission. In this ancient pattern, in this timeless scene, you feel your own breathing continuing to slow, your own thoughts continuing to quiet. The simple rightness of this place seeps into your awareness. The stone walls that have sheltered generations, the soft earth that welcomes rest, the attentive presence that makes vulnerability safe. As night begins to embrace the world outside the fold, you feel yourself drawn deeper into the peace of this sanctuary. The voice of the shepherd, which first called across the meadow, now speaks in the silence of complete trust. And though no words are spoken aloud, you understand with perfect clarity. You are known. You are seen. You are safe. As the night deepens around the sheepfold, the stars begin to appear overhead. First one, then another, then suddenly a multitude, transforming the darkness into a vast canvas of light. The shepherd remains at his post, a silhouette of watchful presence against the night sky. In this moment of perfect stillness, words from ancient scripture rise in your mind, words that have brought comfort to countless souls through the centuries. The 10th chapter of John's Gospel, where Jesus describes himself as the Good Shepherd, speaks with particular resonance in this place of safety and rest. Listen now as the words flow gently into your consciousness. Very truly I tell you, I am the gate for the sheep. All who have come before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep have not listened to them. I am the gate. Whoever enters through me will be saved. They will come in and go out and find pasture. Pause and consider this image of the gate. In ancient sheepfolds like this one, the shepherd would often position himself in the opening of the wall, literally becoming the gate. Nothing could enter without passing by him first. No predator could threaten, no thief could steal, no sheep could wander away without encountering the shepherd's watchful presence. Imagine now what it means to have such protection. Not a cold barrier of wood or metal, but a living, attentive guardian who knows each one by name. This is not distant security, but intimate care. This is not impersonal safety, but relationship-based protection. The words continue to unfold. I am the Good Shepherd. The Good Shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. The hired hand is not the shepherd, and does not own the sheep. So when he sees the wolf coming, he abandons the sheep and runs away. Then the wolf attacks the flock and scatters it. The man runs away because he is a hired hand and cares nothing for the sheep. Reflect on the difference between hired protection and devoted care. The difference is not in skill or strength, but in relationship and commitment. The Good Shepherd's connection to the sheep is not a transaction but a bond. His protection flows not from duty but from love. As you gaze across the sheepfold, you can see this truth embodied in the shepherd's posture, alert but relaxed, vigilant but peaceful. His attention never wavers, yet it carries no tension. This is the watching that comes from love rather than obligation. The sacred text continues, I am the Good Shepherd. I know my sheep, and my sheep know me, just as the Father knows me, and I know the Father, and I lay down my life for the sheep. Imagine being known, fully known, and still loved without hesitation. Not the surface knowing of casual acquaintance, but the deep knowing that sees every fear, every hope, every quiet corner of your heart. The shepherd knows when you are afraid, when you are lonely, when you are in pain. He knows when you have wandered, when you have stumbled, when you have fallen, and still he calls your name with tenderness. This knowing is not one-directional. The sheep also know their shepherd. They recognize his voice among all others. They trust his guidance without question. They follow his leading with confidence because experience has taught them that he brings them to good places, to fresh water, to green pastures, to safe rest. As these words settle into your spirit, another passage emerges. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. I give them eternal life, and they shall never perish. No one will snatch them out of my hand. There is a certainty in these words, a promise of security that transcends physical safety. The shepherd's care extends beyond the immediate dangers of wolves and thieves to the deeper threats of meaninglessness and separation. His protection covers not just the body but the soul. His provision satisfies not just physical hunger, but spiritual longing. As you reflect on these words, you notice the sheep in the fold have arranged themselves in a pattern that seems both random and intentional. Some cluster together for warmth, others maintain a small space of separation. Some lie with their heads toward the centre, others face the walls. Each has found the position that brings them comfort, yet all remain within the protective circle of the shepherd's care. Is this not a beautiful picture of community within security? Unity without uniformity? Each sheep is different, in size, in age, in temperament, yet all are equally valued, equally protected, equally known by name. The night has fully embraced the world now. The meadow beyond the sheepfold lies invisible in darkness, but here within the circle of stone walls there is no fear of what cannot be seen. The shepherd's presence transforms the night from a time of vulnerability to a season of rest. One more passage rises in your awareness. I have other sheep that are not of the sheep pen. I must bring them also. They too will listen to my voice, and there shall be one flock and one shepherd. These words speak of expansion, of inclusion, of a circle of care that continues to widen. The shepherd's heart is not limited to those already gathered, but extends to those still wandering, still searching, still unsure of where they belong. As you let these ancient words settle deeply into your consciousness, you notice that the rhythm of your breathing is synchronized with the gentle rise and fall of the sleeping sheep around you. There is a harmony here, a natural community formed not by effortful connection, but by shared trust in the one who watches over all. The shepherd's eyes meet yours across the sheepfold, and in that glance you understand you too are invited into this circle of care. You too are known by name. You too are welcome to rest under the watchflies of the one who never slumbers. As the night grows deeper, something remarkable happens. The scene around you begins to shift, not in a jarring way, but with the gentle transformation of a dream unfolding. The walls of the sheepfold seem to dissolve, and you find yourself no longer sitting against the stones, but standing in an open field just as dawn begins to break on the horizon. The sheep are rising from their rest, stretching and shaking the night stillness from their bodies. The shepherd moves among them, speaking softly to each one, calling names that sound like music in the morning air. He turns to you now, his eyes finding yours with a gaze that feels at once ancient and immediate. With a small gesture of his hand, he invites you to join him as he prepares to lead the flock to fresh pastures. You rise and move toward him, feeling neither rushed nor hesitant. There is a rightness to this moment, as if it has been waiting for you through all the days of your life. "Come," he says, his voice both gentler and more compelling than you imagined. "Walk with me a while." As the sheep begin to follow the shepherd out into the wider fields, you find yourself walking alongside him, not ahead, not behind, but beside, close enough to hear his breathing, to notice the deliberate placement of his feet on the earth, to feel the subtle movements of the air as he lifts his staff to guide the way. The morning unfolds around you in a symphony of sensory experiences. The earth beneath your feet feels solid yet yielding, supporting each step without resistance. The cool morning air carries the mingled scents of grass, wild flowers, and the earthy wool of the sheep. Light increases gradually as the sun climbs higher, illuminating the landscape in stages, first outlining the hills in gold, then filling the valleys with amber light, finally bathing everything in the clear radiance of full morning. You notice that the shepherd does not hurry. His pace is steady but unhurried, considerate of the youngest lambs and the oldest ewes. There is no sense of urgency, no anxiety about reaching a destination by a certain time. The journey itself holds as much importance as the arrival. The sheep need movement, the shepherd explains, seeming to read your thoughts, but they also need to feel secure in that movement. Too fast and they become anxious. Too slow and they begin to wander. The right pace creates both progress and peace. As you walk, you begin to notice how the sheep respond to the shepherd's voice. When he calls to one that has strayed too near a thorny thicket, it immediately adjusts its path. When he makes a particular clicking sound, the entire flock knows to pause and wait. When he sings a low melodic note, they gather more tightly together. They know my voice, he says simply, not just its sound, but its meaning. The path begins to ascend a gentle hill. As you climb, you notice how the shepherd positions himself, sometimes ahead to lead the way, sometimes behind to encourage those who lag, sometimes at the side to prevent wandering toward unseen dangers. The greatest deception, he comments, is the belief that freedom means absence of guidance. True freedom comes from trusting the one who sees what you cannot see. From the top of the hill, you can see the landscape spread out in all directions. To the east, where you've come from, the sheepfold stands solid and familiar. To the west, your direction of travel, a wide valley opens up, green with the new grass and dotted with the blue of morning flowers. To the north and south, other hills rise, creating a natural corridor for your journey. The shepherd pauses here, allowing the sheep to rest for a moment and take in the wider view. He stands slightly apart, his eyes scanning the horizon with attentive care. You understand that he is looking for signs of danger, assessing weather patterns, planning the safest route forward. Every step we take has been imagined before we take it, he says, again responding to your unspoken thoughts. I walk these paths in my mind before I walk them with my feet. That is how I can lead with confidence even into new territories. As the journey resumes, you begin to notice the distinct personalities of the sheep around you. Some walk with the confidence of experience, staying close to the shepherd out of choice rather than fear. Others move with the uncertainty of youth, sometimes darting ahead, sometimes falling behind, requiring more of the shepherd's attention. One sheep in particular catches your notice and slightly smaller than the others, with a slight limp that suggests an old injury. This one stays especially close to the shepherd, often walking directly beside him on the opposite side from where you walk. This one knows her need, the shepherd says, his voice warm with affection. She learned through difficulty what some never learn through ease, that proximity to me is better than independence from me. The sun is higher now, warming the air and bringing out the sweet scent of the crushed grass beneath your feet. The path descends into the valley, where a small stream cuts through the field, creating a natural stopping place. The sheep move eagerly toward the water, their thirst evident in their quickened pace. The shepherd guides them to the calmest part of the stream, where the water flows gently and the banks slope gradually. Here the sheep can drink without danger, refreshing themselves in the clear water. You kneel beside the stream yourself, cupping your hands to bring the cool water to your lips. It tastes sweeter than any water you've known before, clean and life-giving. Rest here a while, the shepherd says, settling himself on a smooth rock nearby. The journey continues, but never without restoration along the way. As you sit by the stream, watching the sheep drink and then begin to graze on the lush grass that grows along the banks, you feel a profound sense of being exactly where you are meant to be. There is no striving in this moment, no anxiety about what comes next, no regret about what came before. There is only the present reality of being on the path with the shepherd, moving at his pace, resting at his direction, continuing under his care. The soft sound of the stream, the gentle movements of the grazing sheep, the watchful presence of the shepherd, all combine to create a sense of security so deep that you feel your entire being relaxing into it. This is what it means to be truly led, truly guided, truly known. As the sun reaches its zenith, bathing the valley in golden light, you close your eyes for a moment, allowing the warmth to wash over you. In this perfect stillness, you hear the shepherd's voice once more, not speaking to the sheep now, but to you. The path continues beyond what you can see, but do not be anxious about what lies ahead. I have walked it already. I know every turn, every hill, every valley, and I will never lead you anywhere that I have not prepared for you. As the afternoon light begins to soften, casting longer shadows across the valley, you open your eyes to find the shepherd standing before you, his hand extended in invitation. "Come," he says simply. "There is something I want to show you before the day ends." You rise and follow him, noticing that the sheep have settled into a gentle rhythm of grazing. They seem content to remain in this lush valley for now, secure in the knowledge that the shepherd remains near. He leads you to a small rise overlooking the stream, where a single tree offers dappled shade. Its branches spread wide, creating a natural canopy that filters the sunlight into patterns of gold and shadow on the ground below. "Sit with me here," he says, settling himself against the trunk of the tree. As you join him in the shade, you realize you can see the entire flock from this vantage point. Every sheep is visible, from the confident leaders to the hesitant followers, from the strong to the vulnerable. The shepherd's gaze moves over them with attentive care, missing nothing. "Do you see how they graze without fear?" he asks. "They do not worry about predators or storms or scarcity. They have learned through experience that I provide what they need. I protect them from what would harm them. I guide them to places of abundance." You watch as the sheep move slowly through the grass, tapping to eat, occasionally looking up to confirm the shepherd's presence, then returning to their grazing with peaceful assurance. "This is the gift I offer," the shepherd continues, "not the absence of all danger, but the presence of constant care, not the elimination of all difficulty, but the assurance of never facing it alone. Particularly small lamb catches your attention. It must be one of the newest born to the flock. It stays close to its mother, occasionally frolicking in short bursts of energy before returning to her side. Its wool is especially white, almost luminous in the afternoon light. The youngest ones, the shepherd observes, following your gaze, sometimes need to be carried. When the path grows steep or the day grows long, I lift them into my arms and bear their weight. They learn trust through being held. You consider this, the image of the strong shepherd carrying the vulnerable lamb, not with impatience at its weakness, but with tenderness for its need. "Do you know," he asks, turning to look directly at you, "that I would leave the 99 to find the one? If a single sheep wanders away, becomes lost, falls into danger, I go after it, not because it is more valuable than the others, but because each one is irreplaceable to me. Each one is known by name. Each one matters uniquely." The depth of commitment in his voice moves you deeply. This is not the impersonal care of a distant guardian, but the passionate attention of one who loves specifically, individually, completely. The Good Shepherd, he continues, lays down his life for the sheep, not because the sheep have earned such sacrifice, but because the shepherd's love makes them worth any cost. As he speaks these words, the light shifts, taking on the golden quality of late afternoon. The air grows still, as if the world itself is listening to this truth. "Many voices will call to you," the shepherd says softly. "Some offering easier paths, some promising quicker rewards, some threatening what will happen if you don't follow them. But remember, my sheep know my voice. They recognize it among all others because they have spent time listening, because they have experienced its reliability, because they have found that following it always leads to life." He reaches out and places his hand on your shoulder, the weight of it both grounding and reassuring. "You're not alone in the fields of this world," he says. "Even when you cannot see me, I am watching. Even when you cannot hear me clearly, I am speaking. Even when you wander, I am seeking. This is the promise I make to each one who belongs to me. You will never be forgotten, never be abandoned, never be left without guidance." The sun is beginning its descent toward the horizon now, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Soon it will be time to lead the sheep back to the safety of the fold for the night. "Trust and rest," the shepherd says, his voice a gentle command. "These are the twins of peace. Trust that I know the way forward. Rest in the knowledge that you are watched over. Together they create a quiet heart even in the midst of a noisy world." As these words settle into your spirit, you notice that your breathing has slowed to match the shepherd's. Deep, unhurried breaths that seem to draw peace directly from the air around you. Your body feels heavy with relaxation, as if every muscle has decided at once to release its tension. "The voice of love is always near," the shepherd murmurs, his words becoming almost musical in their rhythm. "Calling you by name, inviting you to follow, promising presence through every valley and on every mountain top." The sheep are beginning to gather more closely now, sensing the approaching evening. Their movements become slower, their grazing more intermittent. They are preparing for the journey back to the fold. Step by step, you are led to peace, the shepherd continues, his voice growing softer, not in great leaps or sudden flights, but in the patient unfolding of a path walked in trust. Each day has its portion of guidance, each moment carries its own light. He rises now, stretching his arms wide as if to embrace the entire flock at once. The setting sun behind him creates a halo effect, illuminating his outline with golden light. "It is time to return to the fold," he says, extending his hand to help you rise. "The day's journey concludes, but the care never ends. Through the night I watch, through the darkness I guard. When morning comes again, we continue the path together." As you stand, you feel a profound sense of renewal, as if the simple act of walking with the shepherd, listening to his voice, observing his care for the sheep has restored something essential within you. The worries that had weighed on your mind seem distant now, replaced by a calm certainty that you are known, you are valued, you are guided. The shepherd lifts his voice in a distinctive call that immediately draws the attention of every sheep. They respond with remarkable unity, moving toward him from all directions, gathering into a more cohesive group for the journey home. "This is how it has always been," he explains as you begin to walk beside him, the flock following behind. The sheep scattered in feeding, gathered in travelling, diverse in their individual needs, united in their common trust, each one unique, yet part of a greater whole. The path back to the sheepfold seems somehow shorter than the journey out, as if the familiarity of returning home compresses distance itself. The evening light casts long shadows ahead of you, leading the way toward rest. "You're safe," the shepherd says, his voice now barely above a whisper. "You're loved. You're guided." These words repeat like a gentle refrain as you walk, matching the rhythm of your steps, synchronizing with your heartbeat. They are not just sounds but promises, not just comfort but truth. They sink deeply into your consciousness, creating a foundation of peace that feels both new and somehow always known. As the sheepfold comes into view, its stone walls glowing with the last light of day, you feel a sense of completion. Not the end of a glory, but the closing of a circle that will open again with the dawn. The shepherd leads the flock through the entrance, counting each one, greeting each by name, ensuring that all who went out have returned safely. When the last sheep has entered the fold, the shepherd takes his place at the gateway, his staff across his knees, his gaze moving between the gathered flock and the darkening landscape beyond. He is the living gate, the constant guardian, the embodiment of care that does not slumber or sleep. Rest now, he says to you, his eyes holding yours with gentle intensity. The shepherd knows your name. The shepherd calls you to rest. The voice of love is always near. As night embraces the world once more, as stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, you feel yourself surrounded by perfect peace, held in the care of the one who calls you by name, who leads you beside still waters, who restores your soul. In this sanctuary of trust, sleep comes not as escape but as gift, not as absence but as presence in the watchful love of the Good Shepherd. Thank you for joining me on this peaceful journey with the Good Shepherd. If these words have brought you comfort tonight, please consider subscribing to Sacred Rest for more scripture-inspired sleep stories. And I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from and what time it is there. May you rest deeply in the knowledge that you are watched over with perfect care through this night and always. Before we begin tonight's journey into one of the Bible's most overlooked blessings, I want to ask something that would mean the world to me. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel grow in ways you possibly couldn't imagine, and it allows me to continue bringing you these stories week after week. If you're listening over on Spotify, leaving a review genuinely makes such a massive difference. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting me know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening. It creates this amazing global community of people seeking truth, mystery and peace in these stories. And of course, if you enjoy what you hear tonight, subscribing to the channel ensures you never miss another deep dive into the stories that shaped history, faith and the human experience. Now let's talk about something powerful. Let's talk about a blessing so unexpected, so undeserved, that the man who received it wasn't even looking for it. There are moments in history when something sacred pauses, not because God withdraws, not because the blessing ends, but because people become afraid to move forward. Fear has a way of freezing progress. It halts celebration. It turns joy into anxiety. And sometimes, in those moments of collective paralysis, God finds someone who isn't looking for glory. Someone who simply says yes when everyone else is saying no. Tonight's story is about one of those people, a man whose name most Christians have never heard, a man who wasn't a prophet, wasn't a priest, wasn't royalty. He was simply available. And in his availability, he discovered something profound, that God's presence, when honoured rightly, doesn't bring destruction. It brings blessing beyond measure. This is the story of Obed-Edom, a man who became a footnote in Scripture, but whose quiet faithfulness reveals one of the most beautiful truths about how God works. Sometimes the greatest blessings come not to those who chase them, but to those who simply open their doors when everyone else has locked theirs. Let's begin with a celebration that ended in tragedy, and a journey that stopped in the most unexpected place. Chapter 1. The Ark returns. The city of David was alive with anticipation. After years of waiting, after generations of separation, the Ark of the Covenant was finally coming home. King David had united the tribes, conquered Jerusalem, and now sought to bring the very presence of God into the heart of his new capital. This wasn't just a religious ceremony. This was the culmination of David's vision for Israel, a nation centered not on military might or political power, but on worship, on the presence of the living God dwelling among his people. The preparations had been extensive. 30,000 chosen men from Israel gathered for the occasion. Musicians practiced their instruments. Singers rehearsed their songs. The streets were decorated. The atmosphere was electric with expectation. The Ark itself carried profound significance. This wasn't merely a religious artifact. According to the accounts passed down through generations, this wooden chest overlaid with pure gold represented the very throne of God on earth. Inside it lay the stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments, a jar of manna from the wilderness, and the staff of Aaron that had budded miraculously. But more than its contents, the ark represented something Israel had lost, the manifest presence of God. Years earlier, the ark had been captured by the Philistines during a disastrous battle. Though it had been returned after bringing plagues upon its captors, it had never made it to Jerusalem. It had remained in obscurity, in the house of a man named Abinadab, in a town called Kiriath Jearim. Now David was bringing it home. The day of the procession arrived with perfect weather and perfect enthusiasm. The ark was loaded onto a new cart built specifically for this purpose. Uzzah and Ahio, sons of Abinadab, guided the cart. They had grown up in the house where the ark resided. They were familiar with its presence. David and all Israel celebrated before the Lord with all their might. The sound of lyres, harps, tambourines, sistrums and cymbals filled the air. The king himself danced before the ark, leading his people in worship. This was supposed to be the greatest day in Israel's recent history. The procession moved slowly, deliberately. Every step was meant to be savoured. This was a moment of national unity, spiritual renewal, and royal triumph. David had planned everything perfectly. Also, he thought. Chapter 2. A sudden tragedy. The road from Kiriath Jearim to Jerusalem was not particularly long, but it was uneven in places. The cart carrying the ark moved carefully along the path, surrounded by celebration and song. Then, at a place that would later be remembered as the threshing floor of Naasson, something went wrong. The oxen stumbled. Whether they hit a stone, lost their footing, or simply faltered under the weight, the ancient texts don't specify. What matters is what happened next. The cart lurched. The ark shifted, and in that moment instinct overpowered instruction. Uzzah reached out his hand to steady the ark. It was a completely natural response. The kind of thing anyone would do when something precious is about to fall. His hand touched the gold-covered wood, and immediately he fell dead beside the cart. The music stopped. The singing ceased. The celebration died in an instant. One moment, 30,000 people were rejoicing. The next, they stood in stunned silence, staring at a body lying beside the Ark of God. David's reaction was complex. The ancient text says he was angry. Angry at what had happened. Angry at the disruption of his perfect plan. Angry at God for what seemed like a harsh and inexplicable act. But beneath the anger was something deeper. Fear. Pure, overwhelming fear. How could this happen? Uzzah had grown up around the ark. He had lived in the same house with it for years. His intentions were good. He was trying to protect it, to keep it from falling. And yet, in the instant his hand made contact, he died. The theological questions were immediate and disturbing. If the very presence of God could strike down someone trying to help, how could anyone approach it safely? How could it be moved at all? David had planned this as the crowning achievement of his reign, and now it had become a scene of death and confusion. The king stood there, watching his vision collapse. This was supposed to be a triumphant entry. Instead, it was a funeral. The people looked to him for answers, for direction, for some explanation of what had just occurred. He had none to give. In that moment, David made a decision that would change everything. He couldn't continue. He couldn't bring this ark into Jerusalem, not after what had just happened. The risk was too great. The fear was too real. Whatever blessing the ark was supposed to bring, the cost seemed too high. The journey stopped. Right there, in the middle of the road, with Jerusalem still miles away, the procession halted. The greatest religious celebration in recent memory ended in tragedy and terror, and David faced a question he hadn't anticipated. What do you do with the presence of God when you're too afraid to receive it? Chapter 3. The ark is stopped. David stood at the threshing floor, his mind racing through possibilities and problems. The ark couldn't go back to where it came from. That would be an admission of complete failure, but it couldn't continue to Jerusalem either. Not now. Not like this. The fear was too fresh, the death too recent, the confusion too profound. The king asked a question that echoed with both fear and honesty. How can the ark of the Lord ever come to me? It wasn't rhetorical, defiance. It was genuine confusion. He wanted the presence of God in his city, but he had just witnessed that presence kill a man who simply touched it. The paradox seemed impossible to resolve. A decision had to be made immediately. The ark couldn't remain on the road. It needed shelter, protection, a temporary home while David figured out what had gone wrong and how to proceed safely. But who would take it? Who would be willing to house something that had just demonstrated such terrifying power? The ancient records don't tell us how the choice was made. Was there a discussion? Did someone volunteer? Was a house simply chosen because of proximity? What we know is this. Nearby lived a man named Obed-Edom. He was a Gittite, meaning he came from Gath, one of the Philistine cities. He was part of the community but not native-born Israelite royalty. He had no particular fame, no special status, no recorded acts of heroism or prophetic calling. He was simply a man who lived near the place where the procession had stopped, and his house became the solution to David's problem. The Ark of the Covenant, the most sacred object in Israelite religion, was carried off the road and placed in Obed-Edom's home. Not as an honour, but as a necessity. Not because he was chosen for blessing, but because someone had to take it and his house was available. One can only imagine what Obed-Edom thought when he was told the ark would be staying with him. Did he see it as a privilege or a death sentence? Had he witnessed what happened to Uzzah? Did he know the stories of what had befallen the Philistines when they captured the ark years earlier? The Philistine cities had been ravaged by plagues when they possessed the ark. Tumours broke out among the people. Rats infested their land. The ark had moved from city to city, each one desperate to get rid of it, until finally they sent it back to Israel on a cart pulled by cows, with golden offerings to appease the God of Israel. And now, that same ark was in Obed-Edom's house, the same presence that had struck down Uzzah, the same object that had brought plagues to Philistine cities, sitting in his home, with his family, for an indefinite period of time. David returned to Jerusalem without the ark. The celebration was over, the plans were abandoned, and somewhere in an ordinary house, in the care of an ordinary man, the presence of God waited. 3 months would pass before anyone checked on what was happening there. 3 months of silence, 3 months of the unknown. But in that silence, something extraordinary was occurring, something no one expected, something that would eventually change everything. Chapter 4. Introducing Obed-Edom. Let's pause and consider who this man actually was. In the grand narrative of Scripture, Obed-Edom appears suddenly, serves his purpose, and then fades into the background. Most people reading through 2 Samuel skip right past his name, but his brief appearance tells us something important about how God works. Obed-Edom was not from the priestly line. He wasn't a Levite born into the service of the tabernacle. His name suggests Edomite heritage, and the text explicitly identifies him as a Gittite. Gath was one of the 5 major Philistine cities, famous as the hometown of Goliath. Whether Obed-Edom was ethnically Philistine or simply lived among them is unclear, but what's certain is that he wasn't part of Israel's religious elite. This detail matters. The ark was supposed to be carried by Levites, handled by priests, approached with specific rituals and protocols. The law given to Moses contained explicit instructions about how the ark should be moved, who could touch it, and what precautions were necessary. David had ignored these instructions by placing the ark on a cart, copying the method the Philistines had used to return it years earlier. Now, ironically, the ark ended up in the house of a man from that same Philistine region. God's presence, rejected by the king of Israel out of fear, found temporary residence with someone outside the traditional religious system. Obed-Edom had a household. The text mentions his family later, indicating he had sons who would eventually serve in the temple. He was a working man, probably a farmer or tradesman. He lived a quiet life in a small community on the road between cities. Nothing about his background suggested he was destined for any role in Israel's history. But he had something that mattered more than credentials. He had a home, and he was willing to receive what others feared. When the ark was brought to his house, Obed-Edom faced a choice. He could have refused. He could have pointed to his non-Israelite background, his lack of priestly training, his reasonable fear of what had just happened to Uzzah. He had every logical reason to say no, but he didn't. Whether from faith, duty, or simple obedience to authority, he accepted the responsibility. The ark was placed in his home, and life continued. The sun set that first evening with the ark under his roof. His family went to sleep that night in the same house as the presence of God, and they woke up the next morning still alive. That first day became a second day. The second became a week. The week became a month. And slowly, quietly, without any public announcement or religious ceremony, something began to change in that household. Chapter 5. 3. Quiet months. The text gives us almost no details about those 3 months. No dramatic visions, no angelic appearances, no miracles recorded for posterity. Just this simple statement: the ark remained in the house of Obed-Edom for 3 months. But the absence of detail is itself significant. Silence in Scripture often means normalcy, routine, life continuing as it should. Imagine those first days. The morning after the ark arrived, Obed-Edom probably woke up half surprised to still be breathing. He had seen what happened to Uzzah. He knew the stories of the Philistine plagues. Every morning that he and his family survived must have felt like a small miracle. But as days turned into weeks, something became clear. The ark wasn't there to destroy them. Whatever had gone wrong with Uzzah, whatever had caused that sudden death, wasn't happening in Obed-Edom's house. They went about their daily routines. They worked their fields, prepared their meals, lived their lives, and the ark simply rested there, in whatever room they had designated for it. There was probably a reverence in that household, a care taken not to treat the ark casually, but there was also, gradually, a comfort. The presence of God, honoured properly, wasn't something to fear. It was something that brought peace. The ancient text doesn't tell us if Obed-Edom prayed before the ark, if he worshipped there, if he made offerings. We don't know if he talked about it with his neighbours or kept quiet about the sacred object in his home. What we know is that he treated it with the respect it deserved, maintained his household in righteousness, and let God be God in his home. And slowly changes began to appear. Not dramatic, not obvious at first, but real, tangible, measurable, the kind of changes that neighbours notice, the kind of prosperity that raises questions. His fields began to flourish, whether it was the crops growing more abundantly, the livestock thriving, or both. The productivity of his land increased noticeably. In an agricultural society where everyone's yields were roughly similar, exceptional harvests stood out. People noticed. His household grew more harmonious. Conflicts that might normally arise in any family seemed to resolve more easily. There was peace under his roof. Visitors commented on the atmosphere. Something felt different about his home. His children seemed to thrive. They grew healthy and strong. Whatever blessings flow from a godly household seemed to multiply in his family. Later records show that his sons would go on to positions of service in the temple, suggesting they grew up in an environment that shaped their character positively. And financially, everything seemed to work. Projects succeeded. Investments paid off. Debts were cleared. The kind of comprehensive household prosperity that makes people wonder what changed, what secret you're holding, what advantage you've gained. But Obed-Edom wasn't holding a secret or working an angle. He was simply living with the presence of God in his home, and that presence, rather than bringing the curse everyone feared, brought blessing in every area of his life. 3 months of quiet faithfulness. 3 months of treating the sacred with reverence. 3 months of simply being willing to house what others were too afraid to receive. And in that time, an unknown man became a walking testimony to a profound truth. God's presence brings blessing to those who honour it. Chapter 6. The Unexpected Blessing. Word travels in small communities. When one household suddenly begins to prosper in every measurable way, people notice, neighbours talk, visitors observe, and eventually news reaches those in authority. The reports that made their way back to David were striking. Obed-Edom's household was flourishing, not just surviving, but thriving. Everything he touched seemed to succeed. His family was at peace. His resources were multiplying. His entire household was blessed, and the blessing was directly connected to one thing. The Ark of God was in his house, the same ark that had brought death at the threshing floor, the same presence that David had been too afraid to bring to Jerusalem, the same object that had caused plagues in Philistine cities. In Obed-Edom's house, it brought nothing but blessing. This created a profound theological moment for David. The problem hadn't been the ark. The problem hadn't been God's presence being inherently dangerous. The problem had been the improper handling of that presence. The disregard for God's specific instructions about how the ark should be moved and who should carry it. David began to research. He consulted the law. He spoke with priests and Levites, and he discovered what had gone wrong. The ark was never supposed to be on a cart in the first place. That was how the Philistines had returned it, but it wasn't how God had commanded Israel to transport it. The Levites were supposed to carry it on poles inserted through rings on its sides. Specific families had specific duties regarding its care and movement. Uzzah's death wasn't arbitrary divine anger. It was the consequence of approaching holy things in unholy ways. The reverence that should have been shown from the beginning had been replaced with expediency, an imitation of pagan practices. God's presence requires God's protocols. Blessing comes through obedience, not casual approach. But Obed-Edom, intentionally or not, had shown proper reverence. He had treated the ark with respect. He had maintained righteousness in his household. He had honoured the presence of God, and God had honoured him in return. The contrast was stark and instructive. A king with all the resources of Israel had approached God's presence carelessly and experienced tragedy. A common man with no credentials had received that same presence with reverence and experienced comprehensive blessing. The lesson was clear. God's favour isn't determined by status, but by attitude, not by position, but by posture. David heard these reports and something shifted in him. The fear that had paralysed him 3 months earlier gave way to understanding. The confusion about how to approach God's presence resolved into clarity. He knew what had to be done. He knew how to do it correctly, and most importantly, he was ready to try again. But this time, there would be no shortcuts, no copying of pagan methods, no dismissal of God's specific instructions. This time, if the ark was to come to Jerusalem, it would come the way God had prescribed from the beginning, with Levites carrying it, with proper sacrifices, with worship that honoured not just God's presence, but God's procedures. Obed-Edom had done more than house the ark. He had demonstrated something David needed to see, that God's presence is safe when God's ways are honoured, that blessing isn't withheld from those who approach the holy with proper reverence, that even someone outside the traditional religious establishment could experience God's favour by simply treating sacred things as sacred. The 3 months had served their purpose. They had been a pause in the journey, yes, but they had also been a lesson, a demonstration, a proof that the problem wasn't God's desire to bless his people. The problem was his people's failure to approach him correctly. Now David understood, and he was ready to finish what he had started. The ark would come to Jerusalem. But this time, everything would be different. Chapter 7. News reaches the king. The reports that reached David's palace were consistent and compelling. Messengers from the region around Obed-Edom's house all told variations of the same story. The household was blessed. Remarkably, comprehensively, undeniably blessed. And the blessing had begun exactly when the ark arrived. David must have felt a complex mixture of emotions hearing this news. Relief that the ark hadn't brought destruction to another household. Vindication that God's presence was meant to bless, not curse. But also perhaps a twinge of regret. 3 months of blessing had gone to someone else's house. 3 months of God's manifest presence had been in a small home on the outskirts of his kingdom rather than in his capital city where he had planned to house it. But more than any personal feelings, David saw opportunity. The pause had served its purpose. The question that had paralysed him, how can the ark of the Lord ever come to me, now had an answer. It could come through obedience, through proper protocol, through reverence combined with joy. David assembled his advisors, priests and Levites. He explained what had happened and what he had learned. The ark was to be moved again, but this time according to God's explicit instructions. The Levites from the families of Kohath, who were designated to carry the holy objects of the tabernacle, would bear the ark on their shoulders using the poles designed for that purpose. No cart, no shortcuts, no improvisation. Sacrifices would be made, not as appeasement for past mistakes, but as worship offered in proper sequence. Every 6 steps the procession would stop and offerings would be made to God. The journey wouldn't be rushed. It would be deliberate, reverent, and filled with worship at every stage. David also made personal preparations. He would dance before the ark again, but this time wearing a linen ephod like a priest, identifying himself not primarily as king but as a worshipper. The celebration would be even greater than the first attempt, but the approach would be fundamentally different. Joy combined with reverence, celebration grounded in obedience. Word was sent to Obed-Edom. The ark would be leaving his house. The 3 months had ended. The presence of God was moving to its intended destination. For Obed-Edom, this must have been bittersweet news. The blessing of those months had been extraordinary. His household had experienced prosperity unlike anything before. But the ark had never been meant to stay permanently. It had always been passing through. The day arrived for the ark to continue its journey. David came personally, along with priests, Levites, musicians, and a crowd of worshippers. The atmosphere was different from that first attempt. There was still joy, still celebration, still music and dancing, but there was also a reverence that had been missing before, an understanding that they were handling something holy, something that required specific protocols, something that demanded respect. The Levites lifted the ark onto their shoulders. The poles rested on their shoulders as God had prescribed. They began to walk, and after 6 steps the procession stopped. Sacrifices were offered, worship was given, and then they continued. 6 more steps, another sacrifice, more worship. The journey that had been interrupted by death now continued, marked by worship at every stage. David danced before the ark with all his might. The text emphasizes his complete abandon in worship. This wasn't dignified royal ceremony, this was uninhibited joy. A king celebrating not his own power, but the presence of God among his people. The same David who had feared the ark 3 months earlier now celebrated its presence with everything in him. The procession moved through the countryside toward Jerusalem. People lined the route. The sound of trumpets, singing and shouting filled the air. This time there was no stumbling, no death, no fear. Just the steady progress of God's presence moving toward its rightful place in the centre of Israel's capital. And somewhere in that crowd, probably near the front given his recent role, was Obed-Edom. His part in the story was ending, or so it might have seemed. The ark was leaving his house. The extraordinary season of blessing was transitioning to something else. But his story wasn't over. In fact, in many ways, it was just beginning. Chapter 8. The journey resumes. The second attempt to bring the ark to Jerusalem succeeded in ways the first could never have matched. Yes, the ark reached its destination, which was the practical goal. But more importantly, the process itself became an act of worship that taught Israel something profound about approaching God. Every 6 steps the procession stopped. Bulls and fattened calves were sacrificed. The smell of burning offerings filled the air. Prayers were lifted. Songs were sung. The journey that might have been completed in hours took much longer because worship was integrated into every stage. The destination mattered, but so did the journey. Getting the ark to Jerusalem was the goal, but getting there correctly was equally important. David's dancing was legendary. The text describes it as dancing with all his might. This wasn't a few dignified steps. This was a king completely lost in worship, unconcerned with royal dignity, focused entirely on honouring God's presence. Later, his wife Michal would criticise him for it, saying he had disgraced himself by dancing so freely before the people. David's response revealed his heart. He was willing to become even more undignified than this in his worship of God. The musicians played with skill and passion. Trumpets, harps, lyres, tambourines, sistrums and cymbals created a sound of celebration that could be heard throughout the region. This wasn't background music. This was a symphony of worship, a concert of praise, a declaration through sound that God's presence was returning to dwell among his people. As the procession entered Jerusalem, the entire city came out to witness the moment. From the youngest children to the oldest elders, people lined the streets. The ark moved through the city streets, carried on the shoulders of Levites, surrounded by worship, headed toward the tent David had prepared for it on Mount Zion. Finally, the ark reached its destination. It was placed inside the tent. More sacrifices were offered. Burnt offerings and fellowship offerings were presented before the Lord. And then David did something remarkable. He blessed the people in the name of the Lord Almighty and gave gifts to everyone present. Men and women alike received portions of bread, dates, and raisins. The king celebrated God's presence by generously blessing his people. The ark was home. The journey that had started months earlier, that had been interrupted by tragedy and delayed by fear, was complete. God's presence now dwelt in the heart of Jerusalem, in the city David had established as Israel's capital. The physical and spiritual centers of the nation were now aligned, but the story doesn't end there. Because woven into the fabric of this triumph was the quiet faithfulness of a man who had made it all possible, a man who had bridged the gap between fear and faith, a man who had demonstrated that God's presence brings blessing when properly honoured. Chapter 9. Obed-Edom's lasting legacy. In the biblical narrative, many people appear briefly and then vanish from the record. They serve their purpose in the story and disappear back into history. Obed-Edom could have been one of these people. His role was over. The ark had left his house. The blessing he experienced during those 3 months could have been the entirety of his legacy. But that's not what happened. Later passages of scripture reveal that Obed-Edom's story continued, and in a beautiful way. He didn't return to obscurity. Instead, he was brought into service at the very centre of Israel's worship. 1 Chronicles records that Obed-Edom and his sons became gatekeepers for the sanctuary. This wasn't a minor position. Gatekeepers controlled access to the sacred spaces. They ensured that those who entered were supposed to be there, and that they approached with proper reverence. They protected the holy from the profane, the sacred from the common. It was a position of significant trust and responsibility. Think about the symmetry of this. A man who had faithfully guarded the ark in his home for 3 months was now entrusted with guarding the sanctuary where the ark resided. His private faithfulness became public service. His quiet obedience became recognized ministry. The text also records that Obed-Edom's sons served alongside him. 68 of his descendants are mentioned in Chronicles as serving in various capacities related to the temple and its worship. The blessing that began when the ark entered his house extended through generations. His faithfulness created a legacy that outlasted him. This wasn't about Obed-Edom seeking position or reward. Nothing in the text suggests he asked for this role or campaigned for recognition. Rather, David recognized what God had already revealed, that Obed-Edom was a man who knew how to honor God's presence, that he understood reverence, that he could be trusted with sacred things. The man from Gath, the outsider with no priestly lineage, became part of Israel's ongoing worship. His house had been blessed. Now his service would be a blessing to others. The presence that had dwelt in his home temporarily became the focus of his life permanently. There's something profoundly encouraging about this outcome. Obed-Edom didn't perform miracles. He didn't receive prophetic visions. He didn't conquer enemies or write scripture. He simply said yes when the ark needed a place to stay. He honored what was holy. He maintained righteousness in his household. And from that, simple obedience flowed blessing that extended far beyond those 3 months. His story reminds us that God sees faithfulness even when no one else is watching, that obscure obedience matters, that the way we handle what God entrusts to us, even temporarily, reveals our character and positions us for future service. Obed-Edom could have complained that he was being burdened with a responsibility he didn't ask for. He could have resented that his house was chosen out of necessity rather than honour. He could have worried about the risk rather than embracing the opportunity. Instead, he simply received what God placed in his care and honoured it appropriately. And that choice, that simple, faithful choice, transformed his family's trajectory for generations. The blessing wasn't just material prosperity during those 3 months. The blessing was becoming part of something larger, something eternal. His name is written in Scripture. His faithfulness is recorded for all time. His descendants served in God's house, all because he opened his door when others were closing theirs, all because he said yes when fear would have prompted no, all because he honoured the presence of God rather than fearing it. Epilogue: when God dwells with the willing. The story of Obed-Edom sits quietly in Scripture, easily overlooked between the larger narratives of King David's triumphs and failures, but within its brief telling lies a truth that echoes through every generation. God's presence brings blessing to those who receive it with reverence. Consider the progression of this story. It begins with celebration turned to tragedy. A well-meaning man dies for touching what he shouldn't have touched. Fear replaces joy. A journey stops because no one knows how to proceed safely. The presence of God becomes something people fear rather than desire. Then comes a man no one would have chosen, someone from the margins, someone with no credentials or special calling, someone who was simply available when opportunity or responsibility knocked on his door. He receives what others feared, he houses what others rejected, and in his faithful obscurity he experiences blessing that reaches the king's attention. Finally, the journey resumes, but now it's different. Now there's understanding. Now there's proper reverence combined with joyful worship. Now the protocols are followed, and God's presence reaches its intended destination, not despite the delay, but perhaps because of it. The 3-month pause with Obed-Edom wasn't a failure of David's plan, it was part of God's plan, a demonstration, a lesson, a testimony. What can we learn from this ancient story? Perhaps this: that God is less interested in our resumes than our willingness, that he honours humble obedience more than impressive credentials, that his presence transforms ordinary households into blessed households when received with reverence. Obed-Edom didn't seek the ark, it came to him. He didn't ask for blessing. It flowed from honouring what was entrusted to him. He didn't campaign for recognition. It came as a natural result of faithfulness. His entire legacy began with a simple act of receiving what God placed in his care and treating it with proper respect. There's encouragement here for anyone who feels ordinary, overlooked, or outside the circles of influence and importance. God's greatest blessings often come to those who aren't seeking the spotlight, but are simply faithful in the shadows. The house that receives God's presence with reverence becomes the house God blesses, regardless of its size, status, or location. There's also a warning here. The same presence that blessed Obed-Edom struck down Uzzah. The difference wasn't God's mood or arbitrary preference. The difference was the approach. Sacred things require sacred handling. God's presence is a blessing when honoured and a danger when treated casually. Reverence isn't optional, it's essential. But perhaps most importantly, this story reminds us that God's plans aren't derailed by our failures or delays. David's fear and confusion didn't stop God's purpose. The 3-month pause didn't prevent the ark from reaching Jerusalem. Instead, that pause created an opportunity for an unknown man to be blessed, and for all Israel to learn a crucial lesson about how to approach the holy. Sometimes what looks like delay is actually preparation. Sometimes what feels like failure is actually education. Sometimes the detours teach us what the straight path never could. Obed-Edom's house was blessed because he was willing to receive what others feared. His legacy extended beyond his lifetime because he was faithful with what he was given. His name is remembered because he said yes when yes was costly and uncertain. The question for us isn't whether we'll have opportunities to house God's presence in some literal, physical way. The question is whether we'll receive what God places in our care, whatever form that takes, with the reverence it deserves. Whether we'll honour the sacred in the midst of the ordinary. Whether we'll be faithful in obscurity, trusting that God sees and honours quiet obedience. God often blesses the homes willing to receive him quietly, not the ones seeking recognition, not the ones demanding explanation, but the ones that simply open their doors and say, "Whatever you bring, Lord, I'll honour it." That's the legacy of Obed-Edom. That's the lesson of his story. And that's the invitation extended to every person in every generation, to be the kind of dwelling, literal or metaphorical, where God's presence feels at home, where reverence and faithfulness create the conditions for blessing, where ordinary obedience leads to extraordinary grace. The ark eventually left Obed-Edom's house, but the blessing it brought never truly left. It marked his family for generations. It changed his destiny. It wrote his name into sacred history, all because when God's presence needed a home, he was willing to provide one. May we all have the courage to open our doors when others are closing theirs. May we have the faithfulness to honour what God entrusts to us. May we have the wisdom to recognise that his presence is not something to fear, but something to receive with joy and reverence. And may we discover, as Obed-Edom did, that when God dwells with the willing, blessing flows in ways we never imagined possible.